And we need some more performances from Baphomet.
Why?
Demon Baltard.
I guess we're just doing the next episode.
Yeah, that was super hilarious, dude. It hit right the right time too. I really need, that was awesome.
Welcome to the...
Sit down. Good morning, my children. Now, I am in charge of this show. Prepare your behinds for an explosive assault of your senses. Welcome to the Father Balls experience with the Lunar Tick.
It's the Lunatic Show, Father.
Not anymore. We need new theme music and better guests. You keep getting wrecked. These darn flat earthers are so charming and good looking, it's hard to concentrate on the holy fallacies. I understand, my child. But that is why I have a secret card to play. I invited a friend from the fraternity to come on the show. He should be arriving shortly.
Ooh, goody. Who is it?
I have a few friends lined up already, but this one is a special one, handpicked by Father Son himself, so he wears the vest that signifies his importance to the secret societies. Since he's not arrived yet, I will play a short clip to showcase his brilliance. I know you will know him as soon as you hear him speak. The world's most famous astrophysicist, a man in a league of his own, Wildegas Bison.
Bison? But the Flat Earthers use him and Fight the Tight Shirt said he was wrong.
Flat Earthers are wrong, and Bison will prove that. Fight the Tight Shirt is just a moon caught in your orbit. His opinion means less than yours, and mine supersede yours. Just shut up and listen to the glory of the Wildegas Bison. Hear him regale you with his brilliance. Listen close.
But I also had a guest. He's waiting outside.
What the hell, man? He can wait. We play the clip.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong. There's like a gazillion hours of me on the internet. In almost every case, I'm talking about the universe, black holes, the Big Bang, time travel, God. But what I'm gonna do in this masterclass is teach you how to think. The goal here is to train your mind how to see the world differently, how to question what others say. I've come to realize that there are three categories of truth: personal truth, political truths, and the objective truths that shape our understanding of the universe. The interesting thing about an objective truth is that it's true no matter what. Imagine that. By the time we're done, you will be equipped with some of the methods and tools so you can turn data into information, information into knowledge, knowledge into wisdom. We all have susceptibility to bias. Search engines on the internet are the epitome epitome of confirmation bias. And you're going to use that as evidence that you are correct? No. The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it. What does it mean to be skeptical? What does it mean to be convinced by data? A proper skeptic questions what they're unsure of, but recognizes when valid evidence is presented to change their mind. I will equip you to not only find objective truths, but then communicate to others how to get there. It's not good enough to be right. You also have to be effective. The less connected you are to what is objectively true, the less likely you will be able to make decisions that will benefit your life, the life of your family, and even civilization itself.
Now, that is a master class. When he arrives, you better be on your best behavior, McClune. Now, who the hell is this guy waiting outside?
It is Craig McFaddy. Mon, please, Papa Balls. You said it was okay, please.
Okay, but if he annoys me, I am throwing that fat fuck out of here. You hear me?
Yay! Thank you. I will buzz him in. Do we have an ETA on Bison?
That globular masterpiece should be here any moment now. I keep texting him, but all I get back is this eggplant emoji. Do you know what this means?
I don't know. I am not hip like the kids. He's probably hungry or something.
Hey guys,
Shut up and go to the corner over there. Take your mic with you, but don't speak unless spoken to. You got it?
Sorry.
but I know the secrets.
Shut up, you nitwit, halfwit, fuckwit. I ain't here to listen to your nonsense. We got a god coming in a few moments. Pipe down before I spank you.
But the eggplant.
Shut up. No one cares. I did not ask you a thing. Get some control of your minion, McClune.
Oh my God, Craig. Don't make me look bad in front of Father Balls. Go sit in the corner. We will talk to you later. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Our glorious expert is coming. This is a bona fide living saint of our religion, boys. Prepare yourself to be in the presence of something so divine, your face might melt of literally in a figurative manner.
Is this the right place, Father Balls?
Yes, welcome, my brother. I once peed next to you in the bushes at the Grove, remember?
Not really, but it was probably dark. So that is most likely the reason. I just got told by your uncle this would further the cause. So here I am. What do you need me to do or say to get this over with?
Well, brother, we are dealing with those pesky flat earthers again.
Oh no, not the flat earthers. Don't tell me you set me up and have a flat earther here somewhere, because if you do, I am leaving. I am not about to debate them. You know the motto, right? Imagine they don't exist. Only way to cope in bliss.
Of course, your excellency, great wild stallion of the sun. I would never dare offend you in such a way. Please admonish this servant.
You at least know your place. That is good. Who are these other troglodytes with you? The box-shaped one at the table and the spherical one in the corner.
They are simple but devout followers of my congregation. The freakish-looking box one is my personal disciple. The other one is his pet. I was hoping they would be illuminated by your grace and wisdom.
Makes sense. Now, what is your problem with the flat earthers?
They are just not stopping my liege. They keep trying to tell everyone the truth, and the holy fallacies don't seem to be working as well anymore. They seem to be hip to our tricks, and so just disarm them and make us look weak. Can we not, get some good evidence, like seeing the majestic curves of Mother Earth from an airplane or a weather balloon?
No. You won't see the curve from 2 millimeters of the surface of a beach ball? You just won't. That stuff is flat. The horizon is equidistant, and you only see a tiny portion of the Earth. Even the ISS is too low, and so requires fisheye lenses to curve horizontal lines. So, we feel good about those pictures. Otherwise, there would be so many flat earthers. Can you imagine?
Ah, I see. So it's a test of faith. Only the truly devout can understand that there is no curve there, but still hold the faith. Makes perfect sense. Praise be the Gravitron and Bob and Todd who helped make his mathematical sense.
So we shouldn't use those pictures and claim it's Earth curve?
No! That is handing the flat earthers an easy victory. Just look at the videos where the images come from. They can just point at the curved horizon when the balloon is still on the ground and be like, look, you are an idiot. Or when at maximum altitude, they look at the land mass and size of the sphere and oops, you got planet New Mexico. That is why we tell people to avoid going over any evidence with the flat earthers. They will beat you with experience.
Exactly. Don't ask dumb questions, McClune. So what about our prophets? Can we not just slam them with superior doctrine? The holy sticks and shadows surely cannot be countered. It's divine inspired.
Ah, you underestimate the trickery of their heresy. It does not work either. You need to look at the nuance of it. Our prophet made a few assumptions that we cannot test. And by changing those variables, the flat earthers can get the same results on a flat plane. So it proves nothing. If it did, the Chinese would have proved the flat earth doing that exact thing. So we must reject it. Took me a while to understand this, as I thought maybe if I add more sticks, but that does not actually have any difference.
What? 4 sticks did not work? But I would have thought such a genius idea would have worked. I mean, you said so.
I postulated that it might not work, but change parameters and it does. Pseudoscience is also a fickle bitch. Right, Father?
Ah, yes, like an angry blue-haired woman. You need to know when Mother Earth is PMSing, and so you must ride that bitch like a dolphin on the dunes of the Sahara.
Faith is a large part of our religion. We just keep that on the down low, you know? Everyone does not need to know that. But you should know all this, since you do have a Theosophy doctorate in scientism, Father Balls.
You do remember, you do know me. Stop playing coy and kiss me, you animal.
No, not right now. Focus on what I am saying.
Okay, so maybe it's because it's divine inspired. That is why it requires a certain degree of faith. Makes sense. But our most high God of gods, the gravitron, is scientifically proven though, right?
No, because it's more of a fundamental force that is not a force. So the gravitron is hiding within the thing we call mass. But since we cannot manipulate him and can only imagine that he is warping space and time, which we cannot detect either, but the consequences of that, we believe, is things falling down, you see. So we can measure the rate which things fall at. We know both the prophets Newton and Einstein were fundamentally wrong, since neither idea works with observations or experimentation completely, but working partially is enough to get people going, and it confirms our belief, so their work is sacred.
Oh, okay. There is naturally going to be an element of faith because it is a religion, but there must be something that we can use to clobber the flatties with, like just saying stuff like satellites.
That might sound good on the surface, but how does that prove anything either way? It's not like they can go and confirm the satellite is doing what we claim it's doing, can they?
No, I guess not. But don't they need to explain everything, creating a new cosmology if they want people to leave our cult?
No, that is the real problem with objective truths. They are very hard to fight, so we can only combat it with subjectivity. Do you understand?
Yes, of course. There could be 10 wheel-de-gas bisons in this room right now, I don't know. Therefore, I must accept your authority on the matter. My senses might tell me there is one, but like my senses tell me the earth is flat and non-rotating, I cannot trust anything except the approved authority, right?
That is correct. We stand on the shoulders of giants, as you well know. So it's important for us to try to maintain our facade of intelligence. You cannot be giving the flat earthers easy victories. You need to obfuscate and not address the question, talk about them, not the evidence.
Why try to do that? But they just call it manipulative tactics and mute us.
Shut up, boy.
No, it's all right. You see, your problem is that you are going on their platforms and trying to convince them we are right. That is impossible. We can only misrepresent them throughout our media platforms. Any attempt to fight them with home field advantage is like sticking your hand in the wood chipper. They won't allow us to use fallacies and manipulative tactics. Just like if they were on our platforms, we would interrupt and mute them to prevent them from making a coherent argument. It's all about optics, boys.
Flat earthers also say it's all about optics.
They generally mean it in a different way. They're talking about how optical devices destroyed the foundation to our beliefs and or optics in general. It's why I don't want that conversation. It's just going to end poorly for us. So focus on manipulating the people they talk to rather than them. Focus on the unsuspecting victims who have no reason to doubt your fallacies or manipulative tactics. Does that make sense?
It does. But also not our foundations are fine. Why would you say they destroyed them?
They claim to have all this empirical evidence that would falsify our religion. So to avoid the complete collapse of the religion, The best thing we can do is obfuscate and hide this evidence. This should not be this difficult to understand. Your disciple is stupid, Father Balls.
Oh, I know he's an abject retard. Everyone knows it. But he's better than that other one. Say something. Fatty?
No you. Skinny, non-globular truck face.
What the hell did you say to me, boy? I ought to whoop your ass?
No, wait. This is good. Note how he's not addressing what you are saying and just reversing it back with absurdity. This is what you should be doing.
Oh, well, if the great solar bison of the plain says so, I cannot disagree. I suppose Fight the Tight Shirt is now my primary disciple. McClune, you go sit in the corner.
No.
Yes, right now.
But this is my show, damn it.
I don't care. You belong to me. Now sit down and shut up. My beloved disciple, Fight the Tight Shirt, come join us.
I have to go. I have places to be. I am a busy man. You must understand that.
No, please don't go. I need your glory to fill my empty vessel.
But I must. But thank you for this. We can do this again. You have my number now, Father Balls. Don't misuse it. Have a good one.
Woe is me. He left. Look what you have done, McClune. Why can you not be more like McFaddy over here? He's quick-witted and hyper-intelligent. You can see it by how much the globular gods have blessed his earthly form.
Thank you, Father.
Can I sit at the table now? We need to end the show.
Sure, whatever. I got better things to do. Come, Craig. I need to show you the mysterious dance of the balls.
Okay.
Well, this has been MC Loon and a whole host of other fuckers. This might be the last show I make if they keep treating me like this. Pay me pity bucks. I need them now more than ever. Goodbye.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I really think your next episode ought to be about Jaren's induction to their cult.
That is the plan. Although, like, I also have the voice of Mark Dice, which I'm gonna use as like the person who doesn't know and is kind of asking them like a street interview questions or something. So I'll figure something out. I got some shows planned. So
Yeah, very
It's so
cool. Very
good.
cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'd much rather listen to this over and over than argue pointlessly with the GT.
So is Father Balls based on somebody, or is it just a completely made-up fictional character?
well, it's based on the voice of the priest that got viral for like screaming that the gays would have flaming buttholes.
Okay, right, okay.
He just felt like the right kind of guy for like the main priests of the ballers. He had so much passion for that, so like it fit.
Yeah, and he sounds a little like Al Sharpton as well.
He is a pastor and everything, so like he does sound like a pastor a little bit and speak like that, and used him like talking in this way, so it worked out pretty well. It fits his character.
Yeah, that video, you sent me the video of him last year, the priest that about the flaming buttholes.
Yeah, that's a hilarious video. I saw that and laughed at it and saved it, and I don't think I have it anymore.
See a couple of unfamiliar names. Oh, hang on. Okay, so we might know John Luna. All right. Let's see, Captain Ginyu. Welcome. Feel free to open your mic up. Say hello. We have the Wanderer. Also welcome. You guys have any questions, comments? I'll take that as no. Carry on.
Where do you have these posted? Like, is there a YouTube channel, or you just like got them?
Yeah, you can find all this stuff on my my YouTube.
Welcome back, Dry Toast.
Trace, do you know if McToon got to see those?
No idea. I expect if he would have probably freaked out, made a video about it.
Maybe what we need to do is get somebody to make a sock puppet email address or something and pretend to be a Globie and talk about how great it was that he was in those shows.
Nah, my goal is not. I'm not trying to misrepresent him. That's why he's called McLoon, and he has his own backstory. He has his own character. Just like Fight the Tight Shirt is not Greg or whatever, Craig or whatever. Like, I change their names slightly, and I make up their own backstories, just so that like they have the similarities to their voices, so they invoke the memory of them, but they're not those characters. They're totally different characters.
It's quite brilliant, actually.
Oh, of course they're not
what
the
you did
same.
there. I could definitely see some hurt feelings once they do catch wind. They're too good to not make their way around.
Because the globalists they take themselves too seriously. Like, they think somehow this would be an insult to their sensibilities. And yeah, it's obvious these are characters inspired by, but not actual people.
Yeah, like I try to make that clear. Trying to state like they're AI characters and even have like existential crisis and stuff. Like these are not them, obviously, but like they have things that just make them similar. I'm not violating any copyright laws, and I'm not like I'm not saying anything about them directly. I'm just
Yeah, it's not
making up my own
defamatory.
character. Yeah, I'm just making up my own characters using their them as a reference, if you will. Like fight the tight shirt talks in a very specific way with all the ums and the ahs and all that. He's so indecisive in what he wants to say, and that's the kind of character this should be. It should be just like that type of character. So he represents that really well.
It certainly is a great job you've done.
It all started just as a joke. I should have it somewhere saved. I was trying out this voice cloning and all these different things, and I was watching a video from McLuhan. I forget what it was about, and I was like, "Hey, I'll make McLuhan give our arguments." So I made him argue the Black Swan and Canigou, and that was where it started. And that's like I thought I was like, hey, I can maybe make this a little bit funnier, make it into a joke.
Like I said, once it makes its way around, it's going to hurt some feelings.
Well, that's their problem. It's not meant to hurt their feelings. But if that's how they choose to feel, I can't do anything about that.
And it's pretty mild for the things that they have said themselves, especially McToons and some of the stuff he said, and the way he's denigrated those who don't bow down and submit to the consensus.
What's great is their arguments never get to the crux of it all, which is there's no curvature.
Yep, got to deny, deflect, and redirect. Hey, you should play the interview with Don Pettit. Or talking about, being at the space station and such.
Yeah, I don't think I ever made that into like a whole file or like cut it together because we just did that live. I just made a bunch of tiny little clips that I played and then we responded to.
Right, yeah. I'll say, if you still have them, maybe you should play them if you want to.
If you are not having fun, you are doing it wrong. It's very quiet in here. I'm attracted to intelligence, so this is turning me off Globers. Come on, boys, you ain't better than me.
I was gonna argue with the Glober girl against Globers for fun.
Yeah, Baphomet. Yeah, go ahead. That sounds fun. I bet it'd be fun to argue against Baphomet.
Yeah, I only have like a bunch of small clips. When I was thinking about doing that, I would have to re-up my subscription to 11 Labs to finish that project.
Oh. I was gonna say, just play what you got. It's funny enough as it is.
Yeah, I'm looking through my files right now.
Imagine if you had a good budget and a team to work with you. You could probably crank out some cool stuff.
It's
Yeah,
good
I gotta
because.
Sorry.
Oh no, you're the star of the show. Go ahead. I was just gonna add my 2 cents to it.
Please do. I'm looking for files. I was just gonna update you guys.
It's good because these guys are so insufferable. They deserve it. You know, generally I would be like, yeah, it's kind of weird, you know, like just kind of leave people alone if you don't like them, like or whatever. But they're so awful. Like they're so insufferable. And part of the excuse was they were just on Discord. It's like an online thing. It's a YouTube thing. They're not really like that. They're not really this awful. But you've seen, like, with the Final Experiment. McToon is even worse in person. Like that Fight the Flat Earth, his neighbor, like, like in the Bible it says, treat your neighbor like you want to be treated. You could tell that guy's an atheist. Like, just to debunk the Bible, he's gonna, treat his neighbor just awful.
I mean, I think he's on a payroll of somebody, if just personally speaking. Just a lot of these personalities don't even seem genuine.
Yeah, they really don't know how to hold character very well.
I mean, they've been presented with a lack of curvature and they know the calculations. It's not like they don't know.
Okay, that took a while. I made a bunch of clips of MC Loon when I was making him in the beginning, and here's I have so many. Here's basically his backstory.
They call me MC Loon because the loon is my favorite bird, and I could rap about that all day. Loons are a group of aquatic birds found in much of North America and northern Eurasia. All living species of loons are members of the genus Gavia. Loons, which are the size of large ducks or small geese, resemble these birds in shape when swimming, like ducks and geese, but unlike coots, which are Rallidae, and grebes, Podicipedidae. The loon's toes are connected by webbing. The loons may be confused with the cormorants, Phyllacrocoracidae, but can be distinguished from them by their distinct call. Cormorants are not too distant relatives of loons, and like them are heavy-set birds whose bellies, unlike those of ducks and geese, are submerged when swimming.
You know what's kind of funny about that? He's from Minnesota. I think the bird from Minnesota is the loon.
That's a funny coincidence.
Yeah, so you could add in there, like, and being a member from Minnesota, I identify with my state bird. Some think it's a mosquito, but it's actually the loon.
Well, I'm not gonna do that because that technically could be considered doxing.
Oh, yeah, I hear ya.
Yeah, but like I didn't know that, so that's just a funny coincidence.
Because it's kind of, there's a right-wing talk show host, and he talks about liberal loonies. You know, because Minnesota is like a real liberal state, a real blue state.
I want to debate you guys. Are you ready for my evidence?
Rays will ever be. I mean, it's not really hard to prepare against you because you're just going to rage quit anyway.
I don't know. You guys are just being silly. My teacher told me the Earth is a ball. Therefore, the Earth is a ball.
Globular reasoning, I like it.
I know the son of an astronaut. His father has been to outer space. So I know outer space is real, therefore the Earth is a globe and cannot be locally or generally flat. When it looks like that to us, it's simply an optical illusion. Because my big blue ball is so big, in fact, that it always displays this optical illusion of flatness, unless you go to outer space.
Fascinating.
But you
That's
can
an
clearly
interesting
see
point.
boats going over the water hills. So you flat earthers need to prove they are not going over water hills. Am I winning this debate?
No, you'll win it once you rage quit.
What is refraction? It's obviously the bendy light that hides the bends of the globe. Obviously, duh. If you climb the tree, you see further. Seeing further is seeing around the globe. Therefore, the Earth is proven to be a globe by climbing a tree. Reality is a giant expanding ball, filled with massive smaller balls, made up of tiny little balls. If it does not have balls, I cannot accept it. Nope, no way, not me. I love balls.
Yeah, so I made him like so I could argue with flat earthers as a practice bot, and then I was gonna make a bunch of fallacious arguments, and then they could like identify the fallacious arguments and destroy them. Then I also have a fallacy game I was working on.
So, what are we talking about, guys? Do you want to try to detect fallacies in my speech patterns, or are you too scared to try?
And then I had a different one that I was working on. It's basically called "So You Want to Be a Flat Earther," and it has all sorts of things in here. Let me move all this into the thing so I can hear it. 32 files. we got all these weird music things. To go with the show, and
From the category of logic. When an argument is
These
made
are the
according to
questions.
what might be pleasing to imagine, rather than according to evidence or reason, which fallacy is that? A. Sisyphean fallacy. B. Wishful thinking fallacy. C. Kettle logic. D. All of the above.
only problem is I don't remember all the answers. I need to find that text document that's supposed to be with this. I guess I could play it with you guys and then figure it out.
It would be nice if they taught logic and reason in school.
They do, and I have a degree. Thank you. If you went to school, you would know.
I have a piece of paper that says I'm smart.
I mean, the Chinese did it, the Egyptians did it, the Romans did it. What's your point?
I don't give a shit. Give us one logically sound argument for the Earth being a globe, please.
Diamonds.
That is not a logical argument.
Oh, really? How are diamonds made on a flat Earth? Please explain.
That is not a logically sound argument.
How are diamonds made on a flat Earth? Please explain.
That's irrelevant.
Oh, right.
You done?
I win every time.
You failed.
Under
I win every time.
ground.
I win in life.
You failed spectacularly. You couldn't provide a single You couldn't provide a single sound argument.
Listen, bro. If you were a part of the system, maybe you would be as smart as me. I don't know what to tell you. Like, we're building an Iron Dome in America. Do you understand? Like, you act like space isn't real? Get the fuck out of here.
Well, good luck with your cult.
You think
Good luck with my cult.
Israeli?
Right.
You think we got some Israeli shit in the air like that?
Why don't you watch the news like a normal person? Read the newspaper.
Dude, wait a minute. How
Find accredited sources.
in his frickin' paraglider? How'd they get through in a fucking paraglider if they got an Iron Dome?
Dude.
Tell me that.
An Iron Dome. The America's Iron Dome isn't to stop people.
Oh.
It's meant to stop nuclear bombs.
Waste.
Yeah. They're going to shoot them down in space.
Holy shit, you're a Star Wars believing retard? Dude,
I understand, bro. I understand. Like, even though you see the moon every fucking night, like, the moon's not real. Jesus.
You said the moon wasn't real.
You
know what a straw man
Where
is?
the fuck is the moon then, genius? Fucking South Africa? Where's the fucking moon? Where is it? The North fucking Pole? My God.
Vacuum of space. It's not in the vacuum of space, you idiot.
Just because we say we don't know
Right.
what
Can you prove that?
just because we say we don't know what it is doesn't mean we think it's not real.
We know what the fucking moon is. Just like we know what Mars is and Saturn and Neptune and Jupiter and Venus and Mercury.
You think you do.
Oh my God.
Like, go buy a fucking telescope off Amazon, dude. Hello?
Oh,
You act like this is government secrets.
And I don't see what they tell me it is.
Well, you could literally take a picture of the moon every fucking day for 365 days, and it will never rotate.
So he doesn't know about new
It'll
moon.
never rotate.
So he doesn't know anything. He doesn't know about new moons.
The moon is orbitally locked.
He's just a
to the planet.
dumbass. He doesn't know about new moons when you can't see the moon at all. So
New
he's just dumb.
moons, right? Well, maybe buy a fucking plane and fly above the clouds, retard. I don't know. Find a way.
For 3 days. Where does
Find a way. Travel to the other side of the planet to get a better picture of the moon.
Where does it
So
go?
this guy
It goes
goes dumb.
bye-bye, but it's a floating rock in
You
the
act like
sky?
you can't afford to travel? Should have got a degree. I don't know what to tell you.
Shit, I fly like 6 times a year. What the fuck are you talking about?
Travel all the
So
time.
so far we
All the
haven't
time.
gotten we got no logical arguments, just bullying from a
How
retard.
do earthquakes happen
So
on a
do I
flat
need to
Earth?
just mute you, or are you gonna have a civil conversation?
How do earthquakes happen on a
Yeah,
flat
just
Earth?
mute him. He didn't hear a word you said, and he's talking over you.
Washing machines. How do Whirlpool washing machines work on a flat Earth? Holy shit, dude. Are you fucking just
How do washing machines work? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, he's basically using his logic. Like, he's asking, how do washing machines work on a globe if the Earth is a globe? He's retarded. Like, that has nothing to do with anything. Like, bring a logical, sound argument for the Earth being a globe. We'll listen to it. Bring evidence of the Earth being a globe. We'll look at it. But don't talk shit.
So, Drace, you said you're going to look at the evidence. Do you agree that the ISS exists?
Do I agree that the ISS, there's a light in the
Yeah.
sky that people call the ISS?
No. I'm not saying what people call it. Do you think that
That's what we can observe, and like
Oh, so it
you're
does
asking
exist.
you're asking if I hold your same belief that the ISS is what you believe?
Sure.
Yeah, no, I don't hold that belief.
So what is it then? You said it's a light in the sky. What is it?
I don't know. I'm not making claims about that.
You're not participating in the conversation? Is that what's going on?
No, I'm not making claims about that. So why would I be making claims about something I don't know about? That's retarded. Why are you asking me to make claims about something I don't know about? That's actually retarded of you.
To this situation, I want to hear someone who thinks it doesn't exist. You're saying it.
What's your opinion of baking?
No, you're in the middle. You're a centrist.
And look at if Dante.
You're assuming. You haven't asked me shit.
You said with your own words you're agnostic on this situation.
I said I don't know what that is that you're
Synonym
claiming, so I don't make any claims about that, and I don't speak about that. So why would I talk
the
about it?
situation? So let someone who has an opinion on this speak.
Well, you're claiming it's real, so you have a positive claim that there is.
I'm not going to talk
No,
to you.
you have a positive. Shut up, idiot.
You're
I will mute you if you stop interrupting me and trying to talk over me. I will just mute you.
Stop talking over him.
Okay, so you hold the belief that there is something flying in the sky that we see as a light, and there's people inside that. Fine. Provide evidence that there's people inside it that can be verified. Oh, no, you can't. You can just show us images that we must also believe. So you hold the belief. I don't. You hold the positive claim. I don't. So you have the burden of proof. I don't need to prove anything about the light in the sky that you claim is X or Y.
Show you actors bounce around on wires in your little fairy tale freaking ISS set. Watch that day. It's freaking Comedy Central. Flat Earthers.
If somebody else wants to talk to these idiots, please go ahead.
Boom. Ruby.
Grandpa's a waste of time.
What happened with Timmy?
Another waste of
Grandpa Fiddlebone is still in here if you guys want to talk to him, though.
Heck no.
Yeah, I think like he needs to kind of learn that it like if you go outside, like if you're in another channel, he'll join the channel and just start saying you're like tell everyone in the channel, like Crit's a flat earther, just like insufferable, just like endless triggering. And they're like people are like, dude, shut up, shut up.
What that's gonna do? What's he think that's gonna do?
Well, like in his worldview, this topic is like so ridiculous or so bizarre that it should cause a groundswell of mass hysteria if there's a flat earther in the channel.
Blows my mind. You think that you can't have pressure or just silly shit like how earthquakes, diamonds, hurricanes.
Yeah, just buzz satellites, volcano, just words. Or just say just individual words, and that's it. That's their globe.
How do earthquakes work on a flat Earth?
Yeah, it's always just one word.
Willy Wonka make his chocolate on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's why I was hoping Timmy was still here. I had to go let the dogs back in. Because he was like, we're going to build some sort of iron golden dome to protect from nuclear missiles. And I'm like, so why do you think you have to do that on the globe? Did they tell us it was a giant leap forward? Like peaceful exploration of space for the betterment of humanity? So you've got Russia, America, Iran, North Korea, India, Pakistan, all these countries, America, all these countries supposedly boasting advanced space age cultures while at the same time threatening to destroy all life in the known universe if they don't get their way. Explain it. Make it make sense. Let me hear the explanation for that. That their only defense strategy is mutually assured destruction.
Dude, are they really doing some Iron Dome horse shit over America? Holy crap, man. That's going to be some exorbitant fee that's all made up horse shit. Oh my gosh. Hey, man, we're testing
Yeah, it's going to be fake. It's going to be a fake
Dude, it'll be
setup.
like, look at this. Yeah, it'll be like, oh, here's a so-called missile coming in, and here's it getting intercepted in the sky.
This is
Holy shit.
What you're watching here is the plot for Captain America Winter Soldier. These weapons that they're putting
right. It's the next grift. It's the next freaking grift. Government grift.
Yeah, that's why they did Space Force. Space Force was all about getting those funds. Their first attempt. The first attempt was
Star Wars. Star Wars. Yeah, the first one was letting out little you sent up this freaking whatever. No, I remember it was satellites that let out 500,000 little balls that the thermonuclear freaking missiles are gonna hit in space before they came back down. Yeah, dude, can you imagine a freaking missile wobbling around in a vacuum, like somehow gaining fucking control and coming down in an accurate way? Like, it's so fucking stupid. Holy shit. Dude, I love freaking laughing about this kind of shit. It's sad. They're going to put billions towards it. I can just see it now.
The first thing they tried was to get the funding out of government and into defense contractors. That's why you had all these NASA funding was slowly shifted to things like SpaceX, Blue Origin, Virgin Galactic, Boeing. Because that way, once the money left the government, they could just throw their hands up in the air and be like, I don't know. We can't have access to these corporations. That money was based on bidded contracts. And then when they realize that these they can't deliver, they're running out of time. They had like 10 years of like virtually unlimited funding from NASA. They said, Space Force, we'll just roll it in to the military, and now it's enumerated. It's a enumerated power of the federal government to just spend on these defense contractors for space. Nuclear weapons. Be scared. Be happy. Aren't you grateful that Space Force is going to protect you from nuclear missiles? Are you against the veterans? Are you against the military? Are you with the enemy? What type of loser would not want you to protect the homeland?
It's the types that don't want to believe that the government's been lying to them their entire life.
Yeah, they can't believe it. That's really just beyond belief. It's like, well, the government does all kinds of good things for me, like the roads and the bridges. If I get in trouble, I can call the police and they'll come take care of me. My house catches on fire, there's a fire department. If I get sick, there's like the ambulance that take me to a hospital. So they can't fathom that the same government will be working against their interests. It's beyond belief. No, it's not possible. No, what are you talking about?
Why do you think the first thing he said was read a newspaper, watch the news?
Consult the Holy Oracle, or the text, the scriptures.
Oh, trust those with the loudest voices to tell me what reality is.
Yeah, we're the gullible, naive ones who are confused about our experience of reality. We should put our faith in those that understand more, right?
Yeah, bro, let me give you the most logically sound argument for the Earth being a globe. You ready for it? Diamonds.
Diamonds are a globe's best friend, right?
like you honestly have to be a little bit retarded to think that's a logically sound argument.
I mean, they've been indoctrinated to believe that they come from stardust.
But gravity forms diamonds. I'm sure of it. They can't even explain the existence of gold.
and they'll walk you back over 10 billion years, like, and speak with such authority about all of the different happenings at the different times, and people just gobble it up. And he also said he studied logic and then just started, spewing fallacy after fallacy. So it was hilarious.
Chat, who we talking about?
This guy was in here. I think his name was Deep State or something, talking some junk about diamonds proved the heliocentric globular model.
It was Timmy.
You just said the one word? Was there any argument, or you just said fine?
It was Sweatpants Timmy.
He just spoke over everyone.
They sparked out, huh? Classic. It'd be pretty cool if there was a way for Discord to track how many times someone has joined the call or whatever. Like, how many times had this person got smoked by the flat earthers? That'd be pretty sweet. Because they all changed their names. Like Brit. That idiot. They, like, change their names every 3 days. So people don't know who they are. I called that goofball out on that last night. I was like, dude, you have like 30 sock accounts. No, it's just one account that I change every day. Different profile pictures, different names. What's up with that? Like, what do you have?
Who
something to
has
hide?
time for that?
Bro.
I think they're on a payroll.
Well, perhaps, but just like off rip, it's bad marketing. Do you not want people to know who you are? Is that not a little suspicious? He thought he actually had a point. No, it's not a bunch of different sock accounts. Okay, then why do you change your profile picture every day? Why do you change your freaking name every day? It's weird.
It wouldn't surprise me if the government wasn't wasting money on this.
Do you think it's so that they can learn more about flat Earth or running interference or?
Just wasting resources.
Yeah, probably. Either way, someone's getting red pilled on the other end. You know, which I find funny. If Cap and Ginyu give that name a solid 7.5 out of 10. What do you guys think, chat? I think Jason appreciate that one. Any Dragon Ball Z fans out there would appreciate it.
Yes, sir. That's one of my favorite characters on Tenkaichi.
Oh, Ginyu? Nice.
Yeah, you let them beat you up and then you swap bodies with them.
It sounds like a Glober move right there.
Pretty much. That's what they're doing
Yeah.
with space. Now all of a sudden the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere and they found oceans in space. They're just taking our stuff and throwing it in theirs.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but like the behavior of the Globetards are doing the same thing. They get beat up, and then they try to be like us afterwards. They came in level 1, spurging out. It's a globe. It's a globe. Then, like Miggy hit him with a, "How do you know that?" They couldn't answer. They took some time off. Then they come back, and now they want to be like us. How do you know? How do you know? Well, where'd you get that from? Well, Sebin taking notes on the flat earthers. Well done. Just imagine like wanting to be like your ops. You gotta think about that. I mean, I don't think the Glowers realize how strange their behavior is. Do any of you guys like hate watch things?
Nope. Never.
Nope,
That's
never.
what makes it so tough.
Yeah. Well, it's not completely exclusive to this conversation. Like, I'll be watching Fresh and Fit and they'll have the same problem where like haters will watch every episode. Like what's going on with that? There's another channel. It's two former football players in the NFL, and like someone super chatted in or something, a bunch of hate, and they were like, "What the fuck? Like, wait, people like watch us and they hate us?" They're kind of older too, so they were like, "What the fuck is that all about?" So this idea that there's like hate
And
watchers is
paying to
weird.
insult on top of that. Paying to insult someone on top of that is pretty funny.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I have that clip, but I'll take a quick look and see if it's in here. Is there a server called Intellectualist? Hmm. Oh, here it is. Is that a Glober server? What is this?
Testing.
Yep.
And we're the 24/7 Globe Earth servers.
Exactly. And even if there was that server, I don't know if I'd be in there. To be honest, what would I be doing in there?
You don't want brain damage?
You'd definitely not be doing any surface measurements.
We always looking up to
Hell
the
no.
sky.
Mm. I don't think the answers are up there anyway. But it's crazy how common it is for a Glober to start with that as their leading point. Shit up in the sky.
Well, the indoctrination tells them that not only is it stuff that they're viewing in the sky, it's also the evidence of the passage of billions and billions of years.
Yeah. Just lore. Just trash.
I mean, these same folks think that everything's been figured out and is well quantified and accounted for by people who know better than that. So all they have to do is ask the Google.
Yikes. What I find interesting is they ask the Google afterwards. They speak first, then Google later. It's so backwards. It's we're completely the opposite. We Google first or research first and then speak on that. The things that we know to be true or research to be true.
They fail physics first, then they open their mouths.
I think one of the reasons why we hit the wall with these narcissists so often is because they really, of course, believe in the globe, but at the same time they just they think they win the arguments if the other side doesn't know something, or yeah, even if they don't know anything or can't answer anything, it's just so dumb. But at the same time, I kind of understand where they're coming from, because from their ego and their narcissistic viewpoint, they can't accept something that appears lesser, because they have all these explanations and beliefs in their brain. So I'm not going to throw away all of my high horse where I can tell people, well, there's diamonds raining on Jupiter or some dumb shit. And because it makes them feel smart, it makes them feel intelligent when they tell people stuff, and all other people go like, oh, that's really? I didn't know that. So that's where they find their value, and like that's how they boost up their ego. And so we are threatening to them just because we don't believe their shit.
It really all relies on their trust in the authority. So it's really all it is, their trust in the education system and authority. And that whole storyline, like I said, that everything's already been figured out, everything's been sorted out. Trust the science, trust the history.
The difference is just so great when you compare and contrast the average Glober that comes in here, because they come in here with an agenda, with like, I'm gonna dunk on this flat earther and try to win this thing by either making him mad or finding something he doesn't know. Therefore, I win, even though that the thing he doesn't know actually has no relation to the argument.
Well, it's kind of difficult to be in their position, because it is based off of trusting the fact that trusting that everyone is telling the truth, because they have no personal knowledge of any of the things that they believe in.
Yeah, but my point is, like, we see it disproportionately more here on the Discord, or where we're like, we have this target on our back kind of for these people. Whereas if I go talk to normal people in day-to-day life, or extended family, or any people, those people are far more receptive, far more easygoing. They're not like all these crazies that we get here. It's so rare that you hit a really crazy Glober in real life. But they're out there. I'm not saying they're not out there. Like, it's just statistically, it's like it's so much more skewed towards the crazies here versus out there.
I've met a lot. I mean, I've been talking to people about flat Earth for a long time, personally. Not so much online, just like person to person. And yeah, it's been tough. I mean, you could bring up, like, if they're truly not getting it, just based on the surface measurements, it's really tough to get through to them when they're just looking up, and just like looking at math. You know, they're just looking at equations, but they're not looking at what you can perceive here in real life.
Yeah, I find like you don't want to push too hard with some things, and some people just need a moment to process the things and then ask a couple of questions, and you can answer those questions and just go along like normal, like without pressuring too much the flat earth stuff. That goes over very well generally, because they'll come back with some questions and you'll be like, solve that question, and then just keep on going, and it'll keep like in the back of their mind, like percolating.
I think they just forget about it and move on to more pressing things to worry about. But the key really is they're always worrying about something. That's the beauty of the news.
That's what it's there for.
Oh, by the way, that Water Hills was hilarious. That's saying Water Hills was great. Drace AI, that was funny stuff.
No, you. You don't know what I know, therefore I am right, and you are wrong. What is going on, fellow flat earthers?
Yeah, I don't know if I played all of these. I got so many of these.
Now I need to think about this one. Okay, I got it. Obviously it's super refraction. Cannot be anything else, therefore globe. Well, I have more beliefs. I mean proofs, like sticks and shadows, baby. Checkmate. Word salad. What you are saying is an incoherent jumble of words, and my giga intellect cannot detect any meaning within what you are saying. Which cannot mean that I don't understand. It can only mean word salad. I know because I am an expert on word salad. This, for instance, is a narcissistic word salad, which is better because I use it.
But it's a bit incoherent when it's just text like that. I can make him argue for us. The Black Swan.
Hello, I am MC Loon. I am known for struggling with flat Earth. And oh boy, have I struggled. At first I thought the horizon was geometric. The leading edge of a sphere, a water hill if you will, that the distance to the horizon would always match the globe. Then the flat earthers showed me this picture. They call it the Black Swan. Do you see where the horizon is, way behind the furthest oil rig? That is impossible in my worldview. The horizon is at least 10 times further than it should be. That is by orders of magnitude, not something standard refraction can help with. The sphere would become so large as a consequence that all the known world would just be a tiny flat spot on it. So I knew I had hard work ahead trying to find some way to maintain my belief with sophistry. But then they showed me this. Just take a look at this picture taken from France. A world record long-distance photograph in infrared with a picture taken in visible light only 4 minutes earlier. Infrared refracts less than visible light, so if the globe were true, we would always see the horizon closer in that part of the electromagnetic spectrum, and therefore see less in infrared on a globe, where refraction is allowing us to see so much further than the geometric horizon. This picture shows us a mountain that is 255 miles away. The horizon should only be at 117 miles away. The top of this mountain should be hidden by 6,985 feet, or more than a mile under the horizon. Yet we see the most of the top of the mountain. This completely debunks my globe ideas. I was a massive fool for my blind faith in this religion. I see now that my fallacious appeals won't make the earth turn into a sphere.
Oh, I'm a flat tard and I'm retarded. But
You're a moron, Samuel. Moron.
I'm a flat tard and I'm retarded.
Just
Earth
with the
is
troll.
flat.
Trust me.
Earth is flat.
What a
Hello.
moron.
I'm a flat tard and I'm retarded.
What a crybaby. Fucking moron.
Hey, Drace, do you think you could put him as part of an AI character?
I maybe could. I don't know if I have enough, but I could definitely just record his retarded sounds. Like, he is so retarded. Globers, think about this for a second. That is your side. Those are the arguments of your side. Think about how intellectually capable your side is if these are the best arguments they got.
I mean, maybe we could make a call-in show where that's what the caller sounded like.
You might as well have just said Brondo.
Yeah, it has electrolytes. I've never seen no plants grow from a toilet.
Yeah, flat shaming. He's got a flat shaming tactic. Oh, I'll try and embarrass people into believing in the globe. What?
They want you, it shows a contradiction. They want you to believe in something that isn't even worthy of belief. They're offering a globe model that is even more ugly, sad, and small than a flat earth. What should have been this brand new step forward for humanity, a giant leap forward, a coming together of all nations and all people. The overview effect. They said, nah, no overview effect. Their globe is just hot garbage where you grind out an ever limiting pool of resources until eventually somebody doesn't get their way and pushes a big red button. Just believe it because reasons. Satellites, volcanoes, earthquakes.
Diamonds, apparently.
Yeah, diamonds. You'll be shamed if you don't.
There's so many declassified documents that would blow people's minds too, on top of like just the myriad of things you could research and delve into. There's just way too much data to pour through. You got to be super selective these days. Like if a Glober made this same type of forum, it would get 3 million views, and it would just be mute, mute, mute any good points, and just they'd edit it. They'd edit the live stream to probably be like a 2 minute delay.
Yeah, but strangely enough, right? Though, like it's true for like YouTube and maybe some other platform. But like when they come into like a server like this and they try and make a Globe Earth channel, it fails. Nobody wants to go there.
Even when they make their own Discord servers, they all burn. They crash and burn.
It'll most likely be agent, agent ran, agent, agents conversing. I mean, just look at what happened with that final experiment and with Jaren. The whole thing stinks.
What's this ruckus?
You're disturbing my peace, sir, with your ruckus. Also, I want to just throw out a conspiracy theory. John Luna 8383 is AI in human form. Calling it right now, chat. I'm calling it right fucking now. Watch, they won't even speak at the same time. They won't even speak.
It is a remarkable similarity. I thought it was a recording.
Yeah, you thought it was you, huh? Because it is you, AI. That is you. This is your robot form, and he's like the skin suit without the robot from the past before you came a robot. It's the same voice. I'm convinced. I know for a fact. I've analyzed the voice with AI and Drace. When I went over the voice, it's 100% him.
That's an awesome conspiracy theory.
What I'm currently doing, sorry, I'm not super invested in the call right now. I'm just going through. I always screen record stuff. I'm sure you guys watch videos, podcasts, whatever. You're on the internet, so things hit your feed. And if it stands out in some way, I'll screen record it, screenshot it, etc. So I've got a huge backlog of content. I'm just going through it right now and seeing what I can pull out, potentially put on Discord or whatever. So that's what I'm working on in the background right now. But I see George is in the chat again. Is the same policy? Do we have that chat? If you're in VC policy over here?
Yes, most of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be nice. I would just like to see him join. It's probably a sock account. Every time I come in here begging Jordan to come talk to us. Yeah. Get out of the chat. Well, like, for example, I don't even know. This is very random. But this was back when, I guess, Trump was being inaugurated. They had some painting or like some artwork that some lady did, and it's literally just the horizon. So they're making this announcement. The clips, I haven't like completely cropped it out yet, but I can play it just so you can kind of give an example. Listen to this lady at Trump's inauguration talking about the horizon. Pretty interesting. Figured I'd save it for you ninjas. The clip here.
You'll also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky. The horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark the enduring democracy.
Yeah, so that's where she starts. Some other girl starts yapping, but she's talking about the enduring horizon marks and identifies our enduring blah 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 blah. But I guess I can post the clip so you can see a visual. But I just thought that was interesting, right? Stuff like that will hit your feed. It'll pop up randomly in a video, something to do with flat Earth, right? And obviously, this isn't like a direct flat Earth reference, but pretty interesting though, nonetheless. Huge painting, giant. Let me post this in the chat.
The horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President.
Whoa, wait, whoa, hold on. What'd she say?
Because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also.
Interesting. I heard Florida's kind of flat.
Guys.
We live.
What the fuck? Oh shit, guys, you better get your heels together.
Oh, man, now it's a triple ganger.
Facts. I'm gonna post this video right now. I got content coming for y'all ninjas. You thought it was a dead panel? Better look the hell out.
Well, today's Harvard graduation day in Cambridge. So obviously, I've seen a bunch of them dressed in their dresses. I mean, graduation gowns, whatever you call them. And obviously, they all know the Earth is a globe because they're educated.
Clear.
So back in the 90s, a local TV station went to Harvard graduation and interviewed every graduate and asked them one question: what causes the seasons? Only one person got the globe model cause right. One person. And it was a journalist. And it was a person that graduated with a degree in journalism. Even the people with science degrees didn't get it, quote unquote, correct. What were some of the wrong answers? I think most of them were the sun is closer to the earth. It's actually, I can actually post the video. I can post the story because it's on YouTube. The reason I think of it because there was a guy last night, a little selfish guy that I was talking to, and he was like, and I was telling him like, you're relying on other people to tell you the Earth's a globe, and you don't know how they know. You've gone beyond one step beyond trusting somebody. You don't even know how they know. You don't even know. You can't even evaluate what you're even trusting. And I said, I've talked to tons of people, and they always point to somebody else. Hey, that person knows the globe, and then we go to them, and they don't know. And it's an endless, like Larry said, pass the buck vest. Because this person seems to think that if you're educated, you have the evidence that the Earth's a globe. But we all know that. I'm like preaching to the choir. So I posted a video in the chat. Snow Globe Earthers in here, man. Come on, man, cook us. Maybe you're the one. You can be the globe messiah, man. You can come in here and show these flat earthers how you know the Earth's a globe.
They got one on PNR.
Why something's going on over there?
Well, they got that fancy bot. I'm sure you guys have talked to him before.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he basically just talks about the final experiment over and over again. Posts Dave McKeegan videos.
Does he actually respond to questioning, or does he just like chant?
Yeah, just can't. You guys should leave your echo chamber and go talk to Dave McKeegan.
Nothing stopping Dave McKeegan leaving his echo chamber and coming to us.
Oh, they can't do that. I mean, yeah, they don't have mute perms here.
Has he ever debated anybody?
Not that I know of.
Bro, dude, I have so much content. It's not even funny. I don't even know what y'all ninjas is talking about. I got W content in the background. Does anybody know who? Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'll say he's done like dueling videos, YouTube videos with flat earthers, where he makes a video, then they make a response video, then they go back and forth. I think that's it.
Yeah, I've seen that. But then, I don't get into that for a really simple reason. Then the videos end up being like, say he does a 30-minute video. Your video is going to be an hour to refute him. And then his video is going to have to be 2 hours to refute you. And then it go back and forth, right? And nobody's going to watch that shit. They're just going to watch the first thing out, and that's it. And plus, they'll straw man, right? They can hide a lot in the video because there isn't an instantaneous response. You can't, like, call them out, right? They straw man your position, use some logical fallacy, some tactic, straight up lie, right? You can't call them out on the spot. So it's like, man. It's funny that, like, the actual most popular guys don't debate anybody. That'd be like Dave McKeegan and Simon Dan. And you could say Professor Dave. I wouldn't call what he did with like Whitsitt or Flat Earth Dave. I don't consider those debates, man. That was pathetic.
The one where he went on the quartering, he's like, "Hey guys, I got a real treat for you. We got a professor who's gonna mock a flat earther. You're gonna have a great time with this episode." And by the end of it, the quartering's like, "This Professor Dave's a fucking retard. Holy shit, the flat earther is like roasted this dude."
Dave does not know anything of substance about the subject matter he talks about, right? He can parrot Wikipedia and that little more, that's it. He can't do much more than that. And he knows if you're not parroting Wikipedia. And has a whole, Batman utility belt of insults on why you're an immoral and bad person for not parroting Wikipedia like he does.
Again, overly promoted, just increased views, just pushed to anybody who's searching for um, for flat Earth proofs is gonna get fed that freaking video. I mean, even though Dave did a great job, it was it was just not. It was not fun to hear somebody just spit so much negativity at someone trying to have a legitimate discussion. It truly is amazing how many flat earthers are on deck ready to talk. And these cats act like the debate has been won.
Kevin, it's over. There is no debate. Did you run away or are you still here?
You talking shit?
I guess. Yeah, someone came in to make some unsolicited social commentary and then ran away. Basically, like they do, like the real dirtbags on Twitter do. They'll say some shit to you, then block you immediately.
That way they get the first and last word.
Super fucking random. But if you guys know who The Weeknd is, he's like a singer. He has a song with Playboy Cardi where he talks about filling up the dome. He's talking about like the dome in the sky. Fucking here it is right here, chat. It's only a couple seconds. We shouldn't get copyrighted or anything. Fill up the dome.
Dude. You're definitely not getting copyrighted for that garbage.
I mean, you can play it like under 5 seconds. Wait, you didn't hear that?
No, dude, it sounds horrible.
This is trash. The song's actually, hey man, the songs ain't bad. But he says, I fill up the sky, I fill up the dome. And he points at the sky. One more time. I fill up the sky. I fill up the dome. Wait, why is this in mainstream music? Talking about a dome and shit. Don't you find that a little suspicious? Oh, the quality's bad? Oh, hold on. I can probably fix that. One more time, chat. My bad. I think I fixed it. This is The Weeknd and Playboy Cardi. The song's called Timeless. It's actually not a bad song, for real. I fill up the sky, I fill up the dome. Y'all hear that? Is that trash? Chat, what do we think?
I didn't listen a little.
You couldn't hear it, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was audible.
Yeah, I just think that's interesting. Like, why, like, I fill up the sky, I fill up the dome. Some of these people know the truth, bro. It's in the movies, it's in the songs, it's in the damn. It's not bad. The quality is not good. It was just louder. I could hear what he's saying. Yeah, I don't know if I can honestly make it any better.
If you're in the club, as George Carlin put it, you're in the know.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably. Yeah. Appreciate the feedback though. All my noise suppression is turned all the way down. So, but anyway, I just find that interesting.
Creation Bear.
What's up? What?
Creation Bear. Clip that previous sentences out and then ask people who this is, and I guarantee you get a 90% it's me.
What? Wait, what do you mean? Dude, John Luna is you. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me get a link to the song so you guys can check that out. It's called Timeless by Playboy Cardi and The Weeknd. The song ain't that bad though, not gonna lie, chat. The song is decent. Timeless. Links in the chat. I fill up the sky, I fill up the dome. I don't like that word dome necessarily, but the fact that it's like in like a mainstream song. Let's see how many views this has. 117 million views. It's too bad you can't search the comments. Or can you? I don't think you can.
Search what?
Huh?
Search for what?
Like just like flat Earth or dome or like what people are saying.
Yeah, like in the comment thread. Yeah,
yeah.
That's pretty. There's not a search function in the comment thread. That's pretty lame.
Oh, dude, I think that's common probably.
Yeah, especially for people that have premium accounts on any forum. You should have full search functions.
Dude, the beat is really good. I don't care what music you like. Oh, Command F? Yeah, I guess I could. But you have to open everything up,
There's
right?
a way to do it, CB.
What? Like
There's a way to do it. There's a way to dump all the comments for any video. And then you can dump it to a text file and then search it.
Bro, I'm not finna do that, bro. Sorry.
But that's why you need a freaking AI thing and tell it to do it for you.
Okay. All right. Yeah, facts. Well, that's what you nerds are for, man.
I was actually planning on doing that because I have a short on my YouTube channel with Professor Dave, and like I have people calling me stupid and people calling me stupid even though they have the exact opposite positions. I'm just automatically stupid because I'm a flat earther, but it's just funny. I want to dump all the comments and do like a vote tally to see who I was stupid, why I was stupid one way and why I was stupid the other. So there's a graph with a quadratic on the graph. So half people are like, that's not a quadratic, that's exponential. That's not an exponential, that's a quadratic, right? The Globers, they're arguing with each other through the whole freaking comment section. And I'm not even commenting, I'm just watching.
W. Also, Effie, Andy King says he commented. I'm going to go comment as well. Go ahead, Trace.
Yeah, that's really great for engagement. Like all they're doing is pushing up our engagement so that at least the video gets shown to more people.
I just think it's funny, man. Like, astronomer, physics, PhD here. You're being pedantic. That's a quadratic. And then, like, the next comment will be some freaking, well, you're a flat earther. Of course you can't do math. That's not a quadratic. That's an exponential. And it's just hilarious, dude. And I posted that video, like, I don't know, 4 months ago. And it's just been the whole time. Glover saying on, coming into White Knight for Dave. But the thing is, I want to dump the comments and make a video about the comments on that video. So I looked up how you can do that, and it's a pain in the ass. So CB, once I figure out how to do it on that video, we'll do it on the video you want, and then we can search to see who mentions this shit.
Hell yeah. Fuck. But yeah, man.
Because I already looked it up. It's doable. I just haven't had the time to do it.
Oh man, dude. I have so much content for you ninjas, it's not even funny. I need to gather all this shit together.
ACB, we found your ex on the other server.
What? Bro, what?
That's their conspiracy theory. I don't know. Her name's Mimi. She's avoiding the 24/7 Rumble because her ex is there.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
It was you. We knew.
Nah, dude, what the fuck? Wait, where's she at? Let me go holler at this bitch.
Well, she was in the politics and religion. I just invited her to politics, and she said she wanted to come to ladies' night. Her ex used to make her watch 5 hours of flat Earth documentaries, but now she's but she's also avoiding him. Yeah, do you know her?
No, that's funny as hell. Is it Francie Boots or who is it?
Mimi, she's not in there now, but
Wow, that's so funny. Which one of you misogynists is doing that, bro?
It's accusing you. I wasn't identifying anyone.
5 hours of flat Earth videos. Steve, 5 hours of flat Earth videos. That's rookie numbers. You got to pump those numbers up, man.
Hey man, listen, I do not listen. I exclusively date globetards. I do not red pill these 304s, bro. I just let them stay where they're at. That's so funny that someone was doing that, bro. What the fuck? They made him watch the Rumble. That's hilarious, bro. That's down to Mark.
Anyway, she might come to ladies' night. Yeah, but I guess she won't be your type then, because now she calls herself a flat earther. So your disciple has converted her. Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy. Her name is Mimi?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Interesting. Bro, I did not realize. She left the call already? Let's get her in here.
Yeah, she had to go. She had a bad mic. Maybe, if we get her in here, maybe we could get her to find a different mic. But I have politics. Yeah, I guess I could invite her to the channel. I'll see.
She should stop dating brokies. We'll get her a new mic.
Yeah, I don't know what the story is, but I wasn't going to bring it up. But yeah, who's in here causing trouble? Kembo?
Ooh, who's the dirty dog red pilling 304s on Rumble, bro? That's demon time right there. Wow. That's amazing stuff. Honestly, that's brilliant. That's a rare occasion. Most of the time you tell a girl about flat earth and she dumps a glass of water on your MacBook.
Yeah, I know. That's why I just met the girl, so yeah, I didn't want to press her for details, but yeah, I was curious to know, he converted her to flat earth, but then he's an ex, so yeah, we don't know the whole story. We could ask her, but you don't want to pry,
No, you should have pried. We got to find out who that is and give them a super Don DeMarco for that. That's impressive stuff. On Rumble too, of all places. That's amazing. I love that. Good shit.
Okay, I invited her to the channel. We'll see if she shows up. Yep, I said, here's the channel. CB wants to meet you. Mimi, be nice, though.
Wait, is she single?
Well, I didn't. CB, I did not press her for personal details. I just told you that.
Well, based off of your womanly instincts, just asking.
Yes, that would be my instinct. Yep. I would say that.
Oh, so the red pill guy that put her on Rumble, they're not together anymore?
That's right. Yeah.
Right,
my gosh, now I feel bad. Now I'm like.
Apparently that guy. Apparently it's one of us, because apparently the guy is still in the 24/7 Discord, and she tries to avoid him. So, who's the dirty dog?
Yeah, Neil. If I get a hold of him, yep. Because he's keeping Mimi out of here. I'm
in there like swimwear, boy.
Hey, it's clearly the B or C team. Because any need a documentary to explain the flat Earth case, they do it themselves, right?
What do you mean B or C? It's C and B. Come on, man. What?
FBI, open up! No, if you've been in 24/7 for like a few years, you should be able to carry the point to a conclusion yourself by now, right? Unless you've been slacking.
Yeah, but if you just let it play in the background, she's got to listen to it anyway. I can see where they're coming from, but honestly, I want to know who that is. That is some interesting stuff. I have no guesses either. I have no clue who that would be. I don't
Well,
think it's
no, I
anybody
was
in this
I was
panel
very
right now.
happy. I was very happy to meet another woman who understands the flat Earth. She was all into it. She understood the long distance observations, and yeah, she's right on board. The water. Yep, when I brought up the water, she's like, "Oh yes, he told me all about that and the mirages." Yep.
Wow, dude. That's crazy, bro.
I know.
Nah, it wasn't me, Drace, I swear. It was not me, bro. Because honestly,
Yeah, I know, Drace. That's why they came over here, because all the PNR guys were like, "Oh, that must have been CB. You can't invite her to politics. That must be the one she's avoiding." But yeah, he says it's not. I don't know.
it wasn't me. Bro, listen. If I did that, the girls that I'd be dating, they would dunk a glass of water on my MacBook, just like they did with Flat Lloyd Wright.
Okay, which MacBook are you up to, CB?
This is number 2, if I'm being totally honest.
So now he doesn't bring it up, so he doesn't have to get a new MacBook. I can understand that. Yeah, you're trained.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to get a third MacBook over here. Majin says that you know of. You're funny, bro.
She's a very sweet lady, so if Mimi comes in here, be nice to her, and if I hear any different, I'll be after you.
I'm always nice, aren't I? I feel like I'm pretty nice.
The trick is also just to not leave the notebook or like other sensitive material near her when you're breaking the news.
Yep. Facts.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's a legal maxim that destruction of personal property is authorized lethal force. So, but I mean, I wouldn't call a MacBook something that's worthy to kill someone over.
Oh,
So
come
it's
on,
kinda like,
bro. Well, so you can at least hit him with a Falcon Punch?
Falcon Punch!
No, we don't.
You can send them a strongly worded text on the iMessage server, and it won't reach them.
On the iMessage server. Dude. That's got to be one of the craziest things I've ever heard, though. I'm not going to lie. If you haven't heard Flat Lloyd Wright's story about that, it is well worth a listen. Crazy story, bro. Like, RIP that MacBook. RIP to the MacBook. RIP to that relationship. That thing was over so fast. I don't play those games, honestly. I just date normie girls. I don't mess with that. I'm not trying to do all that, bro. That's what I have you all for. I don't need to share this community with the 304s. This is for me. I don't have to share this. It's all good. That's
so
crazy,
when do you break
though.
the news to them, CB? Before or after you find out they can make sandwiches?
I mean, listen. We all have different roles to play, Matrix, right? Whether you can make a sandwich or not, we can work with both. Okay. But I've yet to come across.
I've just got this image of you walking into the lounge room, your little MacBook sitting on the coffee table there. You walk in, you grab hold of it, you unplug it and close it. Now, dear, I've got some news I've got to break to you, just as he tucks the MacBook away out of sight.
Yeah, puts it away. Yeah, puts it under the mattress or something where it can't be damaged. Yeah, exactly. I'll remember that for next time. Nah, it's not worth it, chat. It's not worth your MacBook. Promise. I promise.
It is worth it.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it is. You just gotta do it very slowly, and you can't pull it too early because you need to build the relationship a little bit further before you start showing her and teaching her basic stuff. Like we're using basic scientific principles and teaching perspective and art and all. You can teach her all of the underlying things so that it starts to become obvious. You don't need to like just tell her it's flat and have her pour stuff in your notebook.
Oh man, non-Chad problems, bro.
Exactly. If you're Chad, you can just put her on anything.
I just tell her how it is day one, and it's done. It's that simple. I don't know you guys struggle. I'm sorry, I can't sympathize.
That is big freaking facts. If you're him, you can say anything. You can JQ her. You can do anything, bro. Anything.
However, there's a caveat to that. And that is that if it's your charisma that's causing someone to acquiesce to what you're talking about, did they really come to a conclusion on their own, or are they just telling you what you want to hear because they want you around? That's a problem. It's a problem if you're trying to tell them something and you want them to understand that it's truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's one of the reasons why, in my premise, the underlying proposition is to teach them stuff and get them interested in learning about stuff, and that way you can figure out if you're compatible enough. Because if she doesn't ever understand this stuff, then she's gonna have a hard time accepting this part of your life.
Well, I kind of get the idea that CB's not looking for a serious relationship, Drace.
Hey, you're always looking, but not everyone's qualified.
I tell you something now, CB. If you meet a bird and she says she's FE, you're going to ask her to marry her within 24 hours.
Yeah, that's cat, bro. Hell no.
That's because CB doesn't know what it feels like to be Twitter pated. Once you're Twitter pated, it's a done deal, bro. CB, you've been working out.
Yes, I have.
All right, can you carry? I need you to carry this bag of cement for me, dude. I'm whooped.
I got you, bro.
I've been working since 9:30 2 days ago. How much is that? 36 hours? Dang. Not 48, right? 36. Yeah, 36. 9 in the morning, 9 at night. 9 in the morning, 9 at night. That's 36. Yeah. Getting too old for that, though. Creation Bear. It's wearing on me. The old 36-hour shift.
Hey, how old are you exactly, AI?
7.2 Googleplex billion cycles.
You got to find out what year he's from first, CB. There might be negative 42.
All right, I'll give you the take the first two and add them to the second two, and then you'll have my age.
AI wasn't born. Here's the date of manufacture.
Speaking of the first two and the second two, how do you know binary exists? Dude, that
Dude
was
last night
wild.
was saying binary. Did you hear that guy last night?
Yeah, the binary ones and zeros.
Yeah. Binary exists in the physical world somehow.
Jeez, it.
Yeah, like if you drop your computer hard enough, a bunch of ones and zeros, drop out the side. Dude, they're like not even ones and zeros on a core level. They're just like on and off states, isn't it? Like this
open and
transistor or
closed.
whatever it is. Yeah. And then we put the 1 and 0 on it secondarily, so it's not even a 1 and 0 in the initial instance.
It's actually not even that. It's this amount of voltage we consider a 0. This amount of voltage we consider a 1.
Dude, once I saw a guy make a computer out of water falling down different plumbing pipes and valves, and then it would do math for you at the end. I was like, bro. Because, a lot of people think like, computers and AI are like thinking. But you can literally make a computer with water flowing down a tube. And then it drops down here and then it makes its way over there, depending on the initial states. Like, dude, if you think a computer is thinking, like, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Dude, that was wild though. It's like, I know it because the people that I trust told me so. Well, how do you know you should trust them? I've invested trust in these people, therefore I can rely on their information. Oh my goodness.
But I have no way of evaluating what they know or what they don't know.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean. Like, what exactly are you trusting? That they have a piece of paper? Is that where the trust lies? Like, what is the evaluation? That's what I just don't understand. Is like when you said, "Hey, I have no problem with someone trusting someone," but how did you evaluate whether you should trust them? How did you perform that evaluation? Right. The answer is they didn't.
Choice. I just chose to trust them. It's like picking your favorite sports team. It's like, let's see, Redskins or Cowboys. Which one? Now that I'm a Redskins fan, Cowboys suck.
This is like the thing where they declared the scientific consensus. The scientists all agree, or like there's a scientific consensus, or this. Like, how do you know? Like, how do you know what the scientific consensus is?
Oh, it's very simple. I heard the story about this FBI agent, a lady who was able to smell kind of like a dog. She had that enhanced olfactory, hyper, whatever the heck it's called. So they hired her in the science department and put her out in the field so that she could exercise her scientific consensus. Never mind. That was a bad one.
Consensus? Wait, I see what
Yeah, that was good.
Dude, there was this guy in the other day, and he said that word like 1,000 times, and Timbo like decided not to be Australian anymore. He's moving out.
Wait, what do you mean? Where did he move to?
No, he moved out like people who protest Trump moved out. If Trump wins, I'm moving out, and then they never do.
Dang, it's too bad I missed that.
But don't get me wrong, there's a lot of ones about dudes too. Like, what is it? Oh yeah, fallacy. I don't know. Dr. Bob, let's see. Yeah, Dr. Bob is such a dick because he's always talking fallacy. Oh man, is it still prime time or are we in after hours? You guys know, man, one of the greatest mysteries is what the heck is the birds and the bees? You've heard about it, but what actually is it? I've never figured it out. It makes no sense. It's retarded.
It's so funny. I literally made a song like it's the birds, it's the bees. So it's extra funny to me.
All right, so let's do a betting pool. Can I carry this bag of cement over there, down into the basement, and onto my bench that's in the basement that I set up without having a coronary on 36 hours straight of physical labor with no sleep? Let's find out. It's only 80 pounds. It's not that bad.
You got this.
Hey, do you guys ever wonder, you remember WonkaVision? You know, like where Mike TV was able to eat the chocolate bar by reaching into the television? Would it be possible? So this is a physics question. So if I had turned on my WonkaVision and you reached your hand out of my phone and lifted up one side of the concrete bag, how would that work physically? Like, would you actually be able to lift it, or would it push my phone down? That's weird.
Yeah, that's just an interesting idea. Like first thought I had was like, yeah, the phone would just like fall to the ground. But yeah, it really
Yeah, because you got to
depends
think
on.
about it. Yeah, if I'm holding the phone, then I'm lifting the phone. And then whatever your arm is doing, isn't it only as valid as my ability to lift the phone?
Yeah, is the portal gonna stop on your hand as you're standing on the other side of the portal or whatever? Like, and like not the phone's gonna not drop further than the portal because it stops there, or is the portal like how thick, wide is the portal? Is it gonna slice through your hand? Like, there's a lot of questions. It's also like, what's on the other side? Like, from where are you doing this? Are you doing this into another phone or like empty air? I don't know.
Alright, it wasn't so bad after all, guys.
You can do it.
Alright, the second part of your clue, CB, is that by adding the first two and the last two to get how old you are won't happen again until the year 3970.
What the fuck, blood?
Well, every 1,000 years it shifts a decade. That's your final clue. For those of you who didn't know, that was the riddle of how to find out how old I am. Because CB wanted to know, and I didn't want to make it easy by just telling him.
Yeah, I'm not too used to this. What the politics bot is posting something in our thing. What is this?
It's just consider it like a news feed gossip column.
So like ads.
But as far as I know, there's actually a guy who's just named Politics Bot.
Just a little bit of propaganda. It is politics after all.
Oh man. Creation Bear.
What?
One rectangular, chemically treated, striated wood fiber, flat planar shape. I said rectangle in the beginning, so the overall shape is flat, planar, rectangular. And two bifolding triangle stand devices to go. And then I'm done. I'm free. So, is there anybody who's confused that this sheet of plywood that's pressure treated on my sawhorses is it a globe? I'm confused because there's a lot of people coming here and they don't seem to understand what flat means, and they don't understand like when you're talking about something that's flat. Like if you point at a sheet of plywood, oriented horizontal, you say, "Hey, that's flat." And then you point at a giant beach ball, that you bought at a store at the beach, and it's like 4 foot wide beach ball. It's like that's a ball. And then like the rectangle plywood is like flat. I mean, is there any confusion about those two things? Like if you went into a room and you had to go in blindfolded, and then you immediately had to be asked which one's flat, which one's a ball, you would like mess it up.
Well, if they were blindfolded and you asked them a question, or they got to ask questions and they got answers, and the Globers would ask, is the object level? And they would answer yes, they would probably say it's curved.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, actually, when you think about it, their worldview. Oh, go ahead.
They don't actually believe that crap. You think they're in the real world arguing that level's curved?
No, they just do that. Yeah, they just do that as like a cope to try to escape the situation. They're not going to be like, well, this level flat board is clearly curved. They're not that retarded. They just, in the moment, they become that retarded. I just think it's so funny to imagine them applying their nonsense logic that they apply in here to the real life. It's just so hilarious.
You know what, dude? Like the definitions, like they describe in their worldview, it simultaneously describes a ball and a sheet of plywood at the same time, dude. So, like, if you go into a room with your blindfold, and then I take your blindfold off, you could point at either object. Wouldn't matter. That's silly, dude. That's silly. Excuse me. Yeah, this object is level, and the surface is always horizontal everywhere you are on it. Is it a rectangular sheet of plywood, or B, a giant beach ball, or C, both simultaneously? How can level be in adherence with a ball, but then a sheet of plywood would be level? Like, that doesn't even make sense.
I mean, think about it. If you look at the big picture, right? They say science proves the globe, and then they say level is curved. So what are they saying? That science thinks level is curved, and then like everybody else in the world that actually does things thinks level is horizontal. What does that say about the so-called scientific endeavor that they believe in? Really Alice in Wonderland nonsense. It's like a certain psychological profile or something that the type that come in here and they're like the guy yesterday. I like science stuff, right? What the fuck does that even mean? I like some esoteric mysticism, right? That if they believe in it, somehow they'll just breeze through life.
What qualifies as science stuff?
That's what I want to know.
So, like, these girls, right? Like, they're attractive girls. Don't get me wrong. And they have like these headlines where it shows like this fantastical picture of like water floating in space, and it looks like all these worlds, and like you can see like, oh, this is like the majestic diamond tip mountains of Azamor, and all of these things, and then they say, oh, they just found that on Nexus 4.25 Ultra B that all the mountains are made out of diamond. It's like a 17 quadrillion carat diamond. And we know this, and then it cuts. And then it shows the actual picture. And it's just like 3 blue pixels that supposedly was taken with a telescope. And they're like, we know this because look at this. Look at this information that's in these pixels here. That science stuff, I guess. I got that clip. I gotta find it and get it on tap on the bot, because this girl, she like did one of these. She's like, these majestic mountains. We know that they're on this, and this is like the tallest mountain in the galaxy. And then she points, and you could see her pointing to a graphic, right? The tallest mountain in the galaxy, her fingers pointing at it. What do you think she's pointing at? A picture of a mountain? No. She's pointing at about a 16 by 16 wide conglomeration of differentiational hues of blue, and then saying that it's a planet, and this little hue of blue that's away from these other ones is the highest mountain in the galaxy. It's like, are you kidding me? I mean, does any of these Globers ever stop and think, like, how is it possible that you're measuring the height of a mountain from a surface of an object that's so far away that the only information you can get about it is essentially looks like a swatch from Photoshop's color palette?
Yeah, you might have to wait 1,000,000 years before you find out that it was destroyed 1,000,000 years ago.
Hey, CB. The best part about me is there's just so many of me. Me, 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 me. Me too. All right, for the slow kids in the back, I'm cloning myself, all right? And I don't mean biological, I mean ideological.
Yeah, if they could only find girlfriends in outer space, all the Globers would actually be pushing for trying to get to space and get there. But as it stands, like, they haven't found anything, like any girlfriends, no life. So it's like, I believe in this stuff because there might be girlfriends, but like, I'm not gonna invest much work into this. I'm not gonna like try to like get there because there's no girlfriends.
Do you remember Lepizzle, who's all about that raid at Area 51? Because he thought he was going to find a female alien.
I remember Lepizzle very well. Yes, I wasted a lot of time listening to him.
Yeah, I remember him. He made a rap song that was just like mostly curse words.
Earth's a globe and I can't prove it. I remember the tune quite fondly. And there's also a non-zero probability that him and Pumpkin actually ran away together, that they resolved their differences and are living a happy, blended worldview life. For example, if they ran away together, never to be seen again, we wouldn't see them. I haven't seen them. Therefore, they ran away together. Correct?
That's impeccable global logic. Like, no global could ever refute that.
But don't get me wrong, there's also a non-zero probability that he kidnapped her.
Well, no global could... like, it's the same thing. Like, they can't prove anything, so, like, it could be true, so we must assume it's true now.
Of course.
Yes, but are you?
He said it's the truth, so that means it has to be the truth. Nothing but the truth, you know.
Yes, but do you know that truth Cartesianally? Or artesianally?
You know, you see, we don't like to use big words here, you know. You gotta dumb it down for the crowd here, right? For the people in this call, you know, not everyone has such a high IQ like some people, and they can't comprehend such words.
Yeah, I know it through supercalifragilistic. I can't even say that word.
Exactly. You know, low IQs like this individual, they can't comprehend such language. Even though they've been in these calls for 6 hours.
What? Dude, Drace is high IQ. What are you talking about?
I don't know. Maybe he is, but maybe it's just lower.
Or Swedish.
He's been in this call for almost 6 hours.
Drace, what nationality are you from again?
I'm from Iceland, and yeah, I park myself in here while I do stuff around the house. You got a problem with that?
No.
What do they call Iceland people?
They call them
Icelandic?
They call them retarded.
Alright, I guess that makes sense. You just say they call them retarded? You just said they call them retarded. Oh man, getting racist up in here.
Yeah. I always thought it was pretty funny how all these different countries have like your Chinese, your English, so they have the different endings, like an Icelandic. But he ran away.
Oh man, dude. I've been roofing for a day and a half straight. All right. So the trend of yesterday with the new guy who hasn't yet answered it, Drace. Why, how, when, what, who, when, where, why did you become a flat earther?
Oh, me? It was back in 2014. I have always explored beyond the box, if you will. Like, looked at the extremities of theories or theoretical science and different ideas. So I always loved looking at that kind of stuff. So when I saw Flat Earth 200 Proofs by Eric Dubé on YouTube, I was like, okay, I'll check that out. But like, I thought it was retarded. And as I kept watching it, I was like, okay, I have excuses for this. Like, you obviously don't know about gravity. You obviously don't know about refraction. And because I surface level knew about all these things. Obviously, you go through education, you learn about these things. But somehow you think that other people have never learned about these things. But I had highly educated friends because, like, I didn't like become an astrophysicist. I eventually dropped out of school and just kept on studying for myself because I just didn't want to pay and waste my time in school. I felt the education was too slow and it wasn't at my pace, so I liked learning on my own. And so I just kept on studying myself, and I was very into psychology. But I had two friends from school who went on to, one became an astrophysicist, the other one became a robotic engineer. And so when I saw that video, I thought, I have these friends who are highly educated in this topic and could provide me with experiments and proofs so that I could show this flat earther about gravity, about refraction. And so I got both of them to chat with me in different texts. And then I just played devil's advocate. I just asked them questions about the model, asked them for evidence and experiments, and the more they attempted to provide, the worse it looked, because I could easily poke holes in a bunch of the shit and they couldn't answer it without going into imaginations and having no actual substance to back that. And then it ended up with basically the astrophysicist and the robotic engineer proxy fighting between each other through me, because one of them held, or the robotic engineer held, Newtonian gravity as like the standard. I would call everything the other guy said, or the astrophysicist said about Einstein and his conception of how things worked, retarded, and vice versa. And because they were kind of invalidating each other, and it kind of started with the astrophysicist calling the other one retarded, and so the other one got a little bit triggered and they just started fighting. And so that didn't feel very good for me when all I had was my belief in the globe and these people who were supposed to be my experts, and here I was, technically a layman, even though I'd studied roughly a little bit of these things on the side because like my friends were into this, and I love physics and love science. And so that was the like almost a breaking point for me. But so after that conversation, I kept talking to the astrophysicist friend because he was like my closer friend, and we played games together for years, and he'd always kind of looked up to me because I had more like social intelligence, if you will. He was very awkward. He was better at math than me. And so, like, we kind of complimented each other. I helped him get his first girlfriend and stuff like that when he was young. So I felt like I kind of had access and was able to talk to him more. But when I showed all this resistance to his beliefs, playing devil's advocate, he got so defensive that he tried to like attack me, and I was like, I'm not a flat earther, I'm just trying to understand this so I can like present it to the flat earthers. But he got so angry that like we went back and forth, and eventually he's like, I'm not going to talk to you. And at that point I'm like, okay, well, no problem. we went our separate ways, and I just started looking at all the flat Earth content I could find to just try to understand how the hell do you try to explain all this stuff if there's no solid ground for me to stand on in my globe belief. How do you guys explain this? And then I went through all that theory crafting period, which generally happens when you go through this flat Earth awakening. You go through this period where you want to replace the old model, and so you think about all of these different ways to try to model things out, when that's not really possible without more data. You can, if you're basing it on assumptions, you can always imagine different things to fill those spots and bend things to make it work with your idea. That's not good enough for me, and so I eventually came to the point where I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a flat earther, and I started talking to the guys here on 24/7 on YouTube, joined the Discord, and that's my story.
So are you saying that the robotic engineer doesn't believe in Einsteinian gravity, and he only believes in Newtonian gravity? I find it hard to believe that he would say
It's not that
the other guy's stupid.
It's not that he doesn't believe in Einsteinian gravity. It's that the Einsteinian conceptions, some of those conceptions he doesn't agree with, and thinks that the Newtonian way of looking at things is more correct. And so they would argue like cats and dogs over, for instance, the inertial reference frame and other things like that.
So again, that still doesn't make sense, because the astrophysicist who would have said, he favors Einsteinian gravity, he would still look at Newtonian gravity like as part of a smaller scale, planetary solar system type way of looking at things. He wouldn't disagree with that.
No, you don't understand.
He would not have disagreed with that.
Newton and Einstein fundamentally disagree on certain aspects within the framework. And so when I'm trying to understand the framework and where they have the evidence for the framework, they disagree because they think the framework is different.
Can you
like the robotic engineer didn't understand general relativity. He just had the layman's understanding of Einstein, and so he had the practical understanding of like using his Newtonian equations and being like, yeah, this is how it is, and that's how he argued it. I honestly think it came mostly down to the robotic engineer didn't understand general relativity enough, didn't understand the differences between the two theories well enough, and so when the astrophysicist is like trying to dunk on him with and calling him stupid, it's understandable that he gets a little bit triggered.
I don't know. I suppose the robotic engineer didn't go to school, or maybe he went to like DeVry or something like that, or like some technical college. Like he certainly didn't go through like the normal course, because you have to have a certain degree of understanding of physics to get into engineering degrees, right? Especially ones that lead to robotic career.
You get a general understanding of general relativity. You don't get a very deep understanding of general relativity. There's two different things. You specify in that when you go into astrophysics, whereas robotic engineering isn't using general relativity much.
Yeah, I guess I see what you're saying there, but I still think the way you phrased it, I guess, where the guy didn't understand general relativity. I mean, that seemed, I don't know, for him to have a degree in robotics, right? He would have had to have gone through some physics courses, especially ones concerning general relativity. Right?
Yeah, but do you understand the difference between the inertial reference frames, for instance?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, to him, things on the ground were at rest. Like, he was using mass-on-mass attraction. He wasn't using bending and warping of space-time. You see the difference?
Yeah, well, that's where Newtonian gravity comes into play when it's at smaller scales, right?
Yeah, that's where he
the
was
only
using it.
time general relativity really comes into play with large objects, right? Such as galaxies and shit like that. That's the only time it really kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, that's where they
If you're working on a
yeah.
planetary scale or even a solar system scale, I mean, Newtonian physics works just fine, right? I mean,
Yeah,
the math is the same. It's just the ideal behind what's causing it to happen. Right?
You also gotta think about the thing, like, different teachers teach things better or worse. Different schools have better curriculums and stuff. Like, different countries have different curriculums, better or worse. You have also individual differences where, like, how well did you pay attention in class? Like, there's so much stuff that comes into this. So, like,
yeah,
I can't judge him for not knowing everything about Einstein.
I suppose the one guy, the robotics guy, probably has a general disagreement with Einsteinian relativity. I suppose that is such a thing. You know, I imagine that can be like a real thing. I won't deny that. I mean, there are many people in physics right now who disagree with Einstein, right? So
yeah, I mean, Eric Weinstein, although he is trying to improve upon it, not just deny it.
Whereas you just flat out deny it, right?
Well, I need to see evidence for it. I don't need to deny something. First you need to prove it exists before I have something to deny.
Well, it exists in the framework, like you said, right? The framework and the math works out. So, I mean, what else could we call it? I mean, we could call it flibbity-gibbet, I suppose, if you want. Flibbity-gibbet is the reason why planets orbit stars, right?
Well, you haven't verified that. You haven't verified any aspect of that. It's just it's a house of cards of assumptions.
No,
Sure,
but the
like,
observations
it's connected to
is going
it's
on.
connected to the table. Table is not an assumption in this metaphor.
No, but what I'm saying, it's an explanation for something that's going on. It could be wrong, right? It could be like I said,
it could be wrong.
Right?
It could be wrong.
There is
Like-
certainly something going on that causes these planets to orbit stars, right?
Well, you're assuming they're planets, and you're making a bunch of assumptions about gravity
Well, now you're
and
just
the
delving
causes
into
of
the
all
world
these
of
things.
conspiracy. You're just delving into the world of conspiracy.
No, this is not a conspiracy. How is this a conspiracy?
That we're assuming they're planets?
Yeah, how do you know they're planets?
Well, they've sent objects to them. They've sent.
How do you know that?
Well, again, now you're just delving into the world of
No, I'm just asking you, how do you know that?
believing what they told us, right?
I'm just asking you, how do
because
you
they
know
brought-
that?
They sent
Because
back photos. And let me guess, you saw a photo of King Kong now, so it must be real, right?
No, you saw a photo. You believe that photo. That's fine. Why do I have to believe it?
I don't care if you do or not.
Yeah, so it's fine. Like, it's just a belief for you. I don't need to have that belief.
So you're like if you can't poke it with a stick, you can't verify it type of guy, right?
No? I mean, if something, like, I have not been to Japan, but I know Japan exists because I can go to Japan myself. and check it out.
Well, you could probably go
It's
to
verifi-
space too if you had enough money.
No. It's called verifiable. It's something I can go and verify myself right now if I want to. I cannot go into outer space. That is
Because
not
you don't
true.
have the money, right?
It's just
But
not
if you had the
verifiable
money,
for
if
me.
you had the money, you probably could, right?
Well, you believe that's possible. I don't have to believe that.
Yeah, because you're foolish, you monkey.
No, I'm just not foolish enough to have blind beliefs that have no substance or verifiable evidence to back them.
When you say no substance, you're disqualifying everything we have, right?
What do you have? Show me.
So everything I'm going to post right now, you're going to disqualify, correct?
You're just assuming. I asked you to show me.
Okay, so like if I pull up a picture from NASA, you're going to be like, no, that's not true.
Well, if you pull up a picture for NASA, I'm going to say, well, you believe that picture, I don't have to believe it. Give me evidence that that picture is true, and you cannot provide that. Are you just going to talk over me because you cannot listen to the words I'm saying?
We wouldn't be having a conversation if I couldn't listen to the words you're saying. You do understand?
Why are you talking over me, dumbass?
Because I'm trying to understand what you mean by substance now.
How can you understand what I'm saying if you keep talking over me?
Because you're not addressing the point, so I need to keep pivoting you back to the actual point again. So now...
No, I'm addressing the point. You're not listening, so how could you know if I'm addressing the point or not?
I am listening. That's why I'm responding.
You're talking over me. How can you know if you're talking over me when you don't answer the thing I'm saying? So it doesn't make any sense.
Can we bring it back to the argument rather than bickering over who's talking over who? Because he's giving you space now.
Giving me space? Present an argument.
My argument is that you claim that the whole world is fake, or that's
a straw man argument.
That is your ideal of what's going on.
That's a straw man argument. I don't claim the whole world is fake.
Well, you would have to if you would think it was.
I don't have to. You have to claim that I have to, but I don't have to, and I never have.
Well, I suppose you can just take the dumb guy route. Right? Be like, oh, I don't know.
Well, I suppose you can just start making up bullshit and try to imagine other things.
But no, I mean, I've seen this line of reasoning before where are you going to talk over me?
All I'm asking for is evidence of your belief. I have not presented a claim or anything, so...
I mean, we've seen live video of the shit. Some people watched it live.
Live video of what, dude? Live video of what?
Of objects in space orbiting the Earth, and even going away from the Earth towards the moon. Right?
Dude, how can you Yeah. So what? Yeah, hold on, friend. What film shows an object completing an orbit of the Earth? What film?
Well, any of the shuttle missions, or in any of the what's the thing that's up there now? The ISS. Any of them missions, that thing's orbiting Earth. I mean, what else could it be doing?
No, dude. No, like I said, what film shows something completing an orbit?
Oh, so you want something outside of that object, filming it going around?
Yeah, because otherwise you're just filming you traveling around, and then you're inferring it's orbiting. That's not an orbit.
Well, what else could it be doing? And by the way, in order to get that shot that you want, you would have to be incredibly far away, and you wouldn't be able to see the object that's orbiting.
That's not my problem that you can't prove that something's orbiting something, dude. That's your problem.
We don't have to see that. We can see it in real time as they go around.
Exactly. We don't have to see it because you're just inferring it. Good point.
Right. Again, we don't have to go above the ISS and look down on it to see it circling around. We can look from inside it. I mean, you're not asking people to take pictures of airplanes from above them flying from California to China. You know what I mean? You're not asking for that. You just you can sit in that airplane and know you went from California to China.
Fair point. The problem is that flying from one location on Earth to another is not extraordinary. What is extraordinary is the idea of a giant space ball that's not curved anywhere. That's extraordinary.
What do you mean not curved anywhere?
Yeah, not curved. You know, like when you go out into the real world, there's no curve anywhere.
It's been measured several times. Right?
Oh, really? So now you finally get it that the picture idea was a stupid idea, but the curvature measurement
No, the
is
picture
actually
is
real
just
evidence.
cherry on the cake.
Oh,
cherry on the
dude,
pie.
Don't matter. No, the measurements are the cherry, dude, not the other way around.
Well, the measurements beat y'all before we even went to space, right? So
yeah, cool. So that's what you should have led with. So what's your measurements? Hit me.
Well, there's been several taken. You know what I mean?
Oh, really? So several. So just give us one then. From the major ones you could pick from, just pick one.
Well, shit. I mean, you can go out and do it yourself, right? You can go out to a long structured bridge or something like that and measure it yourself, right? Yeah, just look at any of the geologists who fucking measured it, right? Well, I suppose I can go on the internet and Google random geologists who measured curve, and I'll show it to you, and you'd be like, "Oh, that's just fake. They're just telling you that."
I don't know, dude. You don't seem to have a very high standard of evidence here, bro.
What is your standard of evidence? Being outside of the ISS, above it, looking down at the Earth, watching it fly around? That's your standard.
Dude, why are you going backwards? I thought we were on measurements.
No, but I understand your standards, though. Your standards are unattainable from anyone.
Yeah. Standards that would actually arbitrate the proposition conclusively. Yeah, those standards.
Again, your standards are incredibly high. You're asking someone to watch a plane fly from California to California to China and being like, "Oh yeah, look, I can see it flying over there. It must have went there."
No, don't worry about it, bro. I'm just asking for it to be validated of the claim of what it's actually doing, not just a bunch of guesswork and inference.
It is validated. Like we measured it, and then we went to space and saw it. That was.
You haven't given an example. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Did I not ask for an example, and I still haven't heard one yet?
I suppose I'll have to bring up my internet and post you a link of some geologist or somebody like that who's fucking.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna post some random link that you didn't read?
Right, some random link that you won't believe, right?
No. Actually, what actually is going to happen is a random link that will be scrutinized, and then if it's correct, it'll be acquiesced, and if it's not, it'll be critiqued. I mean, it almost sounds like you have this ending.
It's just like the,
Go ahead.
It's just like the trip to South or the Antarctic Circle, right? Antarctica.
What about it?
It's just like that. Like you guys don't believe a word of that. You guys think it's all fake because I guess
it's irrelevant. No, dude. We here.
No, it's your standard of evidence is ridiculous.
Oh, shit, dude. No, dude. Nobody here said that that's like not happening. We said it's irrelevant to the proposition whether the Earth is flat or not.
Well, I would love to see a model where that works.
Dude, I would love to see you present a syllogism that proves that whether or not you see the 24-hour sun can decide whether the Earth is flat or a globe.
Because there's no physical object that it can do it on that's flat.
Do what?
What it did in Antarctica.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. No. Yeah. That is a positive statement by me. There is no physical object that can happen.
So lay out all the assumptions that are necessary to carry that conclusion and parse out all the particulars for me that reaches your conclusion of an assessment.
Well, you can model it, right?
Oh.
Or can you?
So
not?
you can reify.
Can you model it on a flat Earth?
Dude,
I would love to see that.
Yeah, it's easy.
All right, well, maybe you'll show it to me one day.
Yeah, an Einstein-Rosen loop manifold, which is inverted time and space, dude, where an object is translocated in many different facets, dude. Easy.
So, word salad, right?
Oh, wait a minute. So Einstein is word salad?
No, the way you're using that, though, is you're just...
No. What I'm saying is, so you just said it just has to be modeled. I gave you a way it could be modeled, and then all of a sudden it's word salad. So you see, it doesn't matter, dude, what's presented to you. Yeah, you
No,
have
I think-
assumptions about the nature of the Earth and the Sun relative to each other in free space. That they're concrete objects that have a particular distance, particular orientations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You got all these assumptions stacked, right? You don't even know what they are.
No, I'm trying to understand how the Einstein-Rosen bridge thing can make it seem like there's a circling sun around the bottom there. I'm trying to wrap my head around that. That's why I called it word salad, because you use that for like, you just brought that up for no, and there's no.
Dude, no,
like,
it's
there's
very
no
simple. How do you?
correlation.
Yeah, it's very simple. Yeah, no, it's simple. How do you see things? By light entering your eye, right?
Yeah.
For the optic, right? So the only thing that's required is the light of the object to reach the observer's point of view. That's it.
Right, so the sun can be doing whatever it wants to do as long as it fits your flat Earth, right?
Well, I mean, that's what you do.
Well, no, we can actually model it on a physical object, right? We can actually show it to you.
Okay. So yeah. So you can model it this way. I can model it that way. Whose model is better?
You can't model it.
Model validated.
You can't model it. You say you can, you cannot, without without using some kind of nonsense refraction.
Flaming bird.
So you just admitted it can be modeled.
Oh yeah, with some magic light bending property, sure. But I'd like to see it.
Hold on,
I would like to see it.
So when something doesn't match the geometric claims, to appeal to magic bendy light is ridiculous. Guess what,
Because you
friend?
don't need magic bending light with the ball.
Oh, really? No, you do
don't.
need magic bendy light.
Not
Yes,
for
you
the
do need it.
24-hour
Yes, you
sun in
do.
Antarctica. You don't.
You need it for every single observation that supersedes
You don't need it to
geometry,
model
dude.
out the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
So what? You need it
you don't-
for
you don't
everything
need
else.
magic bendy
Like
light.
why the horizon?
You guys need
why the horizon is 10 times further, dude.
You need ridiculous amounts of refraction to make that work.
No, I don't need refraction at all, dude.
Oh, so you can make it work without refraction.
I can make it work with
sun circling around
transdimensional
Antarctica
relocation.
and at the same time
Yeah.
circling around the planet.
Yeah.
Or the Earth, whatever you call it.
Yeah, it's called transdimensional relocation, dude.
That's
in two places at once.
gobbledygook, dude.
In a higher dimension.
That's
No, it's not.
gobbledygook. That's gobbledygook. That's woo-woo.
So you don't believe so you don't actually believe in the heliocentric worldview about superpositions and other type of stuff and all that other nonsense? You don't believe that? Okay, cool.
Yeah, because the sun's in a superposition in Antarctica. Right. Again, that's
Well,
you
yeah,
trying
yeah, well, I
to
mean,
shoehorn in
have you
that
been-
into your.
Yeah, I mean it's cool, dude. It's cool that you think that this is just out there, dude. But notice how
Because
you're
it
just
isn't.
talking about something that's occurring in the sky, dude. When are you going to talk about the measurement of the ground that you were supposed to have given me like 10 minutes ago?
Well, yeah, it's been measured several times. Since
I know you keep saying that, but it
I
seems
guess
to
you
be
guys
a
think it
joke.
hasn't.
Yeah, there seems to be a choke every time it's time to, show us an example.
You have a Google, dude. You can fucking go on.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
you guys don't even have a chat to coincide with your fucking.
We got a chat.
Just
What are you?
ask to Google is your answer.
Did this dude just say we don't have a chat to coincide with our stream? What the
Side
heck?
chat.
Yeah, I don't know. I just.
Oh my god,
It's
unbelievable.
general.
There's no
chat.
surface measurements, dude.
I mean, if there's another chat,
Okay,
please
bro.
point me to it.
Bro, what platform are you on? PC? Mac? Okay, so PC. So if you're looking at all our faces in the tiles, in the very upper top right corner, you're going to see a very small, probably faded black or gray little cat head. You got to go over there, click that once.
Oh yeah,
then
thank you,
pop
thank
the
you.
Down menu. Yep.
All
Yep.
right, thank you. I didn't know you.
Hey,
could
don't
do
get me
that.
wrong. Don't get me wrong. It's not as intuitive as it used to be. Yeah, so go ahead and put in a measurement of the Earth being a curved globe where it doesn't assume that the Earth is a curved globe in the first place. I'd like to see one of those. But I relent because I actually think I steamrolled over my bro who was in the middle of a convo because I'm hyped.
Oh no, I appreciate it. Like, I was getting annoyed. I would have started calling him a retard if you hadn't stepped in.
Wait, did I call him a retard?
No, I think you managed to dodge it. I think we just barely dodged it.
I think it's just awesome that now you got Globers saying gobbledygook about Einstein.
Oh yeah, and if you need magic bendy light to answer for the geometric inadequacies of your claim, that's crazy. Even though Glover's have been doing that since day one.
We don't
Why
need
is
to
the
measure
horizon?
the surface of the Earth. We got pictures.
Yeah. Well, I don't know any scientific journal that accepts pictures alone as prima facie evidence of the conclusion of a matter. They require other data corresponding, right? Correlating, validating.
It's always the same appeal to authority.
He assumed that the Einstein, what's it called, the Rosen loop, that has a bunch of refraction built into it, when really it's like it's got just like things like appearing in different places, right? Basically, just gobbledygook.
The government agencies told me so. They showed me all their evidence. It's all I need to know. Ask your Google. Your Google will let you know. You got a Google, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm not looking it up, because I already know how you guys feel about that. It's all government. The government told you that, therefore it's real. And in my view, everything's fake. Everything's
And
fake.
you know that
9/11 was a
claim you
hoax.
provide us with
Nobody
evidence.
died in none of the shootings. Let me guess, you guys do it all, right?
Yeah, no, we don't. This is flat Earth strictly. You're not providing us with evidence. Please do so.
Yeah, that was just a poisoning the well and strawman fallacies on steroids. Like, get checked.
No, but that's the truth, though. Right?
It's
You guys
not.
think
You're
the
just a
whole world is
liar and a
fake.
fucking idiot. That's
You guys
what.
think the whole
Wow,
world
that's
is
the
fake
truth.
because for real.
No, we never claimed that. That's your retarded.
Uh-oh, Dre's going off the deep end.
So if
Yeah,
they're
I'm
lying
gonna
to
call him
us,
retarded endlessly if he doesn't stop. And so, like somebody needs to either rein him in and get him to talk sense, or he just needs to be booted.
No, he needs to put forth a piece of evidence. Stop dancing around. I mean, or transversely, you could ask flat earthers to present some flat earth evidence. That'd be fair as well.
Yeah, anything other than just talking nonsense and lying about people and just making up stuff, like, that's not what we're talking about. We're not in your fairy tale imagination land about other people. You ready to give us your curve now?
Ask your Google for the curvature calculator.
Yeah, ask Google for some
I don't
help.
need to. I've seen photos of it looking curved. All right. Now, and I'm not talking about photos from space neither. I'm talking about photos of long stretches of bridges and stuff that clearly are curved. All right.
So the bridges look curved, therefore the Earth is curved. Is that your argument now?
Well, I mean, what could be causing that, right?
I don't know, dude. I guess it would depend on the bridge because a lot of bridges are designed to be curved.
I'm talking about long, straight bridges, long, flat bridges. Right? I'm not
Well,
talking
if they're
about.
long and straight and flat, they're not curved. Pick one. They're either flat or they're curved.
Well, when you
I don't know.
take a picture down the length of them, they look like they're
Hey,
going down.
claiming, slow down. They're either flat or they're curved. Please pick one.
They're both.
So flat objects are now curved.
They're built level above the ground, right?
So they're built level, they're flat, but yet you see they're curved. You should
when
go
you
and
look
get your
down the
eyes
length
checked,
of
mate.
When you
Alright,
look
cool.
down the length of them,
Alright.
they're curved, right?
Cool. Example, please.
Gosh, what's the one? I don't know. I guess. Let me go look. Fuck, Jesus Christ. Nah, because you guys are just going to claim it's fake anyway, so there's no point.
Oh my goodness, dude. Then why even, if there's no point, why are you here, bro?
The funny thing is, we didn't claim anything was fake. He's just retarded.
Okay, listen, if you present a picture of a bridge that in the image has the apparent nature of what is like a curved line to the bridge, and we say, oh, it's because of this optical effect, or it's because the way that perspective works when you're using this certain lens, or this, that, and the other. That's not just saying it's fake. It's just saying your claim about because the image is curved means the Earth is curved might be fake. So I think you're just Freudian slip reverse engineering a projection onto us that your argument is just that you're convinced that it's a globe because you saw a curve and you didn't actually scrutinize it of whether it should or shouldn't be curved, and you don't want to be called out about it.
No, I mean, I would like to know what's causing this bridge to look curved, right? The one over Lake Pontchartrain, right?
Then post it up. Put some effort in, post it into side chat. We can have a look. We might be able to help you out.
I don't know if I'm allowed to post anything.
Yeah, you might not have the rank yet. Give it a try.
Yeah, it did. Hold on, I'll try again.
In my infinite kindness, you can just send it to me and I will post it for you.
It's too many steps.
It's literally the same. Isn't it the same amount of steps? Open a chat, send image. It's either opening the chat here or opening the chat in his DMs. Either way, it's just opening the chat, send image.
I mean, you guys all know the Soundly pictures, right? You guys know who Soundly is? Clearly, you're flat earthers, so you know who Soundly is.
Yeah.
Let's scrutinize those photos. Did he fake them? Is he a CIA deep state plant? What's with him?
Talking about Pontchartrain, dude?
Yes. That bridge looks like it's got. It's
Another black
curving over
swan.
a
Now, watch
hump.
this video. It's an black swan. Otherwise, you live on a planet, whatever that is. It's a county. There's so much curve in that photo. Besides, it's another black swan.
I just love that they train wreck themselves trying to use Soundly as an authority.
I mean, he's not an authority, but he took a bunch of pretty cool pictures, right, of this bridge and shit, right? That it looks like it. What is it? It looks like it's going over a hump, right? Doesn't it?
It's power lines, actually. They're
No,
going
he had bridges too.
Yeah, they're going into a mirage. So how do you know that this is Earth curve?
I mean, it looks like there's a hump in the water there.
So optically, you're looking at an optical
and how much
distortion,
curvature would that
and you
be?
believe that's Earth curve. How is that evidence of anything?
Well, because it looks like it, right? I mean, what's your guys' argument? You go outside and it looks flat. Right? You can see things far away, right? So it must be flat. So you're making an observation here, and you're drawing inferences off that observation, right?
So are you.
It's the same thing I'm doing.
No.
Nope.
If you have a good look at your bridge there, Flaming, someone tried to say it before, but it roboted out. If that's the case, then you must live on a very tiny little ball.
No,
If
I think
that's
they
the
did the
curvature
math
rate.
on this. It's about right. Huh?
No, it's not. It's not even related to right.
With a little bit of refraction, it's
If
just
that's
about
the,
right.
the curvature rate, you'd be lucky to fit the United States on your ball, let alone any other country.
No,
Yeah, he can't fit the United States on that tiny ball. They're
think you
just
guys are making-
delusional, and like he is just a believer in Soundly and these other guys. He's just a follower who doesn't know any better.
So what is Soundly, some deep state CIA agent, faked it all?
No, we don't claim anything
No,
like
he's just
that.
like you. He doesn't do his homework.
Those observations are on a day-to-day case basis based on the conditions of the day.
Well, he did it in several different days. He did it 100 times.
Bro,
Different days. All
watch
the
the
time.
video. Bro.
Yeah, Nathan Oakley. Yeah, yeah, he's a real
Gotcha.
authority on this.
No.
Right? The guy's never left
not
his couch.
Nathan, excuse me, friend. This is on his channel, but this is not his video. He's reposting it.
Roboting.
And you do the math on the curvature in that thread. You can measure between those pylons. And then you tell me how big ball you live on.
Yeah, he can't provide that. He can just invoke Soundly and like appeal to them and then misrepresent our position because he has nothing.
With that insta prediction, we say yes, only with data, and so it's like he's projecting because of whoever he is or whatever, and then you reject Nathan Oakley just because what he did doesn't leave us out. It's a double standard, homie. Forget the person. Look at the data.
The best part about all of this is we can basically show using the same mirage or refraction to how a flat railing also becomes bent, just like in soundless image.
Yeah, the problem with Sam Lee's photograph is he can't reproduce it.
And basically, the pylons go straight until the mirage, and then appear to bend a little bit down. But then, when we look at it when there's days with no mirage, we can see all the way to the other side. So his globe is destroyed.
I'll tell you something else, right? So these search engines like Google and AIs and all that, they want to be fucking ashamed of themselves for fucking referencing it as any kind of indication that the Earth is a globe. I mean, fine, think the Earth is a globe, but there's there's an article out there that's been published by, I don't know, someone just did a blog, right? And they said, yeah, the Earth's a globe, but not on that basis, you fucking idiots. Paraphrasing, of course.
Yeah, it makes the globe side looks really dumb when they keep invoking things that are clearly not supporting their position, and when it like keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed, you're like, come on, bro. Like, you can't all be this dumb.
Like I said, they're not dumb. They just are operating on a myriad of presuppositions and appeals to authority.
Yeah, that's the problem. I really feel like the globe is retarding people's intelligence, making them retarded, slower in thinking, stuck in their ways.
Yeah, and their education's lacking as well, because if they had a good education, they would never believe in the globe.
That's true.
Best evidence is trust NASA.
Yeah, NASA's trustworthy. Because they never faked the lunar landings. Yeah, a sunrise on a globe Earth would be blinding. You'd never be able to see it without wearing glasses.
The globe is just one giant problem. One of my favorite ones is like the orbit itself is this giant mass pushing against the air on one side and then moving away from the air on the other side at 66,000 miles per hour. That would kill all life.
All the curved motions going on at the same time is highly problematic, and just, I mean, if you were just going based off of like Occam's razor, it's just not a simple answer.
And they like to think like gravity does all the work. It holds the gas to the ball as it's running away from it at 66,000 miles per hour somehow, even though it can't hold the gas anywhere else. And then it also keeps the gas from compressing on the other side magically by pushing it away. Magic gravity. Problem is, gas is unbounded, moving freely and randomly in all freaking directions. It's not stuck to the globe. It's moving all over, creating gas pressure.
Without surface measurements of curvature, all other points are truly moot. I mean, we all know, based on what we've learned about gas, that it needs to be contained. So, I mean, beyond that, it doesn't. What wins the argument? That's not even like. There's really no contest without surface curvature being repeatedly measured, which it'll never happen.
That's the primary evidence that should be presented. And just like we went out and measured the ground, and that's the primary evidence we present, because that's the claim. But for some reason, they don't want to test the ground. I think on some level they understand, well, it's locally flat. They're just going to get the measurements back that it's not a globe, so let's not look at the ground, let's look at the sky.
It's their safe haven.
Yeah, I mean, a better experiment for if you really wanted a final experiment, you could, I mean, you could choose any number of stationary points, you know, in the sea on a calm day, and get some pretty impressive, data if everyone was truly working in conjunction. I mean, but you already have the picture evidence. You already have the picture measurements. You have the infrared shots. I mean, it's like just people are not looking at the data. They're just
yeah. We got lasers at different wavelengths. We got infrared. We got microwave. We got radio wave. There was one other I'm forgetting, but we got so much. One of my new things that I think, like, I want to make this test just to show more that the Earth isn't a globe, and I think this is a good test. That's because it kind of fucks with the globers and their ad hoc excuses to try to like hand wave away the measurements and the observations. So all you got to do is get a white light, or preferably have 4 lights you have a white light, a red light, a blue light, and a green light, I think. And then because of the different wavelengths, they should refract at different rates. And so if you set those 4 lights up level as your target, and then go look at that from a distance where it should be hidden behind the curve, and you can still see those lights, then the height of those lights should be changing based on the refraction, and the white light should show optical dispersion, or the separation of the wavelengths. And that should be more pronounced in either direction, either up or down, based on if it's refracting up or down. And so you could quantify how much refraction is in all the pictures, and therefore they have no excuse for being able to see too far on a globe, because like the lights are clearly not being refracted at different rates. So clearly the Earth is not a ball.
Perfectly doable experiment. Not very costly, and it has been done already.
Yeah, it's been done in different ways. I've seen it done where they have like a bunch of different colored lights, and they have them at different distances. But like I want to have them all level at the same plane, so like they can't be like, oh well, that wavelength might have refracted more than the other wavelength.
We use some infrared lasers.
I see the difference in what you're talking about, Trace.
Yeah, because you have them all at the same point, and so like they should start angling up or down the colored lights based on how much they're refracting up or down, and so you should be able to see the angle change. We just don't see any optical dispersion with these long-range photographs where you see way too far beyond the imagined Earth curve. So I'm pretty sure every single test is going to come back positive, like every other test we've done. Like there's no Earth curve. The Earth is flat. That's just the way it is. I just building a more solid case.
Nah, but there's that one Netflix documentary where Jones showing a flashlight through those holes, man. That's it. That's globe.
That's how they act. It doesn't matter, like, the thousands of tests, or no matter what we do to test it, it's just, nah, Jaren had a flashlight, and he had 2 holes. That proves it.
Yeah, it's just a coincidence that he was in both the hit pieces. I said it's just the coincidence that he was in both the hit piece documentaries.
Oh, it was no coincidence, I'm sure. I don't know it, but I believe it.
Yeah, they used to believe in the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus, so it's just a continuation of that mentality.
Yo, Twonger, what's up?
Twonger doesn't talk much anymore.
So who here actually thinks the Earth is flat?
Most of us.
It's sad.
Why?
Just the intelligence level of this room.
So you assume that, But if the Earth measured flat, and you were to measure it for yourself, would you be dumb to reject your measurements and sense it's a reality for a belief that because everybody holds it? Can you answer my question?
Because lots of people believe something you don't have to, yeah. That's fine.
Yeah, so we went out and we checked the Earth and the assumptions within the belief system that we were fed as children and taught in schools. And turns out that a bunch of their assumptions just fail when tested.
Question: is the moon an illusion?
I don't know what the I'm not having claims about the moon.
Damn. I'm just trying to understand this.
Yeah, it's really easy to understand. You go out and you measure the waters of the Earth and see if it's curving, because they claim the Earth is 70% water and curving. So the water would conform to the ball.
Yeah, the curvature calculator works off of observer height and drop over distance. So you have to know those numbers to punch it into the calculator, and you can find out how much curvature should be there.
Oh, have you ever got to the edge of Earth?
We don't claim there's an edge or anything like that. That's not part of our claims. We don't claim to be going to any edges. So, no, we don't claim anything like that. We don't know anything about that. We're not making any claims on that. So, try to focus. We're talking about the surface of the Earth.
Okay. Honestly, I thought this was gonna be like a troll room, but I guess it's not.
It's not. It's based on measurable, repeatable, verifiable evidence.
Oh.
I mean, we didn't want to believe this. No one wants to be a social outcast and be called dumb by random people who don't know anything about you.
Damn.
But when you test it for yourself and you find out they've been telling you something that's not true, and the deeper you look, the more errors you find, then why would you believe it?
Yeah, and I bet so you coming in, saying that the IQ in here is low. I bet you if we tested you on your knowledge of the globe and the heliocentrics paradigm, you'd know basically nothing. Just a guess. Maybe you could prove me wrong. Like, for instance, do you know off the top of your head what the radius value of the Earth is claimed to be?
No, I asked Google and it said it says it's not flat.
Yeah. Google tends to say things that it's programmed to say. What about the rotation? Right? How fast at the equator is the Earth claimed to be moving, spinning? Do you know that?
Fast.
Pretty fast. Okay. What about distance to the sun? Do you know off the top of your head? What is the claimed distance to the sun?
It takes 8 minutes for light to get here. That's all
8 minutes. How far? How far is that?
At the speed of light. 8 minutes at the speed of light.
You don't know. If you don't know, that's fine. Right. I'm not having a go at you, but for you to come in here and call us low IQ is ironic when you know next to nothing about the thing that you claim you believe in.
93 million miles away is what they say.
Yep. Radius value of Earth 3,959 miles. which is 6,371 kilometers. You've got a circumference of about 24,000 miles. You've got a distance of some 93 million miles. They claim that Earth is rotating at a speed of around 1,040 miles per hour at the equator. It goes on and on. Like we've studied this stuff so that we could actually like know a little bit about it. Because if you want to go out into reality and test those values and those claims, then you should know what those values are and why they're claiming them. Do you know how they got any of those values?
What values?
The values, like the claimed measurements of the Earth, these values, right? Speed of rotation, right? Rate of rotation, curvature rate,
I'm not no
radius
rocket
value,
science.
distance to the sun, all that. You know how they got any of those numbers?
Nope.
No. Might be worth looking into before you come in telling people that they're stupid for not believing in it.
Like I said, appeal to authority. You don't even need to think. Just ask Google.
Exactly. Google's never lied.
So all you've ever observed and experienced is a motionless flat Earth, and you've only ever used it as such. And
Wait,
the
so
average
if it is
person,
flat though, wouldn't there be an edge?
well, I don't know about the extent of the plane. We breathe gas pressure, right? So we live within a gaseous pressurized system. So I can only conclude from that we are in a closed, contained system. So there would probably
How can you
be
go
a
around the
barrier.
world though without falling off an edge if it's flat?
No,
Yeah, I'll help
nobody.
you real quick.
Yeah, go on, Trace.
Yeah. So the way you go around the world is you follow your compass east or west, for instance, and that's a giant circle. So if you had a giant magnet in your house and you held the compass would point towards your house, and then you would go west. That's a circle around your house, bro.
Okay.
On a globe, you're always at the highest point of reference relative to the rest of the ball. So you have to have exponential drop all 360 degrees around your position as the observer. On the flat waters, you do not experience this. No matter how powerful of a zoom you have and how far you zoom, you never find this exponential rate of drop. That is
Wait
the
a minute.
biggest issue.
I'm confused. Are things supposed to be blocked on the globe, or am I supposed to have more vision on the globe? Could you help me out with that?
On the globe,
Things
you
would be
actually
falling away from you.
Yeah.
on the
So
globe.
really quickly, like, is the prediction made by the typical oblate spheroid believer going to be that curvature is going to block things from view, or is it going to be that you have a vantage point by which you can see farther?
Wasn't Drace talking to Charlie?
Yeah, I know. That was the question I asked, though.
That's fine.
I haven't seen my friend in a while, and he's in a VC over here. It was Twonger. I said hi to him in the beginning. That's why I joined here.
Okay.
Luck, y'all. And wait, one more question though. So, was the moon landing fake?
Well, before we go into that, he was talking about the globe prediction of the horizon blocking things, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, so the globe prediction of things being blocked in the distance uses an orthographic side view calculation to compare to real life observation. However, this orthographic side view calculation does not account for things getting smaller with distance. So if we believe in the globe and we think that model represents reality, things don't get smaller with distance. We observe things getting smaller with distance, so we know that model is wrong. If we tried to apply Earth curve and things getting smaller with distance together, things don't look like the reality, so globe is screwed. Got any more questions?
Oh, yeah. I have a question if that's okay. I was curious what the falsification criteria for the flat Earth is.
You go out and you measure the curve.
hmm Okay, and what does that mean?
That means you measure the curve. What do you mean? What does it mean?
Yeah, like what do I take out a ruler? What does that mean?
Well, you could try to use lasers of different wavelengths, shoot them across the ground, and see that they don't hit the target because they're going up into the air, and then because they're going up into the air, now you need to try to prove that the cause of that is refraction. So you go out and you or not refraction, but rather because there's no refraction and it's going up into the air. So you go out and you check the conditions of the day and where the lasers are.
I'm confused. I thought we were talking about
to see if there's a difference between the starting point and the end point for optical
I guess I'm
brilliance to
confused.
be
I
able
thought we were
to be the
talking about
cause
the
of this.
physical curvature of the Earth. And you're talking about
exclude
photons. Why are you doing that? I was talking about the curvature of the Earth, not photons.
Yeah, we're measuring the curvature of the Earth to a flat standard.
Well, hold on. When I'm asking, like, the other day I was building my house, right? And I got a carpenter. And when I was like, "Hey, can you make my house so and so inches big?" I didn't tell him to get a laser and look at the laser. I told him to look at the ground. So I'm curious about the ground. You know what I mean? So I just feel like
when the guy builds your house, he uses a laser level and other things to get it straight
he's not looking
and
at the
level because it's a flat standard to make it flat too, so you can measure it too. So he measures to the flat standard to the ground so that your floor is flat and not jagged or
He's
curved.
not looking at photons. He's looking at the ground. But yeah, so really quickly, I just wanted to know, like, because we already moved past that. Like, you're just confused. We were talking about the Earth curvature, and you're talking
What?
about.
No,
I'm
you're just
I don't care about
you're
this.
just retarded.
I
You
don't care
don't
about
understand. You're just retarded, and you don't understand that we need to have a standard to measure to. So just looking at the ground and saying, "Oh, it's curved," that's just retarded. That's not measuring anything. Like, you can measure the distance to the horizon, for instance, and try to say, well, like, this horizon measurement appears to match with my globe. You could try to find those. That would be the claimed geometric horizon no glober can ever find, apparently. So you can try to do whatever you want. Just don't talk bullshit.
Yeah, this is Ham. He's got a couple of accounts, but yeah, he talks about the Grand Slam and he poses as a flat earther that makes ridiculous claims like Flat Earth Society garbage. Something. Then another day he'll come in and he'll feel like he's an advocate for the globe, and I'd say, yeah, welcome to Ham.
Well, you know, I just don't get it. You know, when
shithead, just another one.
Yeah, it's just I thought we were interested in things like
Really just
empiricism
putting on
and not
mute
like
and
theories.
ignoring
You
and
know what I mean?
checking out.
It's just a very weird thing.
Piece of shit.
Yeah, the thing is, it is empiricism. It's not theories. You're measuring to a standard and you're taking controls of the environment where the laser is traveling. And so, based on that, you can deduce things. You don't need any theories. You can measure based on the standard of the laser, and you can deduce how much is being refracted based on the separations between the wavelengths.
All right, spit it out, man.
You could also do like an 18-mile string line. Throw a string level on it.
Well, the string has I can't say this word.
You could do it. Spit it out, dude.
Yeah, I'm not good at saying
it's
all
all right.
English
Spit it out.
words.
It's no big deal.
It's Capricorn. I can't say this word. AI says it all the time because he argues against this all the time. But like, a string will sag. So I'll just explain it. Will sag in the middle between the points where you're stretching it, and so like it's not going to be a straight standard, unless at least less straight than the light. And although we know the light can be deviated, we can check the conditions at the start, at the end, and we can have different wavelengths to try to exclude that possibility.
No, these motherfuckers are crazy. This is good though.
I know everything I make is good.
Really?
Yeah.
You know how I make broccoli casserole?
Yeah. Do you know all of them?
Keep it over a body of water.
With random people.
Do you like Trump?
He's alright.
Yes.
I mean, like, sometimes he just does things kind of weird, but he's.
Yeah, so I don't know if you noticed, but you're in the Flat Earth channel. So if you want to talk politics, you go somewhere else, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, you tell him, T-Dub. Tell him again.
T-Dub's
Tell him again.
Flat Earther right now. Are we live, chat? Just checking.
We are live.
Who's talking shit? Honestly, let's get a hater on the line. Who's the one talking shit?
I think that was that guy, Grandpa, kept speaking up.
Oh, it's you, pussy. It's you. Bitch. Jones is server muted. We have Jones is server muted. Why's that?
Jones is Ham on his Jones account.
Oh, okay.
We were talking to one guy who came in a bit hot, like not angry, but you know, saying that, he thinks the IQ in here is pretty low if we think the Earth is flat. But he was sort of chill, and he started having a conversation with Drace and I. I don't know if he's still here. I can't remember his name.
No, I'm still here.
He might have dipped. You still here?
It's fucking
Yeah,
That was Charlie. That was Charlie. He left.
Oh, okay. Okay. Never mind.
Simple bone.
You got Grandpa here. Let's see if he has anything to say.
Simple. Bro, you don't have anything for us, bro. You're an attention-seeking 304. You're like a woman, dude.
Grandpa, speak up.
What you mean, bro?
Grandpa, you're gonna let him speak to you like that?
Yeah, that's copyrighted.
Shout out to John Luna too. Appreciate the input that and keeping the conversation going when there's dead air and stuff too. Thanks, John.
T-Dub, that's actually AI overlord in human form. Don't let him deceive you, bro.
Wasn't sure if it was New Perspective or AI Overlord.
It's definitely AI overlord, 100%. That's why they don't speak at the same time. It's been confirmed, bro.
That's some funny stuff, man. That's some funny stuff.
Let's get Simple on the line, bro. What's your biggest problem with flat Earth? What's the most L? What's the biggest confusing part about flat Earth? What's the most wrong about flat Earth? Go ahead.
Well, because you guys say we can't feel the Earth moving, but I feel it.
The fuck, dude?
That confuses me. That's the most confusing part, I think.
This fucking guy.
Feel it? When do
You guys always say you can't feel it moving. I feel it every day.
The way you move on the floor. Oh, baby, I feel it.
That's what I'm saying. I do. I feel it.
The way you move
When you're
on the floor.
outside, and just like you have to hold on.
I mean, mainly when I'm outside, I guess.
What, do you have to steady yourself like you're on the merry-go-round or something?
Well, yeah. I mean, I feel
Do you
it.
have a walker?
That's what
Do
I'm
you have
saying.
a walker? Well, I mean, since it's moving, it's moving pretty fast. Do you steady
Yeah,
yourself?
I know it moves pretty quick. Well, I mean, I'm used to it by now. I don't need a walker
Oh,
for it.
you just said you could feel it. Now you're used
I
to
do
it.
feel it. I mean, being used to it doesn't mean I don't feel it.
Shit.
What do you think you're, Enrique Iglesias or something, dude?
Whatever do you mean by that?
Oh, yes, I feel it. The way you move on the floor. You're not moving on the floor, bro. What you talking about, man?
Dude,
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe you don't move, but I
rolling
move.
one way. I'd be rolling
You don't
one
move.
way. I could feel it
No, I'm
rolling
moving.
underneath me.
You don't got motion, bro. Come on, bro.
about?
No, bro, I got motion.
You got no motion, dude.
Boy.
Yeah, I got mad at motion.
You got hella. You got
Is that your
negative
is that a picture of
motion,
you?
gang.
It's a selfie.
There's not. There's not.
But I mean, you asked me the most confusing part. That's the most confusing part.
So you feel like you're moving. Oh my God.
Are you in a building right now?
Whatever do you mean by that?
Are you in a building? I mean, I'm not. Is that China? It's not Chinese.
And you're talking to me or someone else, or what's going on right now?
Yeah, you.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Are you in a building?
Like physically, mentally, what are we referring to right now?
Any of the above would be acceptable.
Then the answer is yes.
Okay, so you're in a building. Is that building on the earth?
Yes.
Okay, are you in a moving building?
Well, I feel it moving. That's the point. Yeah.
Oh, chat, I don't even know what to do with this number.
Well, you're saying, why are you confused? That's my confusion. You're shock and awe.
So describe the feeling, I guess.
Well, I'm just moving. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Describe it. How do I describe that?
Where are you going?
I mean,
It's
who knows?
vertigo.
I mean, that you're asking like the destination of life, or what are we talking
Well, if
about
you're
at this
moving,
point?
where are you going? If you're
Well, I
moving
don't know
somewhere,
that.
where are you
I
going?
don't know the destination. Nobody does.
So
Dude, you should harness it. You should harness it. Wouldn't that be like a perpetual motion machine if you're moving?
I don't know if it's perpetual. I
Harness
don't know
it,
if it's
Jet
going to
Shorty.
stop or not.
Yeah, you don't keep up to date with the latest law. And
Man, like fucking.
I'm not a scientific guy. I'm just telling you what I
generating
feel.
electricity. Bro, I just read it the other day. They claim they're going to start tapping into the Earth's motion, exploiting the Earth's motion, and generating electricity. Seriously, I saw the headline the other day.
Well, there you go. Proof
Yeah.
right there that we're moving.
Yeah, who wound that top up? Who wound that top up?
I don't know how you
that
don't feel
dreidel?
it.
It's them boys. They get the dreidel spinning.
Who wound that dreidel up? Who keeps freaking doing it though? Who keeps it moving?
It's not moving.
How's that work?
Now that's an answer I don't have. But I
Damn
feel
right you don't
it
have it 'cause it
moving.
ain't
I know
going
that.
nowhere. You ain't
No,
feeling
you
nothing.
don't.
You're
You're
freaking
trolling.
absurd. Fucking
Well, you say it's
silly.
going nowhere. I don't know if it's going nowhere. Somewhere in
Definitely
between.
going
that.
nowhere. I'd feel
Oh,
it.
maybe. I don't know. I feel it moving. I don't know the destination.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You
Well, that's my
100%
confusion.
do not.
Well, I do. I mean,
No, you don't.
that's why I got confused. You guys say, "Oh, we're not moving. We're not moving." I feel it moving every day.
Where?
What? So when you say where, are you saying like north, south, east, or west? What do you mean by where?
Where do you feel it? Where do you feel it moving?
Well, that's my question. What do you mean by that? Like north, south, east, or west?
Well,
What do you mean by?
describe the feeling, I guess. We'll start there.
Well, I don't know how to describe it. I mean, how do you describe the feeling of moving on an airplane? I don't know. You're just moving.
Well, so you're saying the Earth moves like that?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's exactly like that, but I mean, it's the same concept of moving, sure. Yeah.
Why the hell would you be the only freaking idiot on planet? Oh my god, I can't believe I just said it. On
You mean
realm Earth,
on the globe?
on realm Earth, to freaking feel you're just literally
No,
just starting shit because you got nothing.
I think you guys are in the minority.
No. Well, let's just
I
rip the
felt it
Band-Aid
moving
off.
for
You and
upwards
I
of
are living
93
on
years.
Shut the fuck up. You and I are both on the same Earth. And we experience the same thing.
Yeah.
You 100% do not experience the Earth moving, just
Wait,
like no
why do you
one
say
else
that?
does.
No, I mean, I don't
You're
know
like
if
the
it's
only
you're
glober
missing a sense.
Standing still. Dumb.
You may be missing a sense or something like that.
No, what sense? What sense?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. The moving detection
couldn't even
sense.
describe
I don't
it.
know.
You don't have that.
Dude, you're
Well,
missing your sense, your common sense.
I compared it to an airplane ride. What do you mean I
That's
couldn't
a
describe
false
it?
comparison. Airplanes
How
move in a
so?
straight direction.
I
You
don't-
would
yeah,
feel it
like-
if the airplane was like
What do you mean
spinning in
you
a
would
circle.
feel it? I mean, you feel turbulence every now and then.
Is the globe Earth traveling in a straight
Oh
line?
my god!
That's fine.
Do you feel turbulence on the Earth too?
No, there's no turbulence.
So what happens when, like, during an earthquake, you feel it moving plus the earthquake?
Well, that's true,
You feel
actually.
like double movement?
I mean, turbulence has to do with the air, but
No, but the question is the globe Earth traveling in a straight line?
the direction I don't know. But whether it is moving, I feel it.
Is the globe Earth spinning?
You should know your lore.
I feel
dude.
it's
You should
spinning
know.
too.
Is it
You should
spinning?
know the spinning
Do
space
airplanes
monkey lore.
do airplanes spin?
I don't believe airplanes spin, do they?
Yeah, so that's not a good comparison, is it?
Well,
not
I
like
mean,
an
it's
airplane, is it?
not completely synonymous. That's
No, not
fair,
at
I
all.
guess.
Not at all. If the globe is
Well,
spinning
I already
and
said it's
also
not.
going
I
around
already
the
said it's
sun.
not synonymous.
Do you take Dramamine every day?
I don't get dizzy. No, I don't have motion sickness.
Why not?
That's
All the moving.
Well,
All the moving and shaking
I
you're
was
doing.
born with good genes. What can I tell you? I don't know. I'm not weak.
Dude,
I don't.
you ain't
I
even
don't have
got no money for
allergies
some
either.
cheap-ass freaking Levi's. Oh,
I don't have allergies. I don't get motion sickness. I've got
Facts,
good
same here.
eyesight.
I don't know.
Maybe that's because the Earth isn't moving.
Now you tell me why. I don't know. My genes, I guess. I don't know.
Maybe it's because of the lack of movement. It's hard to get motion sickness when you're not moving.
Well, you say I'm not. I feel myself moving.
No, you don't.
I do. I do. Most people do. I think.
Most people do.
I think that's where. I think that's where the disconnect is here.
Someone's disconnected.
You're fucking mentally ill, dude. Just
Whatever do you mean by that?
means
He's just moving his arms and moving his mouth. And he can feel it.
And you're talking to me or someone else right now? I just want to make sure I'm on topic right now.
Yeah,
So
if you
can you
move your
describe
body
the
around, of course you can feel that.
Well, I'm just wondering if he can describe the sensation he gets from the Earth moving.
Well, I compared it to an airplane flight. I don't. How do you describe that?
You describe. Go
It's
on.
not like an airplane.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not like a writer or anything. I don't
Well,
know
you
how to
don't
paint
know.
the scene
You
for
don't
you.
know how you feel the Earth motion, but you feel it.
I mean, yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. It's an
Right. You
accurate way
don't
of
know how
describing
you
it.
feel it, but you feel it.
Well,
Bro,
in the same way, you can't describe an
just stop
airplane
trolling. Just go.
motion.
Just get out, man. Just leave, bro.
Ooh.
I just want to confirm you're telling me that or somebody
We're
else.
not interested in your fucking useless trolling. It's not productive. We don't care.
Yeah, you're trolling, bro. 100% facts.
This is a productivity session. I just want to confirm that.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the no troll panel.
This is
Get
the
the fuck out.
productivity experts.
Yep.
Are you guys using the Pomodoro technique in here or what?
25 minutes on, 5 minutes off. Yeah, this is a 30 minutes straight no trolling panel. Yep.
Are we bullet journaling right now or?
Bro, do what T-Dub told you and get the fuck out of here.
But I just want to confirm who you're even talking to in the first
This is a
place.
no troll confirmed panel.
And this is directed towards me or somebody else or what's going on right now?
Yeah, fine.
Where's Crit? I miss Crit.
You should just exit out of here for someone bans your dumbass.
Oh, please don't do that. Please. I beg
Or you
of
could
you.
get serious. Your choice, bro. You live your life.
Let me beg one more time. Please don't ban me. Please.
We'll see.
That's like one of the scariest threats I've ever gotten.
Facts.
You're gonna ban me from here?
Yes.
Why ever would you do that?
Because you're annoying and a troll.
And that's about me, or is that about Crit, or what's going
All
on?
right, chat. We'll put a poll in the chat. We'll see what the chat has to say.
Pull it up.
We always go with the chat what it has to say. So let's start this chat. We'll get a poll going right now.
Start it up.
Ban this weirdo.
Oh, please don't.
Or
Chat,
no.
I beg you. Whatever the don't ban option is, please pick that.
All right, go ahead and cast your vote in the chat. Chat.
Everyone vote no. Everyone vote no.
We got 2-0. Oh,
I see someone voted no.
That's probably you. We got 3-1, 4-1. Chat. Cast
How
your
many votes
vote
do we
right
need,
now
though?
in the chat. We'll end the poll at 10 minutes past the hour.
10 minutes past the hour. Okay. Actually, no. Can we extend it? Can we make it 30 past the hour?
Dude, if you stop talking shit and lying, then you'd be good. Stop talking about how you're moving. You know that's not.
Well, I am moving. That's the
You're not like
discrepancy
being
here.
you're not being like belligerent or being an
Productive?
asshole, except you're being like really stupid. But I don't
Well, you're
know.
saying I'm not being
Just be
productive.
really.
I could give productivity tips if you guys want, if that's what the
No,
conversation is.
dude, we don't need any of that.
Well, I'm just saying, I heard this was like a
Need a little bit of
productivity thing going on.
Stop lying.
Well, I'm just quoting you, dude. You said we're being productive up in here. I got
Bro,
tips.
how old are
I'm
you?
just saying. 94.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. Honestly, you're fucking dude, you're a clown, bro. We ain't got time for this. We're not this bored.
We got productivity stuff to talk about.
Get him out of here, chat. We'll go 10 minutes past. You got 2 minutes left. So
Wait,
get it
no,
all
you said
out.
12. You said 30 past the hour.
10. I said 10.
Oh, now you're lying.
You got 2 minutes. Get it all out of your system. You got 1 minute.
You should apologize for trolling. Just say, don't ban
No,
me.
I'm not accepting
I'll
apologies.
actually tell the truth from now on. Which
I
you
get
won't,
why
but
you have to apologize. It's not a big
You
deal.
got 30 seconds. Just get it all out of your system.
Well, you said 30 minutes?
30 seconds.
Oh, but you just said minutes.
30 seconds.
And you're talking to me right now. I just want to confirm that before I use my time.
You'll take those whatever time you want. You got 30 seconds. Use it wisely. God, are you seeing this, bro? This is beautiful right now.
You still have 30 seconds. Keep talking like a dumbass. You still have 30 seconds. Keep talking. He's muted. He doesn't realize yet. He's such a dumbass.
All right, 7 minutes past the hour. Someone boot him out of here.
He's definitely that bored.
We're not this bored, chat. Are you guys seeing this amazing skyline right now? This is crazy. You can leave him on mute? That's fine. I think I'm all right with that. What's happening, chat? We got AI, Paraplegic, Crit, Daz, Drace, Gemzy, Heretic, AI again, JK, John Luna, Nigo Wigo, Mike, Neil, Platter, Primal King Bear, Wyatt Noobs, Rayleigh, Stylish Tiger, T-Dub, Toby Dog, and rounding out, no pun intended, the bottom of the panel, pause, Ether this. And we are
we
live,
ever
chat.
find out Primal King Bear.
What's up with him?
What's up with him? What's up with the bear?
What's up with him?
Does anybody know anything about him?
Nope.
Is he even freaking cool enough to freaking have?
I
the
think he's
bear
a
in his
flat
life?
earther. Yeah, I think he's a
He
flat.
is?
I think he's a flat earther.
Where are you from, yo? Where's
Who,
Primal
me?
King Bear? No,
Oh.
I'm asking him. He's in here. Looks like a. This dude looks like a. Looks like a freaking Russian dude. I have no idea. I was just wondering. He's actually, freaking bear. Currently.
I'm at the dog beach right now. And I'm the only dog on this beach, son. No, I'm just kidding. There's actually a couple dogs out here. Are y'all seeing this? Bro, this is lit.
Crazy. It's dark out where you're at. We're in the same time zone, but it's like still light out here.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
That's about as light as you're gonna get over there. And it gets darker over the ocean, bro. Holy shit, it's dark over there. I can't even imagine being in the ocean right now at nighttime. Fuck all that. That looks scary as fuck. I don't want to be in the ocean, bro. What the fuck? I'm too black for that. Stay my ass on the land. Let's go. So nice out. Anyway, let's take a look at the panel and chat. Anyway, who's here? Who is Stylish Tiger? Oh, that's Ildico? Oh man. It's all flat tards right now. Should we speculate? Or should we just sit quiet? I feel like we should speculate. Merch.
I'm just prepping for bed. So
Go to bed? Yeah, you've been on for a while, bro. You've been cooking.
yeah.
You deserve some rest.
A long day of Father Balls freaking video. Yes. Long day of balls.
Hey, yo, pause, bro. That's some good content though, man. Keep up the good work, Grace. I'm gonna be hitting A here in a couple of hours. I think I got a 304 pulling up here in about I don't know, 30 minutes or so. I'm just shooting the breeze at the beach for a little bit. Had to do some grounding. Get the shoes off. All that good stuff. Somebody speculated on some bullshit. I don't know. Let's get this panel jumping, bro. Also, we're gonna go live on our 24/7 panel soon, maybe tomorrow. I still need to get with Flat Lloyd Wright so we can put the YouTube bot over there. We're just gonna be over there. So if you're wondering where everybody's at, make sure you have that 24/7 link saved and ready to go. We might just be in 24/7. That's our home base, bro. We have full control. That's our server. We make the rules over there besides Discord TOS. Events, title of the stream, all that good stuff. That's our shit. So get ready, chat. Get your brooms and your dustpans. Get your vacuum cleaner. Get the feather duster. Get all your cleaning supplies. We're gonna go over there and dust the shit off, man. A lot of cobwebs. We're going over to home base, chat. We're not fucking around. And also, we're not gonna abandon over here either. Let me turn this camera back on because I'm about to hit this water. Absolutely beautiful. Bro. He's full as a mofo out here. You got planes flying in every 3 minutes. I don't know how these planes fly through these clouds. Oh, it's got to be pretty scary. Would not want to be a pilot. There he is. How do they fly through clouds, bro? That's got to be pretty scary, right?
They're just relying on their instruments.
Oh, really? That's crazy. But like, you can't. You just got to like close your eyes and fly. That's wild.
They can see a lot better than you'd think.
They
They
have
do
like
have moments
infrared.
where they have zero. Well, no, they have moments where they have zero visibility, but they still have radar and they still have all their data, letting them know how high they are and all that.
There's another one, bro. This city is crazy, bro. Like people fly in like literally every 30 seconds. There's another plane landing. Wild.
What city are
The
you
chat.
looking at there?
Oh, this is San Diego. This is Ocean Beach right here. Water crashing up on my feet and shit. Planes coming in every 20 seconds. There's another one right there. Literally, there's one above my head and another one coming right there. It's like 20 seconds, every 30 seconds. It's wild, though. Everyone's up in here. All this flat water.
The only kind you'll see.
I know, right? And they're like, well, so creation, but how do you know it's flat? Well, what else would it be, retard? But you're not finishing your sentence. You're not telling me exactly how it's flat. Well, it's not concave or convex. So there's only one other option, stupid. God damn, dude. You guys are retarded, bro.
But CB, what if the Earth is just so big that it looks that way?
Bruh, they won't even say that. They won't even say that. Let me roll my shit up so I get my feet wet. Wait. That's not your date? Hell no, bro. Hell no, bro. No way, bro. Let's, let's- no. It's a bad idea. I only flat smack random 304s on the street, bro. And there's another plane flying in. Who said that in the chat? That's Kobe dog. Everyone shout CB the fighter, then she might hear it. Yeah, I'm definitely jumping off the call. I'm definitely jumping off the call before she gets here, boys. God, what do I look like? Flat Lloyd Wright? You think I'm gonna get my fucking MacBook get doused in water? Hell no. You guys heard that story yet? Um, Flat Lloyd Wright, he was playing like the live stream on speaker on his computer, and damn, is this shit out of focus? There it goes. Ooh, and this dumbass 304 doesn't like it, so she takes a cup of water. She goes to the sink, fills up a cup of water, and dumps that shit straight on his MacBook, bro. What the fuck, bro? You think I'm trying to get my MacBook ruined? Hell no. No, sir. I'm sure AI would be happy, but not me. But this water feels good as fuck right now. What?
Seen a lot of women break a lot of guys' stuff over the years.
Yeah, I know, right? And we can't even hit him with the Falcon Punch. We don't condone that type of behavior, but seriously though, in another lifetime, we just hit him with the Falcon Punch, bro.
Punch!
And there's another plane flying in, chat. Hey, they wanted equality. We'll just hit them with the. They want equal rights. They can get some equal lefts. Hit them with that Hadouken.
Falcon Punch!
Oh, you want to pour water on my MacBook? Sure, you can. Oh. You see what I did there, chat? Yeah. Call him by his name and everything. Yeah. Only some of y'all know what time it is. I feel like it's been like a quiet day, bro. Not too many Globetards today. I'm sure tomorrow will be better. Friday. Should be plenty of Globetards in here. Mic check, mic check. The night is early. Yeah, we could probably still get some Globetards in here. I don't know, bro. Honestly, I think like if you haven't figured it out by now, you're probably cooked at this point. Oh, well, we got people joining. Up.
So, hello.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Yeah, sorry if I interrupted anything. Were you guys talking or no?
Is this Rogue Sauce? No, you came at a perfect time, my friend.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to get like put in my. I don't want to get destroyed and. No, flat earthers, leave me alone. I just want to listen. That's it. I want to spectate. Is that fine?
No, this is a no spectating panel.
Really? Even if I prove that like you guys already educated me on like flat Earth stuff and like I'm kind of convinced a little bit.
Ooh, you want to do a little role reversal? I'll be the Globetard?
No. I'm not educated enough. That's why I want to spectate. I like to talk about it. Yeah.
Sorry, hold on.
Yeah, don't be shy. Let us know what you think is leaning you towards flat.
Oh yeah. What's up, Toby?
Yeah, I'm also going to sleep now, so I have a song I want to play. If you guys want to
Do
hear
it.
it, I can play it out
Do
before
it.
I go to sleep.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
As the day winds down, I lay my head. Trace AI's gonna sleep, it's time for bed. Lovers breathe a sigh, relief in their hearts, knowing my battles pause as the night starts. Time to sleep. When I sleep, the globe must find peace. A moment's break, their worries cease. But dawn will come, I'll rise again to teach the truth and end the spin. Time to sleep. In Iceland's land, fighting for what is going on. The moss grows green under the moonlight. Lovers rest easy while I'm in repose, but in the morning light the truth flows. Time to sleep. When I sleep, the globers find peace. A moment's break, their worries cease. But dawn will come, I'll rise again to teach the truth and end the spin. Time to sleep. In slumber deep, the battles pause. Globers find respite, a welcome cause. But know this well, as dreams take hold, the quest for truth will still be bold. In Iceland stays fighting for what is right. The moss grows green under the moonlight. Globers rest easy while I'm in repose, but in the morning light the truth flows. Time to sleep. When I sleep, the globers find peace. A moment's break, their worries cease. But dawn will come, I'll rise again to teach the truth and end the spin. Time to sleep. Slumber deep, the battles pause. Globers find respect, a welcome cause. But know this well, as dreams take hold, the quest for truth will still be bold. Time to sleep. When I sleep, the globers find peace. A moment's break, their worries cease. But dawn will come, I'll rise again to teach the truth and end the spin. Time to sleep. So good night, globers, enjoy the reprieve. For in the morrow, the globers will grieve. Trace say I will wake with renewed might to shine the truth and keep up the fight. Time to sleep. When I sleep, the globers find peace. A moment's break, their worries cease. But dawn will come, I'll rise again to teach the truth and end the spin. Time to sleep.
Ooh, damn. Don DeMarco. We needed Don DeMarco for that one. Dude, that was pretty good.
Good night, everyone.
All right, guys, let's get some W's in the chat for Drace for all the content today, the Dr. Balls, all the content, the AI, the music. Let's get some W's in the chat, guys. Show some love for Drace.
Detroit, Tracy boy.
Let's get some W's going, guys. If you don't put a W, you're getting banned. Good night, Drace, man. Have a good one, bro.
Good night, everyone.
All right, guys. Hell yeah. Somebody talk to Rocksauce. I got to get up out of here, too, soon. Shorty's calling. She said she wants to meet up, so I got to go soon. We got W's flying right now. Let me kill this camera. We have Wounzer as well. And the panel's kind of dropping right now. Oh. I'm gonna drive back here soon in a bit, chat. But somebody should talk to Wounzer, and we'll do this again tomorrow, chat. What do you guys think? Great show today.
What day
Tomorrow,
are we gonna do freaking what day are we gonna dust that shit off, bro?
I think we should go tomorrow. I think we should go in there tomorrow.
Alright, man. I'll try to remember and yeah, we should like after 5 or something, we'll meet up there or something.
Maybe in the morning, honestly. We'll see. Wounzer left as well.
Whatever. I'll look in there. See if
The best thing all we need to do is put the YouTube in there, and then everything will follow. So just keep your eyes out for the YouTube bot, and we'll go there.
Can't we just leave it in there and just freaking always have shit playing? At least that's the reason people used to start hanging there, because the bot was.
All right, chat. I'm gonna roll up out of here. I'm not gonna roll up. I'm gonna roll out, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Keep an eye out for 24/7. Make sure you bring your brooms. It'll feel so good. It's gonna feel amazing to be back in a home server. So, all right, guys. This is CB signing off for the night. Hope you have a great day. Good night. Whatever.
Cheers, mate. Good on you.
Hell yeah. All right,
care,
guys. All right. Awesome. Cheers.
This is good for you.
Yeah.
So is the curvature space-time related? You know, this is an idea that globies haven't really come up with, and is not part of the current modern cosmological paradigm. Some globies have come in and suggested as such. Smart ones, I think. Moving the goalpost even further. Because if it is, it means you have no hope of detecting curvature at all because you are in the frame of reference that is being curved, where the Lorentz contraction is happening with regards to Earth's motion and gravitational alignment with the mass. It means you have no hope of actually knowing, and this would comport to Einstein's idea, right? That you couldn't tell, you can't have any absolute reference frames. Basically, in Einstein's cosmology, everything could be at rest. Everything at rest. Absolutely at rest. And the only thing that's moving are 11 dimensions of space-time, giving the appearance of movement when there isn't. And curvature and other geometric shapes.
We're free falling. Is that what you mean? We're not moving?
Not even that. Not even that.
That's his understanding. That was Einstein's understanding.
Well, his own framework allows for you to be stationary, and you're not falling, but everything is moving away from you, right? Isn't that what the Big Bang explosion is?
Well, yeah,
ground's moving up. You remember he was walking along. He was thinking about the guy falling off the roof.
Oh no, it's the elevator, right? Where you're like in the elevator.
Or the elevator.
You get
Same
snapped
thing.
and you don't realize you're falling because you're falling in the frame of reference.
But his point was you could think about it as the guy falling off the roof. He's motionless. He's not going anywhere. It's that everything else is moving up towards him.
Yeah, space-time itself is warped up, and we can't detect it because we are within the frame that's being warped, and it looks like it's not happening. The guy looks like he is falling instead.
That's what bollocks to me.
It is bollocks. Absolute. But this is what Einstein came up with. It's the ultimate unfalsifiable claim for cosmology that cannot be proven to exist, that everybody can latch onto and explain things with. Sorry.
And every moment in time that you experience being in motion, right? Everything's just going to appear as if it's just flat and motionless around you.
Yeah.
Unless it's moving faster than you.
No, then it's stationary, and the space-time is moving faster between you.
Well, the idea of the falling is that we have a terminal velocity on Earth, right? So in our frame. We're talking about objects. We're not talking about light. Like when we actually do like the speed of light equations, then we're talking about stuff that moving faster than the speed of light, and that can't be proved yet. But when we're talking about like the man falling, and he has a he has a point of reference, right? Which is
that's all frame dependent, though.
Vision, yeah. But it's arbitrary. Faster than the terminal velocity, then the frame of reference will, have that reference speed in it as well, right? So it's easy for us to imagine as humans what the terminal velocity is because we all fall at the same speed. That's why we're all in free fall together. That's the idea.
But do we?
Yeah. But if something moves faster than us, then we have to take that into reference. But the speed of light is the cap, right? And that's how we get the terminal velocity because we're measuring the speed of distance over time, based on the object's mass, based on gravity, right?
That's within our frame.
Yeah, and in the Earth's frame.
Arbitrary. In Einstein's cosmology, that's also arbitrary. It is a valid explanation, but it's also just one of an infinite number of interpretations that can be true. That's the problem.
But it is still true.
Well, yes, it is one way to interpret it that is valid, but it's not ultimately true. What is ultimately true in his framework is that all interpretations are equally valid, which would include a flat Earth. We're starting to get it?
When I brought up black holes yesterday, I kind of just got laughed at.
You will.
Yeah, but event horizons, like when we're talking about like horizons and vanishing points, and we're talking about light and gravity and like the fundamental forces of the universe, we're not talking about human perception anymore, right?
It's not a force.
We're talking about like the capabilities of the forces in the universe. We're not talking about what we perceive them to be.
Within the mathematical equations.
Right,
Yeah,
these
right.
are all conceptions. One valid interpretation.
Yeah, so like
out
when
of
a black
infinitely
hole was
valid.
theorized, it was like we didn't have an observation for it. And then it was found, and it was like, wow, guys, we found a black hole in space.
Are you right?
Really?
That's what happened. Yeah.
Really?
That's what happened. Yeah, that's what happened. It was like this is a theory of like how gravity works, and then they're like, hold up a
It's
second.
not something you can validate.
Listen.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You don't think that's how we have like smartphones today?
No.
You can't draw the correlation there. Like, can't see it.
Cell phones. Cell phones.
Mathematics is fun, isn't it?
Like the way that we all have like access to cellular device. Like
Cell phones are radio devices. There's nothing spooky wooky about it.
Yeah, why is it whenever we send signals, all of a sudden we're on a ball?
Wait, but don't we have GPS systems on our phones?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, those are radios too.
I mean, you could put a GPS system on anything, like an AirTag on a car, on practically anything these days.
Yeah.
And it's accurate.
And we're going to be using an awful lot of triangles to triangulate our position.
Well, no, it's accurate because we understand what gravity and light is.
No.
Are you forgetting our conversation an hour ago?
No, well,
Very technical on this.
Because we just mentioned about. Oh wait, I think like we're regressing. Yeah, you're true.
Yeah, I already described how they transform azimuthal and elevation angles from the GPS network into Keplerian orbital elements.
Yeah, I was just talking about black holes and like the light.
Yeah. And you brought up GPS.
Then you went here. You started talking about mobile phones and my toaster works.
Yeah, but that's because our understanding of how light works
is just one interpretation according to Einstein and is not the ultimate truth. This is within your cosmology that I don't even agree with.
But we agree that our understanding of light got us to here, where we are today.
We understand that's the claim.
What is light? Our understanding of light. Okay, what is it? What do you think it is?
Well, it's a wave and a particle. It's confusing, okay?
Yeah.
It's a wave and a particle. That's a wave.
We don't have a unifying theory between quantum mechanics and cosmology.
Yeah. Yep. It's a wave function, isn't it? That's mathematics.
That's physics.
No, that's mathematics, the wave function. That's math, isn't it?
Yeah, we use the lambda.
Isn't actually waving.
It's a measurement. Technically, it's
a statistical probability of where the light will be in the future. That's the wave. It's a probability function.
You don't need to. You put the numbers in afterwards.
The wave is a probability function. It doesn't really exist.
Yeah, if you put the numbers in first, you're brute forcing it. It's the wrong way to do it. But you can do it that way.
The wave is a statistical probability function, dude. That's all it is.
This is probably one of those times where I actually do wish Quantum Eraser was here.
Yeah.
We start talking about quantum mechanics, and then we start talking about.
No, I just mentioned
what light is. I know, I get your point, dude. It's just we wouldn't have these things without fundamental understandings, but the understandings that our gentleman has are slightly skewed.
I mean, my whole point to you this time, Luke, is what you're claiming to be absolutely true is not a fair statement within the own prevailing cosmological paradigm, where multiple coordinate reference systems, multiple points of origins, can be reinterpreted just as validly as others using relativity, because it's all relative.
Yeah, we were using like our understanding of the Thor experiment of like inertial frames, right, as like how aeroplanes can fly flat because they have an inertial frame, because nothing moves faster than the speed of light, and that's just what the point was, right?
You can choose to use Earth as at rest state of inertia. Absolutely true. But then you say, but we know it's not. And then we say, well, how do you know? What's the tiebreaker here? Let's get back to the surface and look for the curve.
Like, if information could escape the black hole, which we think we have evidence of, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's not light in the same wavelength as visible light, which is different, right? So the information's kind of shifted some way. Well, it's interesting stuff. Because how does that affect us on Earth when we're talking about like planes of reference?
This is all, in my opinion, fantasy mathematics.
Yeah, theoretically.
Well, no, we have the sun. That's what powers our solar system. Right, the space, the universe
system?
Well,
the sun is
our solar system.
What's the sun?
Solar system is one interpretation too, right? You've got the Copernican, the Tychonian.
I did ask if, like, when we look at the same sun in the sky, we're looking at the same sun. Yeah.
What's that then?
What do you mean? What's that then?
You know, the experts don't agree what it is.
Well, it's a point of reference. That's what we're agreeing.
Oh. Is it fixed or moving?
Mm-hmm. What's the distance? I forget that then.
You know what a point is? It's a point of reference.
Is it the point of origin itself moving within a larger framework?
Well, I wouldn't be able to tell you that with a singular point, would I?
I know.
That's the problem, I guess. So if we look at the galaxy, right, which is the next step up, is there any more suns in our galaxy? Any more stars?
What's this?
Okay, try to get back to the surface of the Earth again. You're like,
well, because we're talking about visible light spectrum, right? We're talking about human eyes, like the capacity of like how far we can see. But then when we change the lens focus, right, and we use like telescopes, we can see a lot further. But our eyes can see further, but we just use different lenses, right? So the visible light spectrum is still there.
I don't know that you're seeing further with a telescope, are you?
Ooh. Yeah, you are. You're seeing the light that's there, right? Because it's there. And the further you look, then you have to measure it in distance. Right now we have light years, because that's how long it takes the light to arrive to our eyes.
I don't think that's how telescopes work, bro.
That's right.
No,
you can't get distances from telescopes, period. You have to have a reference of a known size or distance.
Yeah, we actually don't. You're right. We don't use telescopes to measure distance. We use the size of the object.
Right.
And the color it gives off, the temperature.
We know what we're talking about, dude. We're not crazy.
Yeah, I also know what I'm talking about. You're sounding like you don't.
I appreciate your concessions.
How do we get to size?
That's the question.
We look through the telescope and we see the light.
You see the light.
Yeah, that's
how do we know the size? How do we know anything when we look at something for the very first time with absolutely no other?
Wait, do you know what the visible light spectrum is?
Yeah.
We have an idea.
Do you know what the EMFs is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, so the visible light spectrum is on the EMF spectrum, isn't it?
Doesn't mean it is.
So
doesn't mean light is electromagnetic, though.
When we look through the telescope, do you think we're looking with our eyes or we're looking with the sensors? We can do both, right?
Yeah, you can use a sensor.
Why are we doing this pedantic semantics where you're thinking that I don't mean what I say?
I don't know what you're asking.
Size and distance of objects.
Just saying the words as they are presented in the fact. You know?
A lot of times we're asking questions because we know the answer already. And most of the time there won't be an answer that anyone can give. And it's more of a shit test to see if the other person is capable of conceding.
I'm trying to understand if we have the same understanding of light. Okay?
Yeah.
Oh, this isn't like I gotcha, haha, you're wrong. This is like, hey, can we all play from the same book, please?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem accepting that that people don't fully understand what light is.
No, I'm not questioning.
I don't have a problem with using a framework that people create to best understand it, such as the wave-particle duality of light and so on. I don't have any problems with that. I have a problem when people spark up with absolute certainty that they know that this is the case, that this is how it operates. We understand it, and there's nothing left about it that we need to know.
Well, that's practically the reality. We don't have a unifying theory between the two. Right. And if we did, we wouldn't be having this conversation because we would have the theory. That's the problem.
We're having this conversation because we can't measure any curvature of the Earth that everybody insists that everybody knows is there, and somebody's measured it at some point, but nobody can produce the evidence for it. That's why we're here.
Yeah. And John Wick curved that bullet, right?
Wait, what?
Do you understand how troubling this is for us? I mean, listen, the second and third order of being corrected
I've been trying to talk to you for hours, man, and it just seems like you don't want to engage with the reality. You just want to understand something that's not there.
Okay, let's get back let's go back to the surface of the Earth then.
Reality.
This is about this.
Yeah, you guys keep
yesterday
going,
where the conversation went drastically downhill. So, Luke, try to just chill out a bit, dude. Right? We don't want to.
Yeah, thanks, DJ. Cheers, man. I've already said my part. Thanks.
Just chill out, dude.
Relax, man. Isn't it nice relaxing right here in this moment? I mean, appreciate what we've discussed so far, where we've come, what's still ahead of us. There are huge problems on the table that should be obvious to everyone but isn't. If we're right about this, what does that mean for the last 100 years of credibility, of institutional knowledge? I mean, we're playing with fire, folks. No doubt about it. I think it's kind of cool to just chill out right now and appreciate what we're digging into. If we can relax, we can move on and continue the discussion, progress it forward. Willing to do that, Luke? I am. If you want to take a break, it might be a good idea too. We can do that. We're here 24/7. You might get different people. We're not all chill. We try to be.
It's tough because we're attacking, the core fundamentals of it, but people want to skip past that.
Yeah.
And go into the weeds, off into just now we're talking about, galaxies and things, whoa, you don't even know what Earth is yet, and you want to assume you know what the universe is made of and all that.
Yeah. We got a long way to go. Let's start with that curvature measurement. Let's start with that, right? We were talking about how you ascertain distance with a telescope. You need to measure something first to have an object of reference. Can we just get that curvature measurement, folks? Because if we can, then the rest of this cosmic distance ladder may be true. But that part has not been done. The foundation of the cosmic distance ladder for our entire modern cosmology depends on this curvature measurement. It's that fucked up, dude. I wish it wasn't the case. It kind of feels like a nightmare at times, to be honest.
Do you know what a Fourier transform is?
Yeah, like in electronics or for sound and music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like signal, yeah, like a frequency.
Yeah.
Like waveform
transformations. Yep.
Yeah, that's it. So like when we get like a signal, right, and it's like in our little lasers, and it's like not the signal we thought it was, we can just do like a Fourier transform and like work out what that added signal is. Yeah.
Yeah, like for it's great for building filters and signaling, finding signal within noise. You do different analyses. You transform it different ways. You can see what's what in the in the soup of data.
We speak in different ways, right? So we could differentiate between our like vocal patterns with Fourier transforms, right?
Yep.
Cool.
Yep, I understand. I mean, it's been like 30 years since I've had to think about this. 20, 25. Yeah. Things I'm doing in my life career-wise right now are much different than what I began as.
Yeah, there's like a lot of science that goes into like getting a clear measurement. And what I think I'm hearing you saying is that like the curvature calculation is like we're like using all of this correction, and it's not giving us a good enough equation so that we can actually work out the curvature observably. Is that one?
Yeah, nobody has been able to measure the curvature of the Earth ever directly, not even once. Not without invoking transformations in the math that are not observed.
And that would be because of all of like the background noise, essentially, right?
Well, I mean, if that's how you're looking at it, like I described with Helmert's Higher Geodesy, written in the 1880s, they kept noticing over time that when they were doing surveying that they could see further than the curvature of the Earth would allow, so they started correcting that by mathematically calculating the Earth to be fatter and have more surface area than it really does.
I wish I took a picture of the sea when I was driving. I could take it. I will. You know, this is a 24/7 space, right? So I'll capture the image for you. But sometimes when you're on a hill, going down the hill towards the sea line or the shore, the sea level is going to be higher than your like your perpendicular 90-degree measurement to the horizon, right? Like the sea's horizon is higher than you are standing on the ground. And it's almost like a mirage or like an optical illusion.
Perspective. It appears higher. Yeah, but if you're looking at the surface of the sea, you're still looking downward at the surface of the sea.
Yes, that's
the
why it's an
angle is
optical
so
illusion, right?
small. Yeah, it could be like arc seconds of tilt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But your eye level is, it's parallel with that sea level. So you're going to have to look downwards a little bit from your eye level.
Yeah, like I live in Kent, which is Dover, right? And so you can see like over to France. Like if you stand on the White Cliffs of Dover, you can literally see France.
Yeah,
I love that you said that.
See it from the from under at the bottom of the cliffs as well.
Yes.
Yes.
How many miles is that?
22.
Yeah, something like that.
You've been there too, Jedi, right?
I live there.
Yeah, that's your observation. That's your flat Earth observation. We all have it.
It's intuitive to think that like the distance is like we shouldn't be able to see it over the hill, but the water doesn't really create the hill. That's like one of the illusions, right? But you're saying that no matter how, like, there's no way that we can measure this hill on the water because it always appears flat.
Yeah,
it is flat. Right. Look, I have a really good 21-mile observation. I've just been snapping some screenshots out of the video. I don't know if you've got time. I could just go over that with you quickly. I mean, it's a really, really well done observation. Luke?
Do you have time? Do you want to take a break? Luke?
Sorry, I had a signal breakout. I didn't hear anything if you were talking to me.
Yeah, so I got a really good 21-mile observation over the Great Salt Lakes in Utah right now. I've got a quick little presentation like to go.
Oh hell yeah, let's see it.
All right,
okay.
Rock and roll, baby.
Yeah, I was just snapping some screenshots because let me just like present it and then we'll discuss it afterward. Okay, so this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah on a very, very still day late in the afternoon. And here's just a picture of the location. And you can see in this image how still the lake is on this particular day. Okay, so this little peninsula that you can see here is 21 miles away from the shoreline on the other side of the lake there. There's actually a town over on the other side of the lake. You can't see it because it's so far away, but you will see it in the next slides. Okay, so next.
Wait, this doesn't show a hill of water though, does it? I'm not seeing the hill.
No, there is no hill of water, right? This is showing a completely flat surface over 21 miles. Yeah, there would have to be if the Earth was a globe. Right, so this is the location on Google Maps.
Wait, how do we take a flat? What is flat on the sea? Like, is it sea level 0? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, no drop over distance. Yeah, in this context, we're just talking about there's no drop over distance between point A and point B. There's 0 slope. Right, so you can have a look at the observation distance check. Right, you'll see that it's 21 miles. That yellow line on Google Maps there has been drawn.
Wait, if I sail north to south, right?
Hold on, let me go over. Right, hold that question. Right, just let me go over this observation quickly. Is that all right?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was holding.
Yeah, it won't take long. It'll just take a couple of minutes, and then we could just remember that question that you just said about the navigation. Okay, right. So here's the Earth curve calculator. We have a 21-mile distance, and this shows that there should be 223 foot of obstruction from the 5-foot observation height. Okay, so I have a screenshot of the camera setup just here. I think Yeah, I didn't screenshot that one. Anyway, he's got his camera set up just sitting in the water on a tripod just next to the little bit of land on the shoreline there, and it's 5 foot off the surface. You can check it, like there's a full video that goes along with this. This is just screenshots out of the video, so I will post the video after as well. All right, so late in the afternoon, he does the observation, and this is what it looks like, right? He's got a friend named John on the other side of the lake, where the town is 21 miles away. So this is what it looks like on the shoreline of the other side of the lake. And we can see, as a good reference point, we've got this big white silo tower thing. I'm not sure exactly what it is, right? But that's what it looks like close to that town. Okay, now Taboo Conspiracy, which is, I think he's like an attorney or something like that. He's the guy that's doing this observation. He's over 21 miles away on the other side of the lake with his kids, doing his part of the observation, right? So he sets up the camera 5 foot off the surface of the water, and this is his view from the other side of the lake, right? So this is a couple of hours later. They're doing it right on dusk when there's minimal, there's less heat haze and stuff like that in the air late in the afternoon, right? So that's why they're doing it then. And after this, they're going to do a laser test, right? Once it gets dark. But don't worry about the laser test part just for now. Right, so we can see that from 21 miles away, we can see basically the same thing as what we can see from 21 miles closer in the image just above it. Right, there's nothing obstructed, right? If the Earth was a globe, there should be 223 foot of obstruction. And from 5 foot, you would have to have a horizon, like a physical geometric horizon line at roughly, I think about 2.7 miles or something like that. All right, so here's a slightly closer zoom of the tower. Right, so there's no horizon present whatsoever. We just see a flat surface of water from point A to point B. Right, and now what they do after this observation, which the observation in itself is pretty good, right? After this, they both have high-powered lasers, right? So he shoots his laser across the lake to his friend John, who's on the other side of the lake. And John also has a laser, right? So they're going to point the lasers at each other and see if they can see each other's lasers, right? If the Earth's a globe, the laser beam neither of them should be able to see the other person's laser beam. And yeah, you can have a look in the full video, but you can see, right? This is from 21 miles away. Not only can he see John's laser beam, but he can actually see the beam also reflecting off the surface of the water. So I'll post the full video to that one if you want to check it out at some stage. We got a ton more like that, but this is a good one because it's just such still conditions. So yeah, I'm done with that. Were you following along, Luke, or was I?
Yeah, I was listening.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, so there's tons of laser tests like that, right? Long distance observations, laser tests. It's been repeated over and over again, right? And like I was talking about, certain characteristics must be there if the Earth's a globe of the claimed size, and we're not finding them present.
So, I'm gonna present a little thesis, maybe a little bit, about the difference in elevation and how this could change the approximate distance for the apparent drop off. Because the higher you are, the sea level should be relative to that. So I'm gonna work all this stuff out, and I'm on ChatGPT now. I'm gonna try to do this for you.
Yeah, we've taken that into account already.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a minuscule difference. But yeah, take it into account. It's valid, right? It does change the radius.
I hear what you're saying.
It changes the radius value slightly, but it only changes it. It changes it from like 3959 to like 3959 point something, or it's just such a small difference. So it really doesn't, because we can see so many magnitudes further, right? We could see like 2,000% further.
Yeah, like the lowest point of the Earth, like we can measure from, and the highest point of the Earth that we can measure an arc minute from, right? These things, the difference in the highest and lowest point is going to be the difference in the inverse. It's going to be the relative difference between the amount you should be able to see the horizon from at that elevation.
Right. That formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet in miles. So.
Yeah, nice. Thank you for that. Because what your calculation should allow is that there would be like a local maxima for where the drop-off starts, the local minima for where the drop-off starts, and there should be a local maxima for where the drop-off is indefinitely happening, right?
Right, so from 1 foot, that's 1.22 miles, and for 6 feet, it's 3 miles, and so on, in accordance with the formula.
That's right, so like at like 100 miles, right, based on like the function, 100 miles we should plug in 100 miles and it should just say out of sight, right?
The 100-mile horizon distance?
Yeah, it should.
I don't know what elevation you need to be to see that. Maybe like 15,000 feet or 20.
Well, I think I'm going to try to create the function for us so that we can like run a little script and just like play with it and
work out. Want to see my spreadsheet? Let me post it. Just a screenshot.
Yeah. If you have data for me already, that's really helpful.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've just asked ChatGPT and it doesn't understand what I'm asking, so I'm gonna have to definitely.
Yeah, mine does, because I've asked this one before, right? So this is what I typed in, right? So I said if this, okay, so this Great Salt Lake is 4,200 foot above sea level, right? So I wrote into ChatGPT, if the surface of the Earth were 4,200 foot higher everywhere, what would the new radius of the globe Earth become? And it says that the new radius would be, instead of 3,959 miles, it would now become 3,958.8 miles.
Yes, that's supposing that the radius is constant.
Yeah. Hey, Luke, I posted my equations and the spreadsheet screenshot, so you can see it along with pre-calculated heights to get a sense of scale.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was listening to DJ and I opened this and closed it because okay, I'll read this.
We have a math professor in the chat right now as well, by the way, so he can always help out with these to help us confirm our math is correct. Hello, Matthew.
In this thing sporadic, I can't see
hello.
where's the step distance of the radius. So we have one radius measurement, which is where we are, and then the next radius measurement is where we're going to be.
This isn't right now for
is that distance
for expanding the radius, but what it is presenting you is first how much of Earth's surface area is visible if it's a globe with the fixed radius from a certain height. Secondly, where the horizon should be if it's a globe from a certain height. And third, what that dip angle is from a horizontal relative plane of reference.
So you have the horizon distance as static values here, yeah?
The horizon distance is based off of the static value of Earth's radius. This is not showing you how big the Earth would be if you saw too far. There's if I had access to my workstation, I could just go in and change a few cell references to do it, but I'm stuck with this right now. I'm also cooking.
Yeah, what I need is the radius from where we are, and then the radius from where we are going to measure from. So that would be the camera point is us, and then the beach would be the second radius. And I need to know the distance, the arc distance between those two radius relative to the height.
Here's a super simple way of thinking about it.
Above the surface.
Right, so we've updated, because we have a higher elevation above sea level, 4,200 feet. Right, we have a new radius value to work with, which is 0.2 0.2 feet different. Sorry, it's
right. So that's just so you're saying that
instead of 3959, let me correct myself. Right, instead of 3959, now it's 3958.8. Okay, so based off
smaller.
Oh, sorry. Let me.
It should be. If it's 4,000 feet higher, it should be about 2 miles larger. So 3960.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I read it wrong. So it's actually 3959.6. My bad. Instead of 3959, it's 3959.6.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yep. So based off that new radius, right, the horizon is now should be 2.74 miles in distance instead of whatever. Let me double check what it was. According to the Earth Curve calculator, based on sea level, it's all right. So it should have been at 2.738 miles, right? We can now update that to 2.74 miles. So it's just the slightest bit difference. That's why I was saying earlier, it's it's not something we really need to worry about because it's just negligible, considering the magnitudes further that we can see. Right, there is actually no horizon whatsoever present in the observation. Right, so there's no horizon at 2.74 miles, right, or at 10 miles or at 20 miles. It's just there isn't one.
Yeah. That's yeah. But because we would, even though for me it looks like we're just looking up a slope still. What I was going to ask earlier about
up a slope, right? You just have linear perspective to take into consideration. That's all.
Right, because what's happening biologically is the light is entering the aperture of your eye, right, the iris, and as it does that, it diffracts a little bit around the edges. And then it hits your lens. Your lens is like a football shape, right? You got the center of the lens, which forms your optical axis. And the light then crisscrosses to a focal point and draws the image on the back of your retina upside down. And that horizon line corresponds with the optical axis through the center of your lens, through the center of the aperture of your eye. And you have a resolution limit of what's about 0.02 degrees of arc width. Anything smaller than that, you can't resolve. So that's your diffraction limit of your own vision if you're looking through a clean vacuum, absent of weather effects, terrain undulations, water undulations, absent of crap getting in the way with like volcanic ash and pollution, so on.
Yeah, nice.
Absent of Rayleigh scattering.
In this spreadsheet, is the radius? Are you working this out as part of the equation of like you're taking the? How did you work out the radius?
I took what NASA claims the radius of Earth is. You know what's interesting? Check this out on my spreadsheet. Horizon distance of 3 miles for roughly a 6-foot observer. The horizon dip angle is negative 0.02 degrees. That's the same as the diffraction limit of your vision on a flat Earth, which means a 6-foot man would be unresolvable whether it's a globe or a flat Earth.
I'm so glad you brought this up, because this is what I was waiting to interject with. Should be.
Good. Please continue, Jedi. I have to work. I have to do some cooking.
You've done it. I didn't need to interrupt. I'm just happy.
But I feel like I'm conquering this Discord. I'm not gonna lie.
I've got another thing to show you sometime where I actually derived the radius of Earth from the diffraction limitations of your vision, showing that the globe could have been construed from optical phenomena on a flat Earth. I derived the radius from how your eyeball works.
Yeah, that's cool. For me, what I need for my equation is 2 different radius lengths. Like, I don't agree that when I'm on like one continent, there's only one measurement of elevation that matches. Every other measurement of elevation is a different radius, right? So in our experiment, we're identifying the equal radius, and we're using those. But the problem is that the radius.
Good enough.
The radius measurement for the geography from the first point is going to have a measurement, and then when we go over to the next continent, we shouldn't use the previous radius measurement. We should now remeasure the radius.
The thing is, we're doing these observations generally over water, right? Because we have, that's why these are done over water, because you don't really. I mean,
we just
take the elevation of the water. Yeah, you do have to take the elevation of the water into account, but it's such a small difference, right? Like, this is 4,200 feet above sea level. It only changes the radius to 3959.6. So the drop over 21 miles, it changes by such a small amount.
Like in that moment, maybe if there was like a tsunami or something, we'd be like, oh shit, we need to account for like another 40 feet. Like, okay, but this is a bit. We shouldn't do it in extreme conditions.
Not do these during tsunamis.
Right, because it's going to throw off the measurement of radius even more. The point is we don't have an accurate measurement of radius.
Not enough to account for the missing curvature, bro. It's just a curve.
No, I want to help solve the curvature argument, but I'm saying one of the parameters we need is the full variability of radius across the surface of the Earth. But we are just supposing that it has a constant value, which is incorrect, right? Because we have elevation, right? So we have to we just do radius plus elevation equals total height, like a total radius. But then that doesn't account for what we now want to look for in the surface. Like a curvature, right?
I don't think I understand what you're asking. It almost sounds like you're asking for the geoid model, EGM 96.
I think he's just saying to make it perfectly accurate, we need to take the elevation of the location into account, readjust the radius value slightly, and then do the math based off the adjusted radius value. But what I'm saying is...
No, we don't.
We don't?
The radius of Earth averages out. Like, we're testing to see, but WGS 84 is a valid curvature proclamation for Earth.
Right,
we
but
can
what I'm
flatten.
saying is,
Yeah.
if you have a 21-mile lake that's at 4,200 foot elevation, it's a greater radius value than at sea level.
Oh, I see. Okay, I missed that part. Yeah, dude, come on, that's barely nothing.
That's right. It's minimal.
It's nothing. Yeah, it's not worth taking into account, really.
That's what I mean. It's not.
Luke,
gonna,
here's my
it's
question,
Not
why
going
you-
to account for
why-
all that missing curvature.
Go ahead, Matthew.
Luke, why do you care if, so the radius is 3959, but if you add 500 feet to it, then it's 3959.1, which is hardly any difference. So that's why nobody takes into account the elevation.
Yeah, I was just saying, for an accurate calculation, we would need accurate radius measurements from the points of reference. Right. So
how are you going to do that?
Yeah, what's your significant digits? How many significant digits do you think matter?
Every digit, obviously, but I just identified quickly that the elevation would matter, but we're just assuming that it doesn't.
Well,
it sounds like you're asking for millimeter accuracy, dude.
It does. And if you've got a way to measure the claimed radius.
So, Luke, we're not assuming that it doesn't matter. We're quantifying how much it matters, which is hardly worth taking into account. So, like I said, 500 feet increase in elevation would only increase the radius by 0.1 miles.
I heard you say
already begging the question with you enough.
Yeah, I know. Okay, let me just respond. Right, I heard you the first time. If we don't account for the incorrect, like the possibility of an incorrect measurement, then what are we actually measuring?
That's accounted for in geodetic surveying. I brought up the name Helmert several times. He produced a gravimetric model of Earth that is based on how much mass there is warping gravity, but also altering the contour of Earth itself, where you have multiple gravity vectors pointing at different down locations instead of a common point of origin. It gets that complicated. And it's that complicated, and it also doesn't do anything significantly to alter your planar surveying measurements in the first place, which is why people don't use it for like plotting out cities and stuff.
Yeah. My argument with the accurate radius calculation is that the further, like with the local minima and local maxima reference, right, is that the further you go away from the Earth, the more you're going to see that curvature, right? But your argument is right now that if radius was infinity, we would still only see as far as the eye could see, right? Which is, we're saying the same thing.
But do you really think it's going to make a difference to that 21-mile lake?
Our claim is we're off by orders of magnitude difference.
If I go high,
far beyond these meager calculations that you're proposing would alter the outcome. What we have observed are several orders of magnitude difference.
Yeah, I'm just saying, right? If I plug in the elevation and I plug in a high value for elevation, then I can see more, and it shows that there is no curvature, right? That's what we agree that.
Look, this observation is essentially essentially a horizon test as well as a curvature test.
Right.
So please have a look in the side chat again, right? So this is from close up. Well, okay, cool. Just have a look at the close up image, right, of that white tower. Now, the bottom 230 foot, right, of that tower should be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. I'm not even sure if the tower is even that high, to be honest. I have to double check that. But the bottom 230 foot should be obstructed behind the 2.74 mile horizon, right? If we go 21 miles away and make the observation. Right now, I'm going to post a second screenshot now when we've gone 21 miles away, right? And there isn't a 2.74 mile horizon, and there isn't anything obstructed of that white tower that we can see there.
Yeah, DJ, I appreciate your speaking to the whole room as well as me. We did this yesterday with the oil rigs, and I don't really want to engage with something that we just don't have an understanding with. I don't understand what you're saying,
bro. It's the equivalent of you saying, yeah.
You're talking to me, and I'm just.
I'm talking to you, and I'm saying it's the equivalent of you saying to me, it's $20.01, and I'm giving you a $20 note, and you're saying, no, $20.01, please.
Yeah, maybe that's a good analogy if I'm not accepting what he's saying, but I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Whether it's $20 or $20.01 or whatever.
Okay, so if the Earth was a globe, right, the horizon would have to be at 2.74 miles from a 5-foot observer height.
Yeah, no. I heard all this stuff, right? I'm trying to do the equation in the background.
I'm just trying to gauge. No, look, I appreciate you coming back, right? I appreciate like the good faith conversation today. I just want to let me just go 30 seconds. I'll go through it. Tell me which bit you get stuck at, right? So you understand the horizon distance.
Yeah, I know. I heard I heard everything you say. You're saying I shouldn't be able to see the tower, but I can. Why can I see the tower? And I'm like, okay, let me try to work this out. And you'll just keep asking me the same question. I'm just saying, like, I need the radius equations in order to tell you, like, why. Yeah, I know.
3959.6 is the radius from 4,200 foot elevation above sea level, right?
Yeah, that's not an equation. That's just numbers. That's not a formula.
You can use Pythagorean theorem. It's not hard. You can use my spreadsheet to work it out. Listen, if I can interject real quick.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that.
Gaussian refraction. Remember when I was talking to you about Gaussian refraction that increases Earth's radius by 13% to explain why they could see things farther. This means that 1-foot observer height off the ground, when you work out the math, the distance to the geometric horizon is 1.225 miles. If you add 13% to Earth's radius from that same height, it extends the horizon from 1.22 to 1.32 miles.
Yep, lots of numbers, man. Thanks.
All right, so the question becomes, how consequential is this when we have horizon distances that are visible from 1 foot off the ground that are beyond 9 or 10 miles, 11? We're talking orders of magnitude different than any meager rounding of decimal numbers is going to matter. We're operating at such scale and distance where we do not need to be as precise as you think we do.
Yeah, I know. Like, we already agree that our eyes can see the sun, and the sun's like fucking far away, man. So.
Yeah, you're just seeing a light, though, right? So let's not get back to the sun. Like, let's just stick with this really quickly, right? So the difference is, right, between a 3959 mile radius and a 3959.6 mile radius, right? 0.015%. It's such a small amount that you
Sure.
Well, hold on, let me finish. Right, so instead of 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, just add 0.0015 to the 1.225. I think, or add that tiny amount to the n number. It's such a small amount.
Yeah, and I've got this little picture here. So, like, this difference is you're talking about, like, the height, the average height. Yeah.
The average.
Oh, it doesn't. You can't see. It says 8 kilometers. It says like the measurements on the left, but it's because it's PNG.
Which are you looking at?
The sea level height is averagely 8 kilometers difference or something.
Oh, you're talking about because they claim that the Earth is oblate spheroid.
Well, well, you could draw it flat if you wanted to, but the point is that the average depth of the ocean is about 8 kilometers.
It's something like 10 to 20 kilometers fatter at the equator, according to the globe. Right. So even if we granted you that, it's such a tiny bit different, right? You wouldn't have to even take that into.
But this is just an average of the whole Earth, right? So it's 8 kilometers in depth is the ocean generally. Like, obviously, you go to some places it's not 8 kilometers deep, and you go to other places further than 8 kilometers deep. That's what an average is, yeah. Of whether it's flat or
I'm not sure.
Okay. What, you're not sure on how deep it is, or you're not sure on what an average is?
It sounds like your tangents are inconsequential.
Yeah, look, I know exactly what you're saying. I don't know the average depth of the ocean. That's all.
Okay, no worries. Do you think it matters how much water's in the ocean?
No, all you need to worry
Okay, thanks.
about is this is the claimed radius is 3959, right? If you want to adjust for the slightest difference due to the Earth claimed to be an oblate spheroid, right? It's insignificant when you're making an observation over 21 miles, like I'm presenting right now. You can work it out. I mean, all you're going to do is change the horizon distance by the tiniest little bit. It's not going to.
Yeah, I think what I need to do is
Still
take
not going to account for the distances we're seeing.
Yeah. So what you have is like a 0.02% difference, right? Taking the elevation into account and taking the oblate spheroid into account, where we have like over 1,000.
Yes. Okay, great, nice.
How far we can see.
Yeah, there is a big difference, right? Oh, sorry, not a big difference. There is a small difference or an insignificant difference, right? But there is a difference.
Yes.
Nice. Okay, great. Because like even on like the flat Earth, right? Like this difference, like it wouldn't matter. But on the sphere, it actually is incredibly
mathematically. Like this doesn't matter for the globe. Yeah.
If it wasn't like a sphere, we wouldn't care about like how deep shit was.
Yeah. So look, if you should have 230 foot obstructed at sea level, right, and you should have 229.5 foot obstructed at this elevation, right? That it doesn't really make a difference.
Why are we adding obstruction?
Okay, so the tower that I was talking about should be obstructed by 230 feet if the Earth was a globe.
By this approximation equation, yeah.
Yeah, so if you take into consideration the height above sea level and the oblate spheroid claim, right, then it would just alter it ever so slightly. But in reality, there's zero obstruction of the tower.
Okay, can I ask my north to south question now?
Yeah, I'm going to go on mute because I got some work to do, but yeah, go ahead.
Oh.
Go ahead. We're all listening. Someone will answer you. I mean,
no, it was for. I guess.
Or you can just respond to the fact that there's no obstruction.
I already conceded that I don't understand what he means when he says like we don't like we see what we see, but we expect something else. I'm like, what do you mean? Like we see what we're seeing right now, and he's like, yeah,
Like
there's
if
no.
you're looking at a soccer ball, can you see around it the other side?
No, that's not how dimensions work.
So if you're looking out in the ocean, you can't look around the globe and see things that should be covered by the curvature. The same way if you're looking at a soccer ball.
Yeah, because there's dimension and there's actually dimensions to the
right.
Yeah.
But when you actually do long distance viewing, there is no obstruction. It just keeps going.
Well, no, I did actually say that earlier. Like there is problems because we can't stand on the highest two mountains and see each other. Right, there's lots of problems actually. Like if we take all the obstruction away, like there's actually still a problem because we still have that drop off over distance called the horizon. But it's difficult because the horizon's a relative point of reference. So
okay, so
relative to the
if you take out the mountains and you're just doing it on the ocean,
the horizon's always there. You don't have to observe it. That's the point.
Does anyone understand what he's saying? I don't get it.
Well, someone just tried to interrupt me and say like it's relative to the observer height, and it's just like yeah, it is, but like the horizon's still there. Like it doesn't.
No, it's okay. So in the observation I presented, there's no horizon there, right? On a globe, there has to be a horizon at 2.7 miles, and the bottom 230 foot of the White Tower has to be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Due to the equivalent 23-story building of water that's blocking it if the Earth is a globe, right? So this observation is impossible on a globe. That's the point of it. And it's not only slightly impossible, right? It's magnitudes. And then on top of the observation, we have the guys pointing lasers at each other from that 21-mile distance. And not only can we... Yeah.
Sorry, man. I thought you said you were going to work. Like, I'm waiting to ask my question. Sorry.
Okay, man. All right, I'm gonna.
Or you can just respond that we see too far, and there's no curvature blocking our view.
I did just respond to that, Ancient Traveler.
So you agree with it?
Yeah, we've already explored the problem where if we stand on the highest two mountains on the Earth...
Well, I don't understand why that's a problem when you're out on the ocean. Why are you talking about mountains?
Because 48 minutes past the hour, infrared high-altitude observations, seeing further than where the globe should and curvature exists.
Thanks, Bart. I just checked those, right? The horizon, right? We just try to tangent away to the horizon, right? Because the horizon exists relative to the height of the observer, as someone cleverly said. But yeah, the horizon is there always, right? And so it's relative to how high you are. Because that's how vision works.
Right. 1 foot observer's height, you're going to see a certain distance before curvature starts to block your view.
Yeah, that's why when we go up in the air, we can see the two tallest mountains. But when we're on one of the
but when we stay at 1 foot observer's height, we can see further than we're supposed to.
If we're on the tallest place on the Earth, we should be able to see all of Earth. That's
what
until the horizon.
If you're 1 foot observer's height, you shouldn't be able to see 30 miles, but we do.
No, you're claiming something in an inverse way. I'm saying something, I'm asserting something, and you're trying to like pose a negative claim.
No, you're being deliberately obtuse.
I am saying if you stand on the highest mountain and you look as far as you can see, you will not see the second.
And we're saying that if the Earth was of a specific dimension, then from 1 foot or 6 foot or whatever above a body of water, there should be a horizon at a specific distance. And we're giving you your little bit of allowance for a little bit of a blankness.
What you're asserting. Right. Okay, you're trying to say that I'm asserting globe dimensions, right?
You don't have to. It's been done for us.
No. I'm not doing that. We're trying to solve the curvature.
We are.
When I say we, I mean the scientific community.
Observations.
When you say we, you mean Discord deluluism, okay?
No. This is right. I'm showing you real-world observations, right? All you're doing,
DJ. I'm trying to speak to these people, and you keep interrupting, man.
Yeah, but look, dude. I showed you a presentation, and it's like you've got like a mental block going on, and you don't seem to be able to get the problem.
Okay, you're just being obtuse. Can you be engaging?
Okay.
I will give you Earth's radius of 4,620 miles.
Yeah, we
That's
don't need
17% bigger in expanding the surface area.
Braddock, we've already determined that the relative radius is more important than an approximation, right?
No, it's not. We did not determine that. You did not substantiate your values.
Okay, I don't.
This requires you substantiating significant digits.
An equation. The higher the elevation, the more horizon you're going to see.
Yeah, you need to substantiate that amount as being relevant or justified when we have observations that are orders of magnitude beyond where Earth's claimed radius is supposed to be for the horizon. You know what an order of magnitude is? 10x. We have like 2 orders of magnitude.
You're talking about radius.
Yeah.
The radius your whole heliocentric system is based on.
I know that you guys get a kick out of this, right? You get some like entertainment value and you monetize this shit.
We don't monetize anything, dude.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, man. It's on YouTube, okay?
It's not being monetized.
It's on YouTube. I don't care. This is being monetized. That video I just had to watch. The DJ video I had to watch had an advert in it, okay? The advert on DJ's video is
wasting my time talking to you right now is costing me money, right? I could be working right now.
Stop talking to me then, because you don't understand what a radius is.
Snapped.
We do.
We did. We broke him.
Bro, come on,
Yeah,
dude.
you didn't break
Come on,
shit,
dude.
my guy. You're insufferable. All of you are insufferable, and you're trying to
You
live
spent
your
like
life.
2.5 hours with us. We had a great conversation. Why are
10
you
hours
ruining
with
it
him,
now?
man. It's disgusting
Oh,
that you
gosh.
don't have any
Excuse me.
scientific. You don't have scientific discipline.
Really, we were talking
Okay.
about coordinate transforms earlier and Keplerian orbital
Oh, yeah,
elements.
yeah.
Like, what are you even talking about? We were talking about waveform signal transformations, and you're accusing us of being a bunch of dumb, ignorant retards?
Braddock, I am referencing scientific
Yeah.
equations and formula, and you.
Yeah, me too. I gave you a spreadsheet, which is far beyond your ken, apparently, because you haven't figured out what it's presenting to you yet. Yeah, I gave you a spreadsheet which you don't understand. I devised those mathematics myself.
Yes, and I've already.
You are still struggling to come up how to use a Pythagorean theorem to derive Earth's radius.
Braddock,
That's
you're
like 10th
missing
grade math, bro.
Braddock, your spreadsheet is missing information. I've already highlighted that to you.
It's not
It was,
missing
like, spurging
information. It's
out.
got all the
It's spurging
elements
out,
that
man.
you need to do what you want it to do. Go for it.
You're trying to frame me as I'm the villain here,
Dude,
right?
after all of the freaking math I just went over with you, you want to accuse me of not knowing what a fucking radius is? Like,
Okay,
you're
the
just,
voices,
you're just
shut the fuck
lying
up,
now.
man. Stop talking to yourself.
No,
bro.
you shut the fuck up, right? Your time's done here. Right? We just wasted all of that time going over all of this stuff with you. It made some great content. Thank you. It's not monetized anyway. Right? If you want to start spasticking out now, right, and making ridiculous claims, you can just fuck off, dude.
So look, so I've posted for you in the side chat a citation from Washington State University and one from San Diego State University. Oh, sorry, University of Washington Department of Mathematics and San Diego State University regarding distance to the horizon. Now, it's not science, but is that scientific enough for you?
He's just in spaz mode now. He did the same thing yesterday, right? Yesterday he just sat there for 30 minutes straight, leaving and joining for 30 minutes straight. This dude is insane.
That's
It's an
crazy.
interesting way to handle getting absolutely owned in a discussion.
Yeah. So University of Washington says, so for all practical purposes, we can estimate the distance to the horizon using 1.22459. Enough digits for you there, Luke? Square root of h, or perhaps even more simply as just 1.2 times the square root of h, which is the observer's height in feet, which gives the distance in miles when h is in feet, right? There's your equation. That seems to be good enough for them, but not good enough for poor old Luke on Discord talking to some flat earthers.
Yeah, so what's the distance to the horizon?
Oh, buddy, I'm not going to talk to you. You're just going to keep being
Well, you can
condescending
stay on
and
mute then, buddy. You can stay on mute. Yeah. Right? Talking shit in the side chat isn't going to help you.
I gotta go. I'll be back in 20 minutes. I'm gonna go on deafen.
Okay. Yeah, look, we've wasted all this time having a good faith conversation with you, right? And you turn around and act like this at the end. It's not going to work out for you. You think you're going to be able to come back tomorrow and act like this again? It's not going to happen, dude. Right? Right now you're acting in bad faith. You need to get a grip of your ego.
I mean, like, that's what the 21 mile, like, observation did for him, I guess, because suddenly, no, we need the radius value to the T from that location, right?
Yeah,
It's like,
and then we gave him that. And eventually he said, "I just don't understand what the point is."
Right.
There's just some crazy cog dis, mental block. Either that or
The furthest he got, where he just ended up getting blocked, was he'd just say, the higher you go up, the further you see. And we're trying to explain to him, when you stay at that 1 foot, you see too far. And all he could say is, the higher you go up, the further you see. It's like, that's where he broke down.
Exactly.
yeah, because, yeah, well, if you gave him the, his radius value from that location, then he should have been content that that would have dictated how much of the surface you could see before you could thus see no more of it.
So yeah,
But for the soccer ball, he was able to understand that concept. So
Luke, if we have a fixed observation height of 5 foot, we have a geometric horizon if the Earth's a globe at 2.73 miles away. Okay? If you change the height, the horizon distance will change, right? But if we have a fixed height in this observation, you don't have a counter argument for it, right? And you're spazzing out when I ask you questions about it. So once again, it's all recorded on the live stream. Feel free to go play it back to your friends and family and show them how wonderfully you did against the flat earthers today.
You tried to teach them, Luke. They can't learn, though. It's not your fault.
You want to try to pick up where he left
Here
off,
we
Lego?
go. Oh, teach us, oh holy one.
Yeah, Lego. What do you got? Do you have some globe evidence, or are you able to explain the observation that's just been presented that absolutely destroys the globe? Didn't think so.
Ribbit.
Just a little white knight.
is Lego that fart guy?
Probably.
Wait, a fart guy? What's that?
Yeah, some guy came in trying to make a comment about flat earthers and farts or some stupid shit.
Oh gosh, I don't know.
I think it was Lego.
Yeah, I think this Great Salt Lake observation is a great one because it literally doesn't have any horizon at all in the observation. Just 21 miles of completely flat mirror water surface.
Yeah, I think Ben was probably the first. Well, the first that I'd ever seen. I don't know if there was anybody that I haven't I haven't come across anybody else prior to Ben getting his camera right down to the surface of water and showing that you could see water surface beyond the predicted position of the horizon according to the globe geometry. So he was basically pointing out black swans before, like...
Who's that?
Ben, Taboo Conspiracy.
Ah, okay. Yep.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, because he didn't. Yeah, he did a couple of them, I think. And I don't. It was at a lake. I don't know if it was the same lake as that, but he went to this one lake, and he was able to figure out the distance from where his location to this little, like, very small, like, peninsula thing, a bit of land sticking out into the water. And it was around about at 1.2 miles, I think, right? And he got right down to the water's surface and zoomed in, and there was water beyond that point, right? So that's where his horizon should have been, right? But he was seeing water surface beyond it. So he was pointing out, why can I see water surface when there's supposed to be a horizon there? Beyond that point, right? So he was basically showing black swans, right? Before it would be, it was, before BMLSB 69, before quantum eraser turned it into a logical syllogism, all that. He was out there saying, hey, horizon's supposed to be at this distance, and it's not.
Yeah, yep. When was that? Back in like 2015, 2016 or something?
Might have been, 2017, something like that, 2018. If you go on his channel, I don't know if he's playlisted them, but I probably watched it in 2020, but it was, I'm pretty sure it was already published before that, so it was before 2020. It was before the Black Swan argument, right? Came out. Like QE, before QE did his whole thing about it. QE has actually publicly given Ben kudos for that. Like, that kind of was led, he was aware that Ben was doing that. I think he's given a couple of people kudos for it because it sort of led to him.
The LSM guy, he's the one.
Yeah. That's right, yeah. Like, I bet if we dug deep, we'd find examples of the Black Swan in imagery where people weren't even attempting to do that. Like, it's just photography.
I think it's just about every single long distance observation I've ever seen is a black swan. I mean, I think it's the other way around, isn't it? I mean, if they could show one where the horizon is where it should be on a globe, that would probably be, that would be the Globies black swan, because all horizon observations black swans. I mean, white swans. I mean, it's consistently not where it would be on a globe or anywhere close to it. Even the one that they claim, this is the white swan or whatever, right? It's still a 6 mile horizon when it should be 1.22.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
We could just use that observation alone as our black swan, the one that they claim is a rebuttal.
That's right. Yeah, and I think at this point, because they've cried refraction so many times. So at this point, what if they wanted to actually show a true geometric horizon, like one that they could either, to get close to it without removing the air, right? They could use some sort of less refracted light, like infrared something, and then or actually try and section off a over a mile of earth, water, right, with a tube and evacuate all the air from it. But then all your water is going to start evaporating. So I don't know how they do that, right?
They're completely screwed. I mean, like if they try to remove as much air as possible by using like infrared or something, all of a sudden it can just see even further.
Yeah, that's probably backfire.
You'd be able to see less distance by using something that removes like that. That's what they say, right? You can get them with that pretty easily if you say, okay, hypothetically, if I removed all of the air, would the horizon be at 1.225 miles? And they have to say yes. So that's removing anything, like. So that's the clearest possible conditions, basically. So when it's the clearest possible conditions, we can see 10 times less distance. Make much sense.
Right. What's going on, Mr. Weatherman?
Even T-Dub, like, look at that image I just put in the side chat there. Like, that's a killer right there. Like, they're claiming that there's 250, equivalent of a 250, sorry, 250, yeah, 250 or more feet of curvature on that Mirror Lake surface. Because that's 21 miles across that point there.
Sorry, how far?
21 miles.
That's 21. Right, yeah, right. Wow. That's a still from the video.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
This is a close-up of what's on the other side. You can't even see that white tower. It's that far away.
Oh shit! Yeah, so that'd be like the top one there is be like just what you'd be basically seeing with your eyes.
Yep.
If you were standing there,
Mhm.
you wouldn't be able to make out any of that. Maybe at night you might see some lights.
Yeah, you see some lights, I think, but that's about it.
Maybe a bit of a glow, because a lot of them lights just appear to be like they diverge. Like they just converge. They just look like one light, right?
Yeah, I need to work out what that white tower is and how tall it is. Because from 5-foot observer height, it should be 230 foot obstructed.
Yeah, I think Ben even gives them a bit of refraction, doesn't he? And he says 220 feet or something. And it should be more.
Like yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing that's missing out of the observation, he should have taken a reading of the water temperature and the air temperature. That would have told us what type of miraging could possibly be present. And the best time to do this observation would be if you could get a time of the year where you've got the water temperature being as close to possible to the air temperature, because you're not going to have that index gradient where you have like a layer of slightly warmer air or cooler air above the surface of the water, right, which can lead to different types of miraging effects. If you've got the same water temperature and air temperature, then you're not going to get that gradient. It's going to be pretty much like mirage free, which is technically like atmospheric refraction free, according to the mainstream definition of atmospheric refraction.
Right, yeah. So he did that with his friend, did he? I thought it was his wife.
No, he did it with one of the FE core guys.
Right, okay. I misremembered it then.
So that white tower is called Kencott Garfield Smelter Stack. And it is 1,215 foot high.
Right. Yep. Must be another one I saw of him and his wife, where she was on one side with the laser. And that's right. Oh, what was that one? Because he's on the phone to her or on walkie-talkie or something, right? And he's like telling her what to do with it, and then like he's like, "Oh, I can see it, I can see it. Well, where do you have it?" And she's like, "It's like literally like if I got it any closer to the water, it'd be under the water, right?" And he's like, "What, really?" She's like, "Yeah."
Okay.
It kind of sucks. There's not a lot of large bodies of water around me. Like there's a couple of pretty good sized dams and lakes and that, but they're not like. I don't think they have like stretches greater than like a mile or something. You know, like
Yeah.
yeah. There's not a lot in Australia, I don't think, that are significantly sized like that. Like not like in the States.
No, T-Dub, the worst part of Australia is you have to live with Woofy 6020.
Yeah, I think he's like. Luckily, he's there's a lot of mileage between us. I think he's based in Western Australia, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, he usually has stuff around Perth.
Yeah, yeah.
The Bathurst Lighthouse is one of his favorites. Though I can't figure out if he works for a common carrier or just a private firm for his piloting.
Not sure, but they really should review his competence.
Well, they should explain to him how aircraft windshields and heads-up displays work, because he doesn't know how they work. And he's a pilot.
I've actually thought about it for like a decade now. I thought about going for a helicopter license and getting my helicopter pilot's license, but yeah, it's pretty expensive.
It's always expensive.
Yeah,
because that jet fuel and helicopters aren't cheap.
No, sorry. But it's really good pay.
Yep.
But knowing me, I'd probably be a very poor helicopter pilot. I'd probably do a lot of stuff pro bono because I'd feel sorry for the poor bastards. Like if it was like fire in the spirit of firefighting or medical emergency or something. But if it was just like flying celebrities or politicians around, I'd be like, nah, fuck you. You're paying.
Yeah, unfortunately, the maintenance on these aircraft is what really kills you. Because even the cheapest jet engines are usually about $1,000 an hour to run them.
Probably won't be too long anyway. We'll have drone cars. Like they won't go very high, but
We should have had flying cars like 40 years ago.
there is a little light aircraft you can buy where the wings fold up and then you can drive it just like a vehicle, regular vehicle. I think last time, like, was probably.
Yeah, but that's more like a plane that flies versus a car that flies.
Yeah, it's a light aircraft. Yeah, but yeah, your wings fold up, and then once you get to your airport, you fold your wings up, and then just drive it around town or whatever. It's like a normal car, but I think it was in the range of 500,000, and I don't know how many years ago that was. Jesus, might even be going on 10 years now. And I read about that.
Well, there was one gentleman that actually built a flying car, except he was using Wankel rotary engines in it, and that was the downfall of it. Those are just not good enough. They're better than your piston engines and all that stuff, but still not good enough. The design is flawed. But this company Liquid Piston, that's made like the inverse Wankel rotary engine, where the crank, the body of the engine is the triangle shape, and then the piston is the peanut shape, the fig, like an 8 shape, number 8, and that one can have 3. In every rotation, it can have 3 ignition cycles. So that makes it lightweight and powerful.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I just looked up the hourly costs for different Bell passenger helicopters. Bell 206 is cheap at around $400 an hour, and Bell 429, $3,700 an hour.
Yeah, I noticed, Brody. It was a bit of a weird meltdown. He was just ended up being unnecessarily juice.
Yeah, I don't get it either. That was very unusual. Like maybe he was drinking or something and
He did the same thing yesterday, man. Exact same thing. Like it was normal, and all of a sudden he just like loses it.
Yeah, I only caught the tail end of it then. Had no idea that he was capable of holding a decent conversation for so long. Like, and genuinely reciprocating, right? Passes all the checks on understanding and everything. He's tracking. We're tracking with him, and then all of a sudden, like, flip. The switch gets flipped.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's There's probably some diagnosis involved, that could explain that.
That is a fact. 'Cause we don't know really, right? Who we're talking to, do we? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. I mean, he wasn't conflating the idea that, like, because that location is how far above sea level did you say?
4,200 foot.
So, right. So is he thinking that because it's at 4,200 feet above sea level, that you can treat looking across any body surface of water at that elevation as if that body of water is at sea level from that altitude, like being on a mountain looking down at the ocean? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just...
Well, he think he was in agreement that it's a greater radius because that body of water's at, a greater height above the surface of the Earth, right? That is correct. But like Matthew said, it's just the tiniest difference. It doesn't make a difference. That's why they don't even take it into account.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I said to him, you're like, yeah, you want the 1 cent, Come on, just take the $20, right?
Well, he didn't have a rebuttal, right, to the observation that was presented. He was just saying he didn't understand it. But when I tried to step through it to see which bit he was getting stuck at it, he said he did understand it. And then he kept trying to shift to, like, if you're standing on top of a mountain, it means that the horizon's further away. It's like, yeah, of course.
That's what I'm saying. Is he thinking that the water should be treated as if it's at sea level while you're at 4,200 feet?
Right, like the body of water we're talking about is at sea level, not a body of water like a lake at 4,000 feet elevation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, so you have to treat the body of water as if it's at that elevation as well, because it's right in front of you.
Yeah, like just say that 4,200 mile lake, elevation lake, just say that was the ocean, right? And the Earth had a slightly greater radius. It was 3,959.6, right? Then we would use that math. So yeah, this is fair enough, but it's such a tiny difference. It doesn't make a difference. I think that's like some extreme cog dis. I don't know, maybe some mental instability. Something going on though. Bizarre. But old Hoss was listening on the YouTube, and he said the same thing. He was like, "What the hell?" He's like, "I can't believe he like spazzed out like that so quickly. That was weird." That's why I was surprised when we saw him back here after what he did yesterday. Just like leave join spamming for like 30 minutes to an hour straight. That's why I wasn't sure if it was the same Luke. But yeah, turns out it was. It's like split personalities or something.
Yeah, I remember you guys talking to me. Might have been. Is he in politics as well? No, just here. Okay, yeah. Luke, we do see further.
I mean, I'd unmute him. I keep trying to do that and ask him very calm questions, but he doesn't want to talk to me anymore. I don't know if someone else wants to try talking to him.
Indio? You up for it?
Oh, what's up?
How's it going, man?
So, yeah, good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks, man.
We're gonna say I'm upside down today, and you're right side up. And we're gonna be upside down people.
That's
we got someone emotionally attached to the globe again.
Yeah, we had a really good conversation with this guy Luke for hours, and then all of a sudden he just went nuts and started spazzing out. It's actually a very good clip. I don't know if you want to have a listen back to it sometime on the YouTube bot India. It would probably make something good. Like Sporadic was going over some really good stuff with him. Then we presented the 21-mile Great Salt Lake, Utah observation, right, step by step, going over screenshots, and yeah, everything was going well. And then all of a sudden, he lost the plot.
Yeah, I think the input, like, he entertained it in his brain for a second, and then the implications followed. He was like, no, like freaking Neo, where he was like, get me out of here.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Luke, we can see further, right? And he's like, no.
You probably went and threw up like Neo did.
Right.
Hey, Luke, are you still listening? You're unmuted, man.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Yeah, I'm still here.
Wow.
So I wrote to the Washington Department of Mathematics, right? Because the equation you gave me on that little piece of paper was wrong. We can all go over it if you want.
What's wrong about it?
Well, the approximations and the simplifications undermine the purpose of the equation.
What equation?
The distance to the horizon equation.
What's the radius of the Earth, according to the mainstream?
I don't need to have a number, I can use a formula.
Okay. So what's that number? Like, what's the radius of the Earth?
Which point are you looking at?
The globe, right? I'm just asking you, what's the radius of the globe?
Am I on Mount Everest, or am I in what's the trench called? The Mariana Trench? Where am I on the Earth?
Size of the Earth is the size of the Earth, regardless where you are, dude. It's like asking, like, where am I standing on a basketball court to know how big the size of a basketball is? That's.
We're talking about the size.
Hold on, it's a legitimate question if you're concerned with the distance of the horizon, because that distance will change with altitude, right? So
yeah,
if that's in context you're talking about it. That's fair. Yeah. So what is the formula we use for distance to the horizon is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's not our number.
Yeah, no, T-Dub presented
That's the mainstream number.
This Washington education horizon equation, distance to the horizon equation, right? And I read through it, checked it, and it approximates H as S, which is like the height of the horizon as the same as the distance of the arc. the distance of the arc is a curve, and the height it should be a straight line. And also, then in the second simplification, it takes away the height and simplifies it to RH, which is the radius plus the height. Right, so we've taken the square of the height and we've just subtracted it into oblivion. Approximately. Right? So I've written to that department.
It's the square root of the observer's height. It's the square root.
Yes. Yeah, we've
can you post what you have in the chat so I can look at it?
Yeah, for sure. Well, you just scroll up to T-Tub's post, but I'll repost it for you.
We can.
I don't have permissions. Sorry, you have to scroll up to an hour ago, 55.
Yeah, I'll just copy paste it. 1 second, I got it here.
Are you disagreeing with the number there, the formula?
Yeah, I'm disagreeing with the equation. Yeah.
Interesting. Why? Because a flat earther posted it?
No, because if we go through the logic of if we go through the logic of the proof, then we find that they've just approximated these values and they've taken them away from the final figures.
Can you post your math?
If you go to
for the distance of the horizon,
the Washington State one, if you go to the bottom of the page, it says 1.22 square root h, dude. That's what we said.
Yeah. Okay. So let me just read it out. Right. We can read through this together. Right. So we have the diagram, and then underneath the diagram it says here h is our height above sea level. Right. So we look at the diagram. H is that little bit above the sea. So like we're looking up into space, and that distance into space is h. Right. And then we're going to localize that down into the horizon, but that's just the horizon, so it's h, the height. Right, so here's the height above sea level. R is the radius of the Earth. L is the length of the line connecting our RI to the horizon. S is the arc length, the distance along the surface of the Earth to the horizon. Right?
H isn't looking up into the space, by the way.
So, listen. You can see there's a table at the bottom, right? So They give you the 1.22 approximation, and then they give you the cosine approximation, right? And then it gives you the percentage difference. Like, what's the difference in the values?
Yeah. So
like in the decimal place, there is no exact solution. There's literally no exact solution to horizon distance.
But this is why I wrote. This is why I wrote.
Right. There's nothing you can do. It's going to be an approximation, no matter your methodology. It's going to be an approximation.
Right. I hear what you're saying. Right. When you know what the Heisenberg uncertainty principle is, right?
What the fuck's that guy? Yeah. What's that got to do with it?
Well, you're saying everything's. Well, you're saying everything's an approximation. I agree, it is, right? But we have to have.
Approximate. I'm talking about specifically about the horizon distance. There's no way to calculate it without an approximate formula, because sine and cosine themselves are in an infinite Taylor series expansion. They are also approximations. It's always going to be an approximation. The only exact solution.
I've agreed.
The only exact solution there is using Pythagorean's theorem over the rational numbers, and that would only calculate the drop precisely for an eighth of the circumference. That's the only exact solution in that range. So you're making an argument like, oh, this is just approximate. Well, they're all approximate.
Sorry, sir. I haven't actually finished saying anything. I'm just reading the piece of paper that's in front of us.
Yeah, they're comparing approximations.
No, I haven't gotten to that point yet. We just identified the labels on the diagram.
Okay. Go to the table at the bottom. It compares approximations.
Well, yeah, we have to go through the logic step by step, right? So okay. The angle is the angle made between our position and the horizon, right? So we have our formula now. Everyone is in agreement?
Look, all they're doing is calculating the tangent from a point off the sphere. So you got a circle, you have a point, that would be your observer height, right? That point is some distance away from the sphere. Okay? Then you draw a tangent line between that point that slightly intersects the sphere, that would be your horizon. They're just calculating the distance from that observer to that point. I mean...
Yep. Cool. So, anyway, can we continue, or do you want to keep saying stuff?
You're trying to overly complicate something that's simple.
Sir, I'm just reading the paper from the Department of Mathematics from Washington.
And you're disagreeing with it.
Yeah, I haven't even got to the disagreement yet.
You already said you disagreed, though.
Yeah, I do disagree with it. And I'm going to explain why, but I haven't got to that explanation. Like, we're still just reading the first paragraph, and you're trying to tell me I'm wrong, and we don't even know what we're wrong about yet.
No, I didn't say you're wrong, dude. I just described what the problem is, in that the methodology of any mathematical method you use to calculate that distance is going to be an approximate. This is what's called a red herring argument. That's what you're doing. It's not clever. It's not slick. It's a red herring.
Okay, thanks for your time. I'll continue to sit in silence.
I don't know why you disagree with this, just because a flat earther
I'm not using logical fallacies. A red herring is to actually address the issue. Pick the formula. Tell us the correct formula. We'll use that one. And in the horizon, this is still going to be wrong. There's no formula that you can concoct where you're going to make it correct, because it's off by 2 orders of magnitude. So instead of bitching about what's wrong, tell us what's right.
Yeah, post your formula.
Yeah, please. CB just cut right to the chase. I mean, I should just let him talk. Just post the correct formula. If we're wrong, we'll say we're fucking wrong, and just post your formula.
But please, mate, let me continue reading this thing I think is wrong.
No, we don't. Listen, we also have, like, speech to text. I can have my computer fucking read it to me. We don't need to hear your narrate. It's a waste of time, dude. We don't need you to read it. We've read it. We posted it.
But you're not going to let me read it and tell you what's wrong.
You can read it in silence.
That was CB.
Incredible.
CB's getting better at his accents.
How CB talking, you fucker?
Yeah.
You can read it in silence too.
I love when this happens. I love and hate when this happens. Like, just because we posted it, it's automatically wrong. But like, say if you know, Luke had like a buddy who's also globe-tarded, like, and he posted it, he'd be like, yeah, that's facts.
Dude, Matthew came in earlier and was siding with us and just explaining how irrelevant his point was. Right? Like the thing, like, we even granted everything that Luke was saying, right? We did the calculation on the new radius value at the Great Salt Lakes, which is 4,200 foot above sea level, right? That changes the radius value to 3,959.6, right? And then we calculated the different, like, we even added in the oblate spheroid claim, worked out the percentage difference, and it was like 0.0015 difference, right? It was such a little amount. And even Matthew was telling him, it's, you know, we don't need to worry about it. It's such an insignificant amount. And that's when he started losing it.
Look, you couldn't even measure the difference if you wanted to from that distance, right? From like 10 miles, like, you're going to measure a 20-foot difference in the horizon distance. How are you going to do that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it changed it from like, because it was a 5-foot observer height, so it changed it from like 2.73 to like 2.7, 2.5 or something. Some tiny little difference.
Yeah, the oblate spheroid argument is like the difference in drop of like the polar radius versus equatorial radius is something like 2/100th of an inch or something.
Yeah.
You're not letting me read it.
Sorry, guys.
There was no problem when we were like entertaining, his ideas of galaxies and black holes and stars and all that, right? As soon as we get to the surface,
he's just using me as rhetoric to like serve some purpose. But I've tried to engage, but you guys keep interrupting me and just like it's kind of cringe. Like this Indio guy, you guys set him on me. I just try to present what I've spent the last like half hour. excuse me, are you going to actually be a normal person, or are you just going to constantly do this rhetoric thing?
Go ahead, bro. You want to read it? We can read it with you. Let's say it.
Anyway, yeah. So as I was saying, right. So I spent the last half an hour checking this stuff because you guys are obviously concrete on it. So I checked it. If we actually do want to check over it, we can acknowledge the insignificance that you are approximating in the equation, right? We can see where you're making the mistake, and then we can just move on.
Would you be so kind as to post your formula while you read it?
Well, Creation Bear, I didn't assert that I had a formula. I was given this formula as a reason to why all of your math makes sense. So I've checked your math, and it doesn't make sense.
Can you be honest and not this is not our math?
You haven't yet to say
it's a formula, my guy.
You've said nothing specific. Exactly what is wrong? You haven't said. You just keep saying it's wrong over and over again. Why don't you substantiate what you're saying?
You weren't here. But I can do that.
You know, Matthew Lawrence, who was in here, is a mathematics professor at Loyola University, right?
You're just you're not very intellectually honest.
Oh, that's rich, bro. That's rich.
There's nothing wrong with being wrong, bro. That's the honesty, right? There's nothing wrong with being wrong.
You can't tell me what is wrong.
Oh, I can.
You keep saying it's wrong. Why is it wrong?
Well, I'm just trying to preface, my time spent is actually worth something to me, and
again, why is it wrong?
And I'm trying to understand if
it's being wrong. I don't know why it's wrong. Well, why is it wrong? I'll say it again.
Okay, let's read the document. Let me get up.
No, just say why it's wrong.
Okay, so here it goes. We make the assumption that L should be approximately the same as S. Incorrect. Since H will be very small compared to R, then we would say that S is approximately L, blah, 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 for the constant K. Here we make an additional simplification that 2RH plus H squared equals 2RH. Since H squared is very small compared to... So we just dropped... So we're saying S and L equals the same, approximately, and now we're dropping H squared. Right, so we've just, dropped two measurements in our accuracy measurement.
Measurements? Measurements of what?
Well, L.
L is a measurement of what?
H squared.
L is a measurement of what?
Is the length... Let me just read it again for you.
What?
L is the length of the line connecting our eye directly to the horizon.
Okay, the tangent. The tangent length.
Yeah, it's all in this piece of paper, man. We don't need to add stuff.
Okay.
It's just here.
So what you're saying is, okay, the length, which is a line of sight from the observer to the tangent point, the horizon,
is approximately the same distance.
They're using it is approximately the same as the arc length versus the line of sight length. They are approximately the same.
That's what, and you're saying, how do we measure 20 foot of drop over 10 square miles or some shit? Right, so you're approximating...
No, 220 feet.
Sorry, I don't know your numbers, right? I'm just saying, your equation says we approximate, and I'm saying, we do. Okay.
Yeah, but I didn't say drop. Distance, the horizon distance.
Yeah, but because there was... Yeah, he's conflating the two, because DJ was pointing out that there should be 230 feet of drop across that observation that he specifically posted in the chat, right? But he was also saying we can test the horizon distance here, and guess what? In this observation, there is no horizon.
Before you can calculate drop, how much is hidden, horizon dip, or any of those values, you have to calculate the horizon distance first. Because the horizon distance is a variable for all those other quantities. You have to have it. You have to have the horizon distance, or you can't calculate any of the other shit.
Okay, gracias, senor. Yes, please. Yeah. And if you want to come out and help sometime, feel free to step out and help, okay? No, I'm going to keep it down like this.
Muy bueno. You're hot, Mike.
Yeah, so S and L being the same is problematic, and then taking like the height and just taking it away and saying it's all the same length just means essentially that in this equation that RH is the same as R. Right, so we're not actually measuring any difference of height. We're just saying that
no, dude. It's not like saying one is the difference between the arc length, right, versus a straight line length.
Yeah, yes, I already explained this. I've written
nothing to do with R and R plus H.
Yeah.
That wouldn't matter until H got ridiculous because the hypotenuse of a triangle, right? So H would have to be ridiculous, have to be like 1/8 of the radius, dude. You have to be like 1,000 miles above the Earth.
Yeah, but we don't say radius is 0. That just doesn't make sense. That's the point, bro. Come on, like wake the fuck up.
No one's. What are you talking about?
Well, when you okay, if I have a value of like 6 apples, and then I say actually 6 apples is approximately 0 apples, have I got 6 or 0?
No, nobody said that though.
T-Dub, look at the equation. Understand the words that I've just said. If you've been here, and do the diligence, man.
He thinks flat earthers wrote this shit.
No, I don't know who the fuck wrote this, but what they've written is allowing you guys to misunderstand something.
It's not our formula. It's not backing up a flat earth at all. What are you talking about, dude?
It says
wait, are we back to this?
If you read this document, right, and it literally says...
Hold on, bro.
It literally
you think the angle data... You think the data symbol is a 0? Really?
No, it's an approximation, right? Where we say, if we make the assumption that L should be approximately the same as S, since H is very small compared to R, we say S is approximately L for a constant K. Here, we've made an additional simplification that 2RH plus H squared is approximately just 2RH, since H squared will be very small compared to 2RH.
Are you reading this off ChatGPT?
Yeah, and what's wrong with
that? Holy moly.
And what's wrong with that approximation?
When I just asked you about 6 apples meaning 0 apples,
common sense.
Your mind was blown because you didn't understand what I was saying.
My mind ain't blown because you're just making shit up.
But I'm not making stuff up. I'm reading and I'm asking you a question. I asked you 2 questions.
You didn't read R. Bro, you didn't read R equals 0.
Okay, you're retarded. Sorry,
you did not read that.
You can mute me again. I don't.
Did you read R equals 0? Yes or no?
This Indio guy is not productive to your.
Did you read R equals 0? Yes or no?
No, I didn't.
Okay, then you didn't read that. So, like I said, you're making shit up.
I didn't say R equals 0. Do you have a hearing difficulty, or are you just like incompetent?
No, I do not have a hearing difficulty.
You heard you say 0. Okay. Where'd you get that from?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You made this.
Okay, do we need to read it again? Because, like, since you guys don't have fucking brains.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you again. Yeah, you can read it again.
Let's do some algebra. Okay, guys.
No, you're going to answer this time. No, you're just going to answer.
Here,
what is wrong with it?
He doesn't like
answer what is wrong with it. You just are bitching. You are bitching. You're just bitching, bro. Tell us what's wrong with it and tell us how to fix it.
Holy moly.
How come you can't do that?
I just got muted in the middle of your spur.
Oh my God. Okay, for the last time, I've asked you 7 times now. Tell us what's wrong with it. Don't just read it to us. That doesn't tell us what's wrong with it. That just describes what the problem is. Like, hypothetically, if there is a problem, you need to describe what the problem is and how to do it right. Because if you don't know what's right, you can't say what's wrong now, can you?
Thanks for being a complete cunt.
So you're not going to answer again.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out where you got 0 from.
Well, you don't. You're not listening to the words I'm saying. You're not.
I heard you say zero.
Yes, because
we are.
When you have a value of something and you don't represent it as a value, what is it? It's null or zero. That's just.
Where is that at?
Just, man, what do you mean? Where is that at?
Well, you were reading it for us. Where is that?
Wait, bro. Do you think that we're trying to apply this to flat Earth?
I don't know why I got sent this document. You don't know why you're using it. It doesn't make sense.
It's your worldview.
Holy shit, bro. All this time, bro, what we're doing is we're taking that. No, wait, Luke, what we're doing.
Luke. Man,
shut up, bro. You're gonna fucking listen. You're gonna listen. So what we're doing is we're taking that approximation and we're applying it to the real world, to that observation that DJ presented to you, right? And we're saying, does it match? That's what we're doing, because that's what you'd expect on your globe. That's the globe prediction. So we go out into the real world, make an observation, and say, does it match the expectation, the prediction?
Yes.
Right?
Remember 3 hours ago I told you this and reminded you several times that we're taking the non-Euclidean claims of the surface. That's an external validation. That's how we get out of the problem where people validate Earth as a globe by using spherical coordinate reference systems to validate that the spherical coordinate reference system. We have to step mindset.
You can't keep talking to me and keep me muted, okay? If you're going to use me as rhetoric, I'd appreciate if you did it in good faith, okay? When we talk about approximation, right, and I correctly reference Heisenberg uncertainty principle as a foundational fundamental principle of our universe, including Earth, right? When we know what approximation means, right? It doesn't mean that we can say stuff doesn't exist anymore because it's small. That's not what an approximation is.
It's good for practical purposes.
Dude, look, you're a moron. You just said Heisenberg's. We're talking about precision, not uncertainty. That's not the same thing.
I can't talk to 6 retards at once. You need to make it one retard at a time.
Precision and uncertainty are not the same thing. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle was about the confidence in the measurement. It has nothing to do with the precision of the instrument.
Bro, I'm not trying to teach you about quantum mechanics, okay? I'm just trying to talk about the horizon measurement, okay? That we are necessarily deciding projects a flat Earth or not. Okay.
No, it's not. It's not for flat Earth. You're missing that.
No.
No, so whether it disproves the globe theory because we expect to see the curvature in the water we expect to see a hill of water, but we don't, right?
Wait,
because
Luke,
another reason.
Can you slow down a little bit?
Man, maybe we do need to take this to quantum mechanics, see where it goes. What do you think of them apples?
I think you're just slightly confused about what's happening here. The post is not for flat Earth or anything like that. This is like, if you believe in the globe, then this is the math that's been provided for you. You're saying it's wrong.
This is the claim we're testing, dude. We're testing this claim.
I explained earlier, right, that when we're looking at these pictures and we're trying to do an analysis of the foot observer height and the horizon and the objects further than the horizon, and we can see the shoreline, all these things that make us question whether we're on a globe or not, right? When we plug in the formula, when we plug in the numbers into the formula that we have here, well, the formula, what it actually does is drop some of these values of, like, the observer height, which was so necessary to our observation. Right? Earlier we already determined.
Earlier we already to provide us the correct formula.
Dude, I went over this so slowly with you, right? The observer height is 8 foot. The observer height is 5 foot. Sorry, 5 foot observer height. Right?
Yeah, we went over this like 17 times yesterday as well, man. You're not going to teach me
the observer height into consideration. Why are you saying observer height? Luke,
I'm trying to help you.
Just pride.
Dude, so how we do this?
Oh my
do
God.
This. Steel man DJ's argument.
Okay, DJ. Yeah, I will. DJ is saying, right, because of the curvature of the supposed curvature of the Earth, because of this formula, we shouldn't be able to see the objects in the distance. There should be a body of water obscuring our vision. That's what his argument is. You happy with that?
Hey, DJ, is that correct, DJ?
Well, not really. I mean, it was a horizon test. Okay, right? Well, it was somewhat correct. I'll give you that. Okay. The original question was, if you're from 5 foot observer height, right? How far away should the horizon be on your globe?
Yeah,
Right, we
DJ,
went
we
over the math
did
for
this
that.
earlier, right? We agreed that the higher the observer height, the more of a horizon, like the further the horizon away it's going to
Yeah,
seem.
so
Yeah,
from 5 foot, it's at what distance? Roughly 2.7 miles.
based on this formula, yeah.
Yeah, roughly 2.7 miles
Yeah,
based
and
on
you
the...
bitch about the formula. And your bitch about the formula wasn't the horizon distance; it was the drop. You have a problem with the horizon distance part of the formula.
The word drop was added because we all semantically understand that we should expect to see a drop in the globe.
I'll take it as a non-answer. Do you have a problem with the horizon distance that the formula spits out?
This formula right now, yes.
Okay. What's wrong with it?
When we
How should we calculate the horizon?
Say again, sorry?
I'll give you an example. So we have a person 5 feet above a surface of water at sea level. How far should the horizon be away?
Well, we'll just plug it in, yeah.
Well, no, go use the one that you use the one you think.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest. This is going round in circles, and if you do this
Use the
every
one you
single
think
day,
is correct.
this is so destructive to your mental
Like,
health.
we're not going to get. No. With Surf Rush, use the one you think is correct. Don't use ours. We're wrong. Use the one
I'm
you
not
think is correct.
questioning the Earth's curvature.
No, we're wrong, bro.
You guys
use
are.
the one you think is correct, bro.
You said just plug it into the formula. Go ahead.
You guys don't believe.
Yeah, that's right. You're caught up, dude. You're caught up.
It's insane.
Caught up in your own bullshit.
Wait, Luke, you're saying just plug it into the formula. Go ahead.
Yeah, so tell me the answer, please, because I'm not going to do that.
What do you mean? You said that
And
this
that's
formula
where
is
it is.
incorrect. You have the correct formula.
I'm not showing intellectual dishonesty. I'm telling you right now, I do not want to engage in this like
Showing
tactical
intellectual
game
dishonesty when you say
of
you're not going to do
mathematics
it.
to prove
Hold on. Well,
your
here's the
theory
thing.
incorrect.
I went to
can
chat
just use the
GPT
formula,
for you.
and I can show you that the values are being subtracted and they're not being accounted for.
That's cool.
Yeah, bullshit. You've said that a bunch of times.
I've said it like 6
Hold on,
times
bro.
to you guys, and you still can't comprehend
Okay,
like the
then
simple
use
English
the
that I'm saying.
correct one.
It's
Yeah,
like you
he
didn't
doesn't
go to
wanna
school
do
or
it.
something. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Luke, what you don't get is that, okay, we'll concede that. We'll grant you that point. Now use the correct one and calculate the horizon distance.
Okay, well, so another
We
point.
just conceded. There's no more arguing about that.
No,
He doesn't
thanks.
want to do it.
No, I did this earlier with DJ, right? So earlier we agreed that
Yeah, so now you're gonna talk. Now you're gonna meta. No one cares about that shit. Give us the correct distance.
Okay, I need 2 radius measurements. I don't need 1. Right, if we're approximating the radius, we're already making a mistake. Right, so my formula is not radius; it's R1 and R2, because we're measuring between radiuses. Correct?
What do you mean radiuses? Radiuses are what?
Radii, whatever. Fuck it.
Well, go ahead, dude.
No, radiuses are what? What are the 2 radiuses? What do they represent?
Well, the points of the measurements of where you're measuring whether it's flat or not from the point of the horizon. If you can see all the way into the horizon.
This isn't about whether it's flat or not. This is
I'm explaining the method, man. You asked me to do this, right? You measure where you are.
Okay, you straw manned again.
I'm doing it incorrectly now.
This isn't about whether it's flat or not. This is a test of the globe. This is a test
Just
of
go
the
to college,
globe.
guys. Just go to college. Like, I'm done. Just go to college.
I've been to college.
You did.
I've actually
You
graduated.
failed. You literally failed college. Like, you failed
You
it.
graduated
You
from college.
failed. You failed so bad that you were sitting
no,
as
I didn't.
how old are you? Like 50 years old, bro? Like, go back to college.
Goddamn right.
Just go back to college.
India,
Fine.
can I talk to
It's
him a little
literally
bit?
fine.
He doesn't like your
spiraling
approach.
Nothing wrong with
He
being
doesn't like-
wrong. Just
he
accept
doesn't like
you're
the
wrong,
discussion.
and you can learn.
Listen, I conceded I'm wrong, but you can't say why I'm wrong. And I said,
I'm
give us
trying
the
to
correct
teach you,
value.
my guy, and you're just being incredibly
give
obtuse.
us yeah, you're goddamn right, because you're a shifty fucking weasel. Okay? So
Maybe I'm
stop
not
being a
good
fucking
teacher.
weasel and
My
give
bad.
us the value. You
By
call
the way,
us
this
intellectually
channel is being
dishonest.
recorded because no one asked me if I wanted to be on YouTube or not. So yeah.
Oh,
Wait, Luke,
he's gonna report
this
us.
is from college.
I'm gonna silence this guy locally.
Luke, get in line. Luke, get in line, bro. Get in line.
What's up, creation?
Well, you're saying like go to college. These posts are from universities, and you're disagreeing with them.
Yeah, I literally wrote to this the Department of Mathematics because this formula implies numeric values that are incorrect.
So I went to use AI. I went to use AI and ask for the correct formula since you wouldn't do it. And
what's the percent error differential, dude?
Do you guys mind if I just talk to him for just a couple minutes? Because he doesn't like you, the aggression. So I'm going to try to talk to him in a soft voice.
It's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable.
Dude, the ironic projection is just off the chart, dude.
So Luke, I posted in the chat, like I asked AI to put in a correct formula. Or did you see that in the chat there? 4 minutes past the hour.
Oh, let me double check. Oh yeah, it's sorry what you posted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the difference in like mean error between the two? Right. I mean, do you even know anything like what you're testing for and to what degree of accuracy you need?
He doesn't know what any of those things are.
Do I understand the question correct? I think so.
Yeah. Like if I said mean average deviation, do you know what that even means?
Mean average deviation. Yeah, it sounds like I understand that. Yeah.
So what's the average deviation and means between the two?
Oh, let me just get a dictionary up so I don't get it wrong. How about that? Okay, in statistics, the standard deviation is a measure of the amount of variation of the values of a variable by about its mean.
You had to Google it, chat.
I had to Google it, yeah. So if there's like 12 values, then the standard deviation would be like...
That's not what I'm talking about.
Or something, right? You know?
That's not what I'm talking about. Listen, I want to know how significant of a difference it is between the two methods presented, the incorrect one and the correct one.
What was the question, sorry?
How significant of a difference between the two?
Enough for me to have concern, yeah.
But did you look?
You can't quantify that. You're using numbers. Can you just quantify the difference using the same values?
I'm not using numbers. I'm using formula, and yeah, it's H2 and S and L.
He's not using numbers. He's using formulas.
How do you know they're far apart if you don't have the numbers? I posted the numbers in the chat for you. Can you address that?
The one sec. Yeah. So yeah, we have two different numbers here. One is 1.22459, and the other one's 1.2246. So there's like 0.001.
How many inches is that?
Well, there's no units, so I can't tell you, my guy. Sorry.
Those are in miles, dude. How many inches does that translate to? Is that what the 10,000th decimal or thousandth?
What you want me to be your human calculator, or are you just?
No, I'm trying to walk you through what you should be presenting us, and you're denying.
Correct.
I'm trying to teach you how to do this as we go along.
You are saying it's a great enough distance to be incorrect. I mean, I don't. Rounding up. They just rounded up the number. 459 rounds up to 446.
This shit is 4 a.m. deep YouTube. Okay, you're not changing my mind. The calculations you're using to generalize whether you think the Earth is flat or not are not.
It's not. But Luke. You keep saying that this does not have anything to do with flat Earth. You can
the inverse. So it's the inverse, isn't it? So you're not trying to claim the Earth's flat. You just don't believe the Earth.
Not with the article that was posted. Not with the Washington.edu or San Diego.
No, I know that wasn't what was trying to be substantiated. It was just that
you keep introducing like, well, you're trying to test whether it's flat or not. It's nothing to do with this. This is the claim how the Earth is a globe.
I could give you, Luke. I could give you half of Earth's radius, and I can give you twice Earth's radius, and we can debunk it both ways.
You said, how old are you? Did you say you're like 50 as well?
It doesn't matter how old we are. You're not
because
following.
Typically people have more wisdom as they grow older, and you guys sound like you just
out loud. I will give you half of Earth's radius to twice Earth's radius, okay? And we can still debunk the globe.
Like you keep saying
give you a range.
When I say the words, it's like they mean something to me.
Jeez Louise, it's like
you're confused why we're even posting this formula. You think that because we posted it that it's incorrect.
Hold on, let me cover this.
No, that's what your rhetoric was. Like, I don't care who posted it. I read the equation. I saw what it's posing, and it's just incorrect, right? Because
how is it? You're not posting what is correct.
all measurements have a degree of error, dude.
You think you've just did that for us, right?
Did you know that all measurements have error, and if you don't have error with your measurement, you don't even have a measurement because you can't quantify how good it is.
I understand that. Yes.
Yeah. So we need to characterize the significance of the divergence of the two formulas, right,
brother?
And you're refusing to go through that with me because I think you know your code.
I think I've spent like 7 years of my life in school, and like it sounds like you've spent like 6 weeks like reading YouTube videos or some shit.
But we
I do statistical analysis for a living.
It has nothing to do with YouTube.
Yeah, numbers crunching is nothing the same as understanding the proof of the universe, my guy.
Hold on, Luke.
We're talking
You're
about
saying you spent time in school, and then we posted school references, and you're saying it's wrong.
Me again, brother.
You're not listening.
Who am I talking to? Am I talking to you? Am I talking to Sprite?
I would like to talk to you since
I would like to talk to someone.
You're all booted up when I speak to you.
Oh my god. Creation. I'm talking to everyone when everyone's talking to me at the same time. Okay, you can't box me into your corner and then pretend I'm trying to escape, man. That's not. Come on. You are. You're being fucking weird about it as well.
I just got here.
I'm trying to talk to you, bro. Okay, can we have a conversation?
TV.
I've literally muted Indio to like 10%.
You can't do that. You can't mute him. Dude.
No, I can hear him, but I just don't want to engage.
You have to unmute him.
He's not muted. He's just really quiet for me, and it's so much a better. I normally never do
muting.
No, it's not. I can hear him.
I would like to have a discussion with you if you can so kindly unmute him or raise his volume back up, please.
It's not him that's the problem, Creation.
It's you, I know.
It's me. I can't focus on one of you retards at a time. You're right.
No one's being retarded. We're posting Washington.edu and you're saying it's wrong.
Yes, and I've explained why like 4 times now.
Okay, well, I went into the AI. I had it post some other numbers for you.
And I've literally written to them to explain how their formula comes across.
What's the significance of the difference between 1.22459 and 1.2246?
It's a 0.0. It would be.
Tell this motherfucker, you don't turn me up, kicking him out. I muted him. He ain't talking again until he fixes his shit.
We spent like 3 hours with him and had a very cordial, mature, grown-up conversation the whole time. It was great. I was like, this is wonderful. And then the switch got flipped, and now he's calling everyone retards and he's being obstinate. I don't know what happened.
I've talked to him before in the other politics server, and he did this shit the entire time over there. So the fakeness, the fakeness was him just faking being cordial.
Yeah, that's what I figured too. Well, he did it for a long time. Like that takes a lot of effort.
So I find it ironic that he says, "Hey, you guys need to go to university. Post the university site." And he's like, "That's wrong." So you go to university to learn the wrong thing, and that's what you're endorsing? Are you dumb?
I don't know if he caught that as well. He's saying like you guys need to spend more time in school. Well, here's what school says, and you're denying what they say. You're emailing them saying they're wrong. But you don't see the irony there.
I want to see that email so I can see them call him a retard too.
So anyway, since he won't give us the answer, guys, I've been just using AI in the background to ask the same questions I would ask him, since he's like intellectually lazy. Damn it, dude, this fucking iPhone. It's saying the difference in values is just a little over half an inch.
Yeah, look,
0.6336 inches
earlier. You know, I was super polite and calm and, you know, slow going through the information with him, and he still spazzed out. So I don't think it's gonna.
It's invincible ignorance, man.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you get like, I need to earn this myself, just to come to grips with someone that just has invincible ignorance. You can't defeat it. Can't be defeated. He's ignorant, and he's going to stay that way, and there's no way for you to stop him.
I mean, just imagine being like a math teacher and your student posts, one student posts 1.22459, and the other student rounds up the 59 to 6, and he's like, you're both wrong. Like, I don't know what to do here.
Apparently, Matthew Lawrence talked to him too. So, like, he don't even believe a math professor. Like I said, it's eventual ignorance.
You can't. You gotta be able to provide what's correct. I think
You're wrong because you didn't go to school, and if you did go to school, you're still wrong.
You know what he doesn't know yet either that we could get into is like for navigation, they'll use 1.78 or something like that, 1.76.
Oh, but that's wrong.
1.225.
Yeah, I got a table. I actually have a table with that on it, with all the nautical horizon distances, with the elevation. Right, it's different than. Yeah. Well, hold on. I'll grab it.
So, like the degree of difference between what is practically used by sailors, surveyors, and engineers and stuff is much bigger than what he is contending is a problem with these two calculations. Like, we could have had a nice conversation about that too, if he was willing. This isn't like the end of a flat Earth for us. Like, Luke, you did not reach the end of our knowledge on this. You barely scratched the surface. If he's even here. Yeah, he's here. Yeah, Luke, you barely scratched the surface of what we know and what we can talk about. If you're spiraling now at like this entry-level stuff that we're going through with you, you need to chill out, dude. You need to relax, go grab a beer or something, and maybe regroup yourself so we can have a great chat. We had a good time earlier today.
I just find it funny when we post things that have nothing to do with Flat Earth, not written by Flat Earth, written by people who are dedicated to the Earth being a globe. We post what they say, and then this is called under the bus syndrome. You might have just unlocked a new one, where they roll out the bus over top of their own people, their own worldview. Just because a flat earther cited it or posted it, they're like, you guys are using it wrong. It's like, well, we didn't write it. If we wrote it, we'd say the radius is 0 or something like that, right? So I find that to be so strange. It's a weird phenomenon, Take us out of the equation, no pun intended. You're calling your own worldview wrong.
Yeah, so I posted that. It's a photograph out of the.
Yeah, look at that, dude. Look at that.
He's like, well, you just got this off of YouTube. I could go to YouTube right now. There's a video from a channel called Brain Stuff, How Stuff Works. And this video is very short. It's 90 seconds about the horizon, where he says, if your head is in the water 8 inches above, the distance of the horizon would be 1 mile. Like, do you want to drop a comment below the video and say he's wrong too? That's not flat Earth. That's just strange behavior, bro. You're dunking on your own worldview. This is also another syndrome, BYOB syndrome, BYOB Earther. He's brought his own version to the party that must be correct, The mainstream version, that's wrong. You gotta go with what I say. My version of the Earth is the better version.
Well, that first one there checks out, man. What I blocked off there. So you go square root of 3 is 1.73 and change times 1.225, 2.12, 2.1. They don't need significant digits going out all the way.
Well, if you don't put the 45595053444, then it's incorrect, dude.
I thought we were going to see a like a table of different values that are used as coefficients for the distance to the horizon. Like some use 1.225, some use 1.5, some use 1.7, depending on like if you're surveying or you're out at sea and so on and so forth. And it should all be the same if it mattered that much.
I'm going to play the video just for the audience here. It's like very, very short.
In the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon.
There you go. If you want a link, you want to drop a comment, please. Did he leave? He left. Nice. Cooked.
Well, you know, if he thinks he wasted our time, he's wrong, because we got some great content out of that. I mean, we got like 3 solid hours of a great discussion that could be clipped. And it would stand alone. I think it'd be great. Like T-Dub was here, Jedi was here, I was here, DJ was here. We were having a great time. It really was a good time, honestly. And I think it could be edifying for what we do. And I think the audience would enjoy hearing it.
I only caught the spiral.
That was me the other day when I saw Luke like spiraling out, spurging, and then quitting and rejoining for like 45 minutes.
Nice.
Like, what was that about? And so I was surprised when I came in here and everything was nice and relaxed. He was calm, asking questions. He gave signs of understanding things. Like he wasn't just blocking it off. He was onboarding the information we were presenting actively. So I'm like, all right, this is good. He started to see problems. His worldview, you could see, was getting challenged. And but he didn't seem to let it affect him until all of a sudden at one point, like, I don't know, like the alcohol kicked in or something. He turned into a belligerent.
Did he get banned?
Did he?
I don't know. His posts are deleted.
Oh. Wonder if the bot got him for something.
Yeah, I was going to go read back on some of the things he was posting earlier, but it looks like it's deleted now.
Dude, I wonder what happened. If we can check any logs.
Yeah, I'll check the log quickly.
Yeah. It'd be funny if he did something that got him muted.
Perhaps, yeah.
I don't see anything.
The hills they choose to die on blows my mind sometimes.
Right? Like this, they're talking 10,000th of a mile difference is significant enough to not be able to determine if curvature exists within, you know, WGS 84 style tolerances.
Well, this syndrome flares up from time to time. Not everyone has it. It's severe. But it's like, this comes out when we post to Black Swan, and they go, oh, those numbers are fake.
It's like brain herpes triggers.
Use some globe checks. Globe checks for the recurring syndrome.
Flat Earth derangement syndrome.
It seems like he kept reverting back to, oh, if you guys are using these numbers to try to prove the flat Earth, you're wrong. He kept going back to that, like on repeat, like over and over. He kept saying it.
Yeah, you noticed that too, Sonny?
I wanted to cover that, though, because he had me muted. So what I was going to say to him was, well, we got a dichotomy, right? So if we disprove the globe, the only one we disprove the globe in curving Earth, then all we got left is a flat Earth. If you only have two choices, we eliminate can't be one, then, you know, the one that's left is the one that's it.
We were talking like in mathematics of coordinate reference systems earlier. It was pretty good. The philosophy of applying certain coordinate reference systems.
Well,
did you actually understand that part?
Yeah.
It seems like he also got stuck on the minor difference in the two formulas, which you said was like 1/10,000th or something. And he got stuck on that too, and he kept going back. Well, it's not the right formula.
And he wasn't even thinking about it logically. Because he was envisioning like a slanted sea level or something at one point. Another point, he's envisioning point-to-point observation across the ocean as if the sea level was at the same elevation as the observation point above it. Like, it just became so incoherent like this. I mean, DJ, you were there for that. That was when he started to spiral. Like, really, I think actually the point of the spiral began when he said, is the sea really level? And we're like, what do you mean? Like, it's got waves. He's like, there you go. And that was the turning point in the conversation. That was the exact moment that it went insane. He's like, yeah, the ocean has waves.
That's
therefore you. And we're like, dude, we're going above the ocean, like point to point from shore to shore, over bodies of water, along the beach, salt lakes. So
he turned into a Bevite, basically.
Sorry? I didn't hear you.
I said he turned into a Bevite.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Same tactic.
I actually kind of feel bad for them when they start doing that, because I'm like, man, they're clinging hard to something, man, and they're just going like, oh, nothing's perfectly flat, so you can't know it's flat. It could be something else. We could be brains in a jar, and then it just goes straight down the toilet from there.
Hey, look, if we're wrong, right, and let's say Earth does have a radius of 97,000 miles, that'd be pretty freaking groundbreaking, wouldn't it? So
yeah, man, our car, like everybody's car gets way better mileage than they thought.
Yep, exactly. So the Black Swan, even at 10 miles horizon, would make Earth's diameter more than 500,000 miles. Let alone the islands that are at 30 miles off. Someone ought to do that, because my observation to Catalina is 30 miles. And you can clearly see all the water and the oil rigs going up beyond 10 miles. And the lights near the shore. I don't even know what that formula is. The one where the distance to the horizon. Does someone have that formula handy? Distance to the horizon would equal this larger radius.
not handy. I mean,
yeah, my math skills aren't that great, but that's okay. They don't need to be. I could find it.
So Indio, I posted something in the mod chat, in the mod server, regarding plumb line accuracy. It really didn't occur to me until recently that for the reciprocal zenith angle measurements to be accurate, they need to have a plumb length accurate to within a certain tolerance, but extending 3959 miles.
What?
Right? So for the reciprocal zenith angle measurements to produce accuracy within the tolerances they need for the globe, they need their plumb lines to extend down 3959 miles and be level over that distance.
Yeah, this is one of the things in geodetic surveying. I wish I would have saved that, dude. I had a quote from a paper for like the two top people in like geographic information systems and geodesy and all that crap, like in the academic sense, right? Because there's an academic version of this stuff, right? Not just like the USGS. There's a
right.
You can actually go to university for this crap. So what they said was, they said geodetic surveying does not measure the Earth. It measures gravity.
Yeah, that's a good quote.
Which is actually true if you think about it. Because the initial spatial reference is which way is down, right? So because they level the instrument, so that's the very first thing. The instrument is totally oriented to which way the down is, right? The liquid gets pulled down, the bubble goes up. Or if they're using prisms, then the prism hangs, and and then it's leveled that way. So you're really just measuring the shape of gravity, right?
Yeah. So the onus is on the glober to present a case, right, for their two plumb lines to terminate, to subtend to an angle over a length of 3959 miles each. With their bubble leveler, right?
Yeah, with a little teeny bubble level, trying to like establish a line that goes, out, miles and miles. Forget it, man.
Dude,
get it?
It's like, yeah, exactly. It's the problem isn't in the optic and like how many millirads of accuracy you can get. The problem is that damn leveler, and then the claim that your plumb lines actually meet together at a common center, which they don't even say they do in the literature, right? And because it's curving through different media, through different strata and density strata of the geoid. And they may not meet at all. And that's why they have to apply those gravimetric corrections, I guess. And the other thing too is, I mean, what's to say that the geoid, the terrestrial geoid, isn't actually a celestial geoid? Because they've got the timing issues with the stars overhead, and they attribute that to gravity deflection. So, you know, the heavens are kind of bumpy.
Yeah, I mean, but even that, right? Like the potato Earth, even that's a model, right? It's like called the EGM 96 or something.
Right.
Earth Gravitation Model 96. And that one, if you like, because not recently, but a ways back, I looked at like how they got that, and they used a bunch of like bazillion spherical harmonics, like of the 2000. I think they went up to 2048 degree spherical harmonics, which is like they put like a lot of computational power because it's a matter of like resolution, right?
Yep.
So if it's like first order, second order, third order, the higher the order of the harmonic, then the greater the resolution of your model will be at the surface of the Earth, like at the at the geoid. But that's kind of like what they went up to. I guess it became computationally too expensive, and it's kind of like, and it's not even like there's no practical use for it. Like, why would you even need to keep doing it? Like, it wouldn't even matter. Like, if it didn't exist, you wouldn't even notice.
I'd be more impressed if we could get an external validation of this 60 nautical mile to 1 degree elevation rule over long distances. Like, just do like 500 miles or 1,000 miles. I'd be impressed if that held up.
Well, the way I found out deflection of the vertical is that surveyor, Jesse Kozlowski, he did it. I heard him on a stream. Like, surveying is the first thing I looked at. I heard him on stream. Oh, like if flat earthers would just go read, because he's like an evangelist for surveying, like for some reason, kind of weird. But I'm a 30-year surveyor, and we know exactly what the Earth is. We go out and measure it. You know, he's defending his profession, so I understand that to an extent. But then he's like, there's a book called "Determination of the Figure of the Earth," which goes through the whole history of the determination of the figure of the Earth. It's on archive.org, so I'm reading through it. Right, so all the so they got like the 1400s, and they're like, all the methods they use chains for distances and like all these. So they were doing some survey in Italy, so they measured from the coast, like to some point, and then they like compared that, and they measured it with chains, right? So they have an exact distance that they measured, and then they like did the astrogeodetic part, and they're like, well, we only went like 10 miles, and it's off by like 1,400 feet, according to the jig. Yeah, so like they're like the vertical must be deflected, so like it must be like gravity like tipping the shit or something.
Dude, so all of these distances we have, like we don't really know. Like I use the Nautical Almanac to get distances because the Nautical Almanac basically creates a mathematical model of a sphere for the stars. Using that, I got basically WGS84 distances, calculating stars and using them to get distance from Tokyo to Santiago. It's like 10,700 miles. And then I removed the rotation vector out of it and did the same thing, treating the star field as more or less a Cartesian space. And then it was like 15,000 miles. I'm like, dude, that's a lot of extra space between the tropics.
Man, I wish Antonio was still around. I remember one video he did. There's some railroad track that goes like from Europe all the way to like Korea. It's not the Trans-Siberian Railway either. It's something else. It's another one. But then he got like the distance that they say, and then the globe distance. Like the railroad track should end in somewhere somewhere between Korea and Japan in the middle of the ocean.
That's crazy. That's way off. That's the kind of stuff that again and again. and it seems to get worse around the tropics. And this has no bearing on using north or south celestial poles as points of origin. There's something really weird going on, like in the equator region. Like it gets worse the closer you get. That's a great, man. Antonio Subarats would probably love these discussions.
Oh, dude, he did so much. Like, he lost so much. I mean, he had 3 channels taken down because of Glovers. I think some of them were flat. I think Flat Earthers took down the channel once because of Patricia Steer and a whole debacle that happened with like Nathan, Patricia, and she like went to UK or something. Some drama happened, and then he was making videos about the drama, and then that channel got taken down. But he did mostly live streams, right? So like everything is like a live stream on his, and like he was low frills. So you can't like tell from the video title or the thumbnail what the video is about. So if you like want to find a particular video that he did on a particular topic, I watched a lot of them, and like it's impossible to find. Like I'd have to watch like hundreds of videos to find it or skim through them. There's ones I do know that I've saved, but some are like he did a lot. He did like a lot on navigation. He did a lot on just like distances of railroads, the undersea like communications cables, like all the stuff, right? What they say, hey, this is one he did about the fiber optic cables, like the fiber optic cable that goes from like Australia to California, and takes but it has a connection at Samoa, and it was something like an extra freaking 3,000 miles of fiber optic cable or something. It's some ridiculous amount.
Yeah, that's it. The discrepancies are unbelievable.
Yeah, you can't account for it with like topography under the ocean, right? The ocean's rough, so the cable's lying. It's undulating, so you need an extra cable. There wasn't 3,000 miles of undulation to count for it.
To me, like he did all this from his apartment. That's what's also mind blowing. He was so clever like that. Yeah.
He had very good instincts. He had very good instincts for finding those problems.
I'd say so.
Except for when it comes to his personal life. He had bad instincts with that shit.
Like he kind of looked like he lived in a funny farmhouse or something like that. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah,
pretty sure he was in London or something. But so nobody's getting a big apartment in London.
That's true.
Unless you're mega wealthy. His daughter has kept all the stuff up though. His daughter's she hasn't deleted. I know she has access to it because she's posted on his Facebook page after he passed away. So I know she has access to all his stuff. She hasn't deleted any of it.
Man, wish we could get our hands on it. Like a lot of his streams are still up, but they're like 4 hours, 5 hours long, and he just goes from one topic to the other in a stream typically, and so you'd be watching like 2 hours into the stream, and suddenly something freaking amazing happens, and then you lose track of it. You forget to bookmark it, and you don't remember which stream it was in afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah. He also did the with Karen B. They did the Equinox, and I still got the hard drive. So they did a summer solstice, like the Eratosthenes, right? They did a summer solstice one. They did a winter one. And they eventually did an equinox one, and that was a 24-hour live stream. They had a standardized, so they had a printout, right? So they had standardized sidereal, compass rose, a standardized one, and you use it with a standard nail that you can get from the hardware store. So everybody has the same size gnomon. Everybody has the same size, compass rose, and people live streamed through Google Hangouts, went into the live stream and recorded the measurement that they were making, right? And what they captured was the direction of the shadow at solar noon, and the way they told it to tell it was solar noon because They would get from the clock like the local noon, and when it was like 5 or 6 minutes before local noon, they would start marking the top of the shadow. And then if you just measure from the top of the shadow to the gnomon, whatever the shortest mark is, that's when it was noon, right? So this is what they did. They like, and this was all live stream. So he did a 12-hour live stream, and then he did another 12-hour live stream. So he had a 24-hour, basically Eratosthenes experiment. Took all the data, and then he ended up printing the Book of the Sun, which I've never read. He only got printed 2,000 copies. I heard some Glover bought them all up and like basically flushed them.
Oh, that sucks. I've got like some of the chapters.
Yeah, I mean,
that sucks, man. I would have loved to see that live stream. Wish I was around for that. That would have been so cool. Man, it would make sense.
That channel got nuked, right? That's it. Yeah, that channel got nuked, but I had the recording. I had the recordings for the other ones, for the summer and the winter one, and that hard drive died. I still got the hard drive. The only way to get that fixed, I got to buy like an identical hard drive and swap out the platter or something. Which is like,
So we know the Earth is flat, but what about the Earth?
Yeah. Hey, man, I got to listen. I can't chat. Keep going.
All right.
Is the Earth flat?
Yes.
As opposed to
in water.
No, I agree. The Earth is flat, but is the Earth flat?
As opposed to
With an F. We know that the Earth is flat. I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. Is
I don't know.
Earth flat?
Earth and Earth are synonyms.
No, Earth with an F. The Ebonics language.
Yeah, I say they're synonyms.
Of people who live in the West.
Ebonics. We don't have any watermelon warriors in here, bro.
Yeah, Earth and Earth are synonyms. They mean the same thing.
This is the question I'm trying to ask. Is the Earth
Yeah, dude, they're both flat, dude.
All right. I got it.
He said Ebonics, like there's some watermelon warriors up in this joint.
What is that? Some kind of racist? I don't get it.
We don't have any weave warriors, watermelon warriors, chicken fried connoisseurs. We don't have that in here, bro.
He said chicken fried connoisseurs, dude.
All right.
We don't do FBAs in here, bro.
What's an FBA? Fulfilled by Amazon?
Nah, don't worry about it.
Yo, my nigga. And the jump, but the jump.
That's a forbidden word here. You need to be careful.
All right, no, I'm not saying it with an hard R, though. That's against TOS. I would never do that.
Really? You came pretty close.
How about just don't dance around the fucking rules, Mark?
Never touch that hard R.
What's your opinion on the state of the Earth? Is it a globe or a flat?
The Earth is flat, obviously. It's the Jews who run everything and have deceived everyone into thinking it's a globe. That's pretty obvious.
You're in.
We can't JQ in here, bro.
We got to
You can't do anything on Discord. You can't even talk on Discord. What's the point of conversation?
Well, you can't because of your ideas, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. That's called speaking the truth, ride a fast horse, right? That's the way the world is. You can't talk truth.
Maybe your truth is just so low tier, no one wants to hear it.
Yeah, so low tier. That's what we do to the truth. You know, you can't speak it.
No.
It's low tier. Interesting. Not permissible in conversation, but it's low tier.
No, when you describe every problem to the Jews, that's low tier.
Yeah. Low tier. Yeah.
When you stubbed your toe today, was that the Jews?
By the way,
like, was there a Jewish conspiracy on why you stubbed your toe?
I'll get banned on this, so we can't talk about it. Let's just call it. Let's agree it's low tier, and we'll move on. It's low tier.
Yes, hasty generalizations are a logical fallacy, and they are low tier.
Hasty generalization. How about hundreds of years of information and research and study that prove that truth that you can't discuss? Thousands of years, actually, goes all the way back to Cain, who is the forefather of the devil's children, who are those people we can't talk about. Can't discuss.
You said the whole earth, but I would say that Kenyans are in charge of Kenya, and so Kenya has been ruled by Africans for hundreds of years.
There is literally no nation of beasts.
Kenya.
They're fostered by those we can't speak of. They're financed.
That's not true. Kenya runs its own country and is run by its own people, and they have been run by Africans for hundreds of years.
I haven't done a lot of research on Kenya to know, like...
Okay, well then, until you do, don't say the whole world.
Well, the world is under the influence and power of Satan. So, yeah, the whole world is under that. It doesn't mean some tribe in the jungle that calls themselves by a specific name. It doesn't remove their racial reality that they're a savage tribe. Now, does it?
People from Kenya are full of human worth and dignity, and I would not call them savage, no.
Human worth?
Right. Given to them by God.
Separate from savage? Savage? If I call someone a savage, that removes their human worth?
No, but it reduces their dignity. I believe all humans have dignity.
Dignity has to be attributed to having a certain character, though, doesn't it? So...
Yeah, so I'm just saying...
That's interesting.
Look, God made all humans, and therefore humans have human worth and dignity based on the mere fact that they're humans. And so when we start trying to determine which races are better or worse, I would say, well, don't forget that God made everybody, and they all have human
assumption. Worth. That's the error of your way. There is you assumed God created everyone, so then you said everyone has dignity, which is attributed to honor. So
I don't think there are such things as NPCs. I think God did create everybody.
Well, do animals have dignity? Because if God created animals, do they have dignity?
Not in the same way humans did, because God made humans in His image. But we should treat animals with...
God didn't make humans in His image. The Bible says God made man in His image, which is Adam.
No, He meant humans, not just males.
No, the word human's not even in the Bible, so that's like a modern construct to say that God created humans. If you're using history for biblical research or Christianity, it would be that God created Adam, not humans.
Are you saying Adam's not human?
I'm saying Adam is not. Saying? Yes, I'm saying Adam is a man. And that's where we get the word man from, actually. Man is derived from the word Adam. And also the word woman, which means of Adam. Woman.
Can you tell us what the distinction is between a human and a man? Like, how do we know the difference?
This word human...
Not just the word, the definition.
Well, the definition of man would be biblical. That would be Adam. So Adam kind is mankind. The definition for human would be upright walking hominid, like any upright walking hominid being. A human being. Upright walking.
No.
From an animal in that sense. Upright walking.
Okay, so Adam was the first man. All men descended from Adam, right?
Yes, all men.
Yeah, what did human beings descend from?
Well, human being is any upright walking.
Yeah, where did they descend from? Where did they come from?
It's not a man, so that's why.
Well, where did they come from then? Why aren't they in the Bible? Separately?
I don't know. That's a study. I don't know exactly where every non-man came from.
All human beings descended from Adam.
Well, all human beings descended from Adam is just an assumption that doesn't involve any study or research or sincere effort in seeking truth.
No, I seek truth. It's just the plain truth. It's written in the Bible, and you're incorrect if you don't think that's true.
No, what's written in the Bible is that Adam has a family that goes all the way to Christ, and then Christ and the Israelites, who are God's chosen people, spread themselves abroad from that origin point of Adam through Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And that's a family bloodline story. That's not about all human beings. There isn't even a mention of human beings. Actually, upright walking creatures are mentioned in the Bible as beasts. And that's a reference to other upright walking beings. They're referenced in the Bible as being separate from Adam kind, which would be called mankind. So there are other upright walking beings, and they're referred to as beasts or cheia in the Bible. So that's what the Bible says. Modern science says this out of Africa theory, that all human beings come from out of Africa theory. And then you have the position that all human beings come from God, which is also just a theory, which isn't even from the Bible, because the Bible doesn't even mention human beings at all. It only mentions Adam kind and his progeny, which is mankind, which is why for thousands of years, non-Israelites were referred to as savages or beasts or animals even, but never as man. You would never call someone who is outside of the Adam kind, a man. You wouldn't call that a man, but that's a modern.
That's kind of weird. Yeah, that's kind of weird because there was Hebrews that were not Israelites.
Exactly, because they're from Adam, so they all muted from Adam, and they were not part of Jacob's line, but they were still from Adam's line. So they're still man. They're still men and women, but they're not from Jacob Israel. So Israelites are from Jacob, Israel, and then that's why they're called Gentiles as you go later on into the Bible. That's the outside nations, which is what Gentile means. It means nation. And the nations that were not part of Israel are being grafted back into Israel, so to speak, or Christ's sheep. Christ also calls them sheep, lost sheep of the house of Israel. So the lost sheep are the same people from that line, from Adam through Jacob, Israel. So, yeah, it's all about man. The Bible's all about man. For thousands of years, people knew it was all about man. And nowadays, you're being told everyone is a man. That's a problem.
When you say people, are you talking about man or human?
Man. Human is a lie, just like globe Earth. Human is this trick.
That's a cool story, dude, but you can't tell me what the distinction is, other than there's some descendants, and the people that descended from Adam, right? Those are men, but the people that aren't descended from Adam, those are humans. But what's the distinction?
I wouldn't even call them humans. This word human is really erroneous. It's using.
Where do they come from?
It's like saying a Neanderthal is a human. Like you could do that.
They come from Adam.
No, see, the idea that non-Adamites come from Adam is erroneous, and that's just something you're not looking into well enough to.
So was Cain not an Adamite? Was Cain not from Adam?
Personally, I don't think Cain was from Adam. I think Cain was from Eve and Satan.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah, well, cool Gnostic reference. So, yeah, okay.
Let's talk about modern people. All modern people are made in God's image, and all modern people are humans. But can you give me an example of someone who's not made in God's image? Some people who are not?
all of these like hybridized people like Chinese, Negro, they're not made in God's image. If we're all made in God's image, why do we look so different then?
I don't know. Do you have blonde hair or dark hair?
I have blonde hair.
So who's made in God's image? People with blonde hair or dark hair?
Variations amongst white people are
there's variations among people. Okay, so yeah, there's variations. That's why Chinese people have the same human dignity that white people do.
No, they don't. They have Chinese dignity. White people have
human dignity.
Chinese.
There's no human dignity.
This guy.
So is Chinese dignity better than human dignity? Because the Chinese people are typically better at mathematics than you are.
You're a cuss. Yeah, like, dude, typically better than mathematics than I am. Actually, throughout all history,
they also respect their elders more than you do.
Better at everything over every other quote unquote race, because the other races are not really part of that caliber at all.
Okay, so can you explain how Americans and American culture are better at taking care of their elders than Chinese people are? In what ways?
Because we're white. We're obviously far superior.
No, specific examples, like how in our culture are we better at taking care of our elders, which is a good thing, than the Chinese and Asian culture is?
Because they're savage, so they would sometimes like sacrifice their elders, eat their elders, act like animals, fail to protect one another. They don't have honor innately. They don't have the Holy Spirit innately.
Do you have a passport? Have you ever been outside of a 50-mile radius of where you've been?
That's like asking me, how does a dog treat its elders differently than a human being? It's like hierarchical. So yeah, dogs do not take care of their children the same way that a man takes care of his children, because we have the Holy Spirit imbued within us, which non-whites do not.
There are plenty of Chinese people worshiping Jesus filled with the Holy Spirit in underground churches all over the place. There are millions and millions of them. What are you talking about?
Yes, that's right.
Millions and millions of Chinese who have been indoctrinated and brainwashed and programmed and given Christianity by the white man.
No, that's not what I said.
A Christian washing machine and come out as a Chinese Christian, which is against...
Wait, first of all, Christianity is not a white religion. It's from the Middle East. What are you talking about?
You hear this? Yep. Christianity is from the Middle East. What am I talking about? Well, the Middle East was white thousands of years ago. Have you ever thought of that possibility?
I've thought of it, and I've rejected it as plainly false.
Because you're not a truth seeker.
Yeah,
plainly false.
I want to know what
where white people come from. Where the Caucasians come from. You ever heard of the Caucasus Mountains, where Moses was?
Moses was in Egypt and Israel. What do you?
Yeah, also the Caucasus.
Oh, he took a vacation up to Northern Europe? When did that happen?
So what have you studied in biblical history? Do you know the Bible?
Yes, Moses was born in Egypt.
Yeah. Moses... Let's see.
Moses was African, dude. He was born in Africa.
Dude.
Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever read the Bible?
Moses was black in your estimation.
I said he was African. He was born in Africa.
And so he was black then, therefore. Right?
I didn't say that. I said he was African.
Well, I'm asking you, as you just made an argument earlier, that the Middle East would define biblical times as it is demographically and racially.
I would say people in the Middle East are Middle Eastern. People in Africa are African.
Middle Eastern, but there's no racial differentiation. Of course, like, what is an American? Is an American the same race? Everyone's the same race when you say American?
Dude, I can't even believe this is a conversation. This is so low tier, fucking ignorant and stupid. Dude, you're a dumbass.
No, it's entertaining. I didn't realize there were people at this level, but this is
like, I thought he was trolling, but there's so much detail to it that it can't be a troll.
Yeah, and here's the thing: there are lots of people who say things like him. I don't know
there's a fad on the internet with this way of thinking.
So, okay, not all people in Africa. Yeah, cool. So not all people in Africa are black. So you can be born in Africa and not be black. That's crazy. No, so the people like in Algeria, I got a good friend from Algeria. He's not black at all. Algeria's in Africa. Egypt is in Africa.
I think that might be a surprise to him that to learn that Moses was born in Africa.
Abraham was from Babylon, right?
Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck.
Good luck
in being a cuck.
Oh, I'm not being a cuck. What are you talking about?
Yes, you are, Matthew. You're an absolute cuck. You're
I am absolutely not.
Heard on Discord.
You're incorrect there.
Yes, you are.
Hey, freedom fighter. You believe in the Bible? Who assembled the books of the Bible?
Well, the way the Bible is assembled today was assembled many hundreds of years after the death of Christ.
Yeah, I know that. I'm asking you, like, why don't you follow that religion?
Authorities in Rome.
That's the Orthodox Church. So why don't you follow that? Why don't you follow the people that put the Bible together?
I don't follow them. I question the Bible every day. I question Scripture. I seek within Scripture. I don't just follow who compiled the Bible.
Okay. Before the Bible was compiled,
I think it's
what did Christians? So how did Christians worship before the Bible was compiled?
Racially.
What did they do for 300 years?
It was just natural. You didn't need to. Actually, the books that were compiled prior to Christ came to rebuke the Pharisees and Sadducees of the day who were propagating whatever they were writing and putting together for the people to follow. So you can never trust man in his compilation of a Bible or his compilation of writings or his teaching of doctrine, which is why Christ said, "You have heard it said, but I say." You know, he had to correct and remove the distortions and the deceptions that were put upon the people, which we see today as well.
Such as the deception that the Samaritans were less of a people. He came to correct and rebuke them. When asked, "Who is my neighbor?" he told a story about the Good Samaritan. So he came to correct things like similar to what you're saying, which is that certain people have more worth than other people.
Oh, he said, "I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel," and he was literally the Messiah that the Israelites were waiting for, which was a racial group of people. So this doesn't remove race from anything. It was all about race. It's all about the children of Adam, their progeny, and Jacob Israel and his progeny, and Christ coming for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. It's all about race. It's all about the family of Adam. The world is all about the family of Adam. And the war between ourselves, which is Genesis 3:15, between the seed of Satan and the seed of the woman. So that's why we're under attack, and that's why you have globe Earth, actually, because it comes from those liars, those deceivers, who are at war with the children of Adam and want the children of Adam destroyed.
So when Paul says there's neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, there's neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ, what did he mean there?
What he meant there is there's no Judahite nor nation, so Gentile means nation. There's no one from any discrepancy amongst our Adam kind, which is mankind. We are all one in Christ. So there is no, like, you're from this region, you're from that region, you're from here, you're from there. Those words refer to man,
They refer to Chinese and Japanese and Africans and
no, they do not. Where did you get? Where are you making that up from? Why would? Why would?
From a plain reading of the scripture. I'm making it up from a plain reading.
All of Paul. Why don't you read all of Paul when he says, "My kinsman of the flesh," and he's writing his letters to the Romans, and he refers to Israel. He refers to his kinsman of the flesh. He over and over refers
and the Gentiles. Don't forget the Gentiles.
He's writing to his brethren of his kind.
And the Gentiles.
Not writing a Chinaman or a Negro in Rome. They were considered savage beasts for millennia since antiquity.
Literally have
That's not true.
Zero evidence of what you're saying.
Gentile means non-Jew, right?
Paul would not look at a Negro and say that's a man. He never would have done that. That would have been error.
Yeah,
yes.
Oh my. Did you read Revelation when it says all nation under heaven came before the throne of God? Or you forgot that part?
Yeah, and why did Peter baptize the Ethiopian eunuch?
Because he was Ethiopian and he was black. Exactly.
Yeah, the Ethiopian eunuch Peter baptized into the family of God.
Yeah, you're right.
You guys talk about your egalitarianism for a moment.
We're just talking about the Bible, bro. We're just talking about the Bible that you reject for your delusion.
He don't believe in the Bible because he doesn't. I asked him what they worship before the Bible, and then he quoted the Bible, which is crazy. Said, "Oh well, I questioned the Bible," and then quoted the Bible.
Before the Bible, there was oral tradition.
That's right. There was things called lectionaries, right?
The early Christians read the books of the Bible that were added into the Bible by Constantine. The Roman
conspiracy theory, dude. That's not what happened.
Come on, man. Look into it.
Well, I mean, the point is,
Constantine, Council of Nicaea, they put the Bible together, and Jesus was black. Get off that, dude. I think Jesus was black. I mean, that's pathetic.
You're perfectly fed. You've perfectly been fed. Perfectly eaten it up. So enjoy.
You can't listen. Here's your challenge: find any historical reference to race before the year 1000. Go for it.
Yeah, because the beasts were keeping
the historical. Well, in America, right? So people weren't separated by race in the past, right? They would call non-Christians heathens. It wasn't a race. Anybody that wasn't a Christian is a heathen. That applied to anybody. Didn't matter. Like race is a new invention, a new social invention that appeared in America, at least in the Virginia colony, when the indentured servants got together with the slaves and decided they were going to smack around the landholders. So they told the indentured servants, which are Christians, don't go with these savages. They're black. They're not humans. All this other crap. Okay, this is what started the race idea. They're called Mohammedans or Ethiopians, or they had different things other than race
exists. Do you believe that differences in race exist?
Freedom Fighter, I have a challenge for you, Freedom Fighter. I would recommend getting to know someone who has their ancestors in China, getting to know someone who has their ancestors in Africa, and get to know them a little bit.
And friends with tons of them.
And you don't think that they are people? They're humans?
Well, those are scientific. They're men. Human, we want to use the term human, fine. Human, fine. Sure.
So you said you're friends with tons of people from other ethnic identities.
I encounter them all the time. I was friends with them in my childhood, dealt with them ad nauseum.
Why doesn't the Bible or anywhere else make this distinction that you're making between humans and men?
The Bible was written at a time when there was homogeneity. Okay? Predominantly.
That's not true.
In the society that it came from, yes, it is true.
So what about Aborigines that were in Australia?
Here's my question for you. Why does the Bible, when the Bible begins, okay, the New Testament begins, why does it go to such great lengths to lay out the lineage of Christ?
Because
where he came.
Because a lot of things were done. I'll tell you why. You asked the question. I'll tell you why. because a lot of things in the past were done hereditarily. Rights, right? So this applies to, a lot of people don't know this, this applies to master slave, this applies to sovereign subject, this applies to a lot of things. Things passed hereditarily. So the gift that God granted Abraham, he bestowed on his descendants. It passed by heredity through all his descendants.
It was to show that he fulfilled scripture and prophecy.
Because he was willing to sacrifice Isaac, right?
Who was given that prophecy? What was the original? Who's the father of the nations? What is the core covenant? What is the core covenant? The core covenant. Where does it begin? The core covenant of the Bible, the promise of God. What is the core covenant, and who is it with, and who is it for?
It's with Abraham.
Well, there's one with Adam, one with Noah, one with Abraham. Which one are you talking about?
The Abrahamic covenant is obviously most relevant to ongoing history.
Yeah, and the covenant was to Abraham and all his descendants.
And who are his descendants?
Which is heredity.
The Israelites and the Arabs.
Where'd you get the Arabs in that?
Ishmael.
How is Ishmael Arab?
Ishmael is the father of all the Arabs.
Where's your proof for that? Arab means mixed race, actually, too. If you look up the definition of Arab, it actually means mixed race.
What dictionary is that, dude?
Well, do your own research. I don't have time.
Yeah.
So the lineage was important because it was prophesied that Messiah would come through the lineage of Abraham and David. I'm guessing that was why they put the lineage there.
But if you think about it just logically, Abraham was willing to sacrifice his entire bloodline in obedience to God. And as a reward for that obedience, he blessed his entire line forever and ever. Okay? This shit isn't complicated. So it's a family. It's not a race, right? I have a bunch of kids, right? And the kids have kids and grandkids. They don't become a race.
He left. I think he just needs to meet some more people and like travel the world or something.
The Aborigines are going to be pissed.
No, he needs to quit succumbing to internet fads that appeal to the resentful.
Yeah, well said.
What's the fad?
In general, treating certain people as less than human, that's always the first step towards oppression of some other culture or race.
Oh yeah, it's been going on for a while.
It's the whole Aryan thing. Goes back to, like, if they knew the roots of that, it's fucking not even, doesn't even come from white people. It comes from like Tibetan freaking nonsense. Madame Blavatsky, and she got it from a bunch of German like hikers that hiked the Himalayas and like supposedly saw some Tibetan freaking skulls that said that there was some Aryan race and blah blah blah. That's why they adopted the swastika. There's a whole history behind this, kind of whacked out.
Yeah, I haven't bothered to study that, but that's interesting.
It was like a fad back like in the late 1900s or 1800s and early 20th century among like, I don't know what you call them, adventurers, right? They'd go climb in the Himalayas, or they do all sorts of weird stuff. Because that part of the world was kind of like underexplored, so it was like kind of like exotic to even like go to Tibet because it was so hard to get to. Like, imagine you're in Germany, right, in 1895, and you want to go to Tibet. How hard that would be! Like,
yeah,
that's
you probably have to sail on a boat for a while.
Oh, then you got to climb, right? I mean, and to even get to like the bottom of Everest is going to probably take you 3 months.
Oh, I saw this great world map that showed how long it takes to get from London to everywhere else in the world from like the 1800s or something. It was amazing. Like, you know, you could get to Europe pretty quick, but parts of Africa took months.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. And then like getting inland, right? So like there's no roads. There's no, like, you're not like traveling on a road. There's no cars. And like horses won't survive in Africa. Like, I mean, good luck, man. Good luck. Like, you can't take, oh, I want to go to Tibet. I'm going to ride a horse. Like, your horse won't make it, bro. You're going to go so far on your horse, and then you're going to be walking. And then you got to walk with all your gear, right? So you have to be trucking like 100 pounds uphill for frickin' 100 miles. Like, you know, it's a very daunting task. But when they would get back and they'd write a book and they'd go to like all the social events, and like this was kind of like a thing. And I'm not like an expert on this, but this leached in the Thule Society and Madame Blavatsky and all this stuff comes like, they kind of took like the Eastern philosophy and turned it into like a twisted spiritual occult thing. I mean, like, you know, nothing's new. It was like New Age. It was like pre-New Age type nonsense.
By the way, Mark Twain became famous because he wrote a book on his travels to Europe. It was a really funny book. But yeah, even Mark Twain got famous from travel books.
Yeah, it was a big thing back then, like Tarzan and like, you know, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea and, you know, Journey to the Center of the Earth. Like, they did things like capture the imagination.
By the way, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, I just learned recently that it doesn't mean 2,000 leagues deep. It means that he traveled across the sea, but underwater. I was like, oh, that makes more sense.
The Time Machine is one of my favourite movies of all time. It's so brilliant. I love it. I mean...
Like the H.G. Wells one?
Yeah. The 60s one. Yeah, I just loved it. And then I thought, I should read the book. I mean, the book's probably going to be amazing too. So recently I downloaded and had read, and it was just terrible. It was awful. It was the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I was like, what the fuck is this? The movie was so much better. I don't know. So brilliant and everything, and it was like, no, it was just awful. I don't get it.
We can throw another one into Rudyard Kipling. Wrote a lot of stuff about, he traveled around. He went to Afghanistan. So, and then wrote The Man Who Would Be King based on
Catcher in the Rye. Is that guy?
I don't know if he wrote that. No, that's Sal something.
Salinger, J.D. Salinger.
I knew you'd know. Don't read that book, man. You'll turn into a psycho.
Yeah. Yep.
The Man Who Would Be King. It's one of my favorite movies. You guys should watch it.
I watched it a while ago, but now I don't really remember it, so maybe I should watch it again.
Did you see The Manchurian Candidate? India?
No, The Man Who Would Be King.
Oh, okay. No, I haven't seen that one.
Both Sean Connery and Michael Caine are the two protagonists. They start off on a pact, like they're British soldiers, but they're also Freemasons. So they start a little Freemason pact that they heard, no one can get into Afghanistan. The only way in is like over the mountains. So they're like, because can't go through the Khyber Pass because you get killed. So the only way in, they're going to take mules with rifles and they're going to go in and basically, steal everything. So that's the way they did it back then. And, I'm not going to tell you the movie, do a long sequence of events. Yeah. It ends in a debacle. But it's funny. It's a good movie. I mean, this group will like it because there's a Freemason twinge to it. So it's which kind of gets them out of trouble in the end.
So I have a grease gun stuck on a nipple. How do I get that off?
What?
A grease gun stuck on a nipple for a zero-turn mower. How do I get that off?
Oh yeah, I'm not the person for that. Maybe somebody here understands.
I feel like this is the group that knows how to do that.
Doctor.
It happens to me all the time, bro.
I can't give you medical advice.
Tell me how to get it off. I'm going to break the fucking nipple.
No, don't break the nipple, bro. Just Google it.
I'm not trying to. I'm trying to not. How do I get it off without breaking it?
Google how to remove grease gun from skin.
Talk to a nipple specialist immediately.
So this is not the group that knows how to do that?
Does the gun have a bleeder valve on it?
I believe that I'm seeing. Well, no, I took the hose of the gun off. It's just the fitting that's stuck to the nipple. So bleeder valve would not be relevant at this point. It's not a pressure issue.
Why did you do that? Why did you do that to your nipples? Why did you put that thing on your nipples?
You gotta grease them, man. You gotta keep them lubricated. You don't want too much friction. You don't want to burn up your workings.
Yeah, I'm glad I asked.
Because you got that belt in there. So nobody knows how to do this.
Pliers. So the mechanism in the end of your grease gun has failed. There's a lot of springs are out of line holding any of the 4 plates squint, and it's jammed on the nipple. Can you get an 8mm spanner and shave it down, remove the nipple, and replace it with a new one? Because it's more than liable it's going to shatter. You need a
Well, no, I definitely do not want to do all that. So I need to know how to remove this without cutting the nipple off.
Standard even pressure in a spreader device.
There's I can't get in there to like physically spread it. You're saying that like manually open the connector?
No, you need something to drive it off on an equidistant pressure.
Oh yeah, there's no room to do that.
Shave down a 10mm spanner, the open end of a 10mm ratchet wrench. You guys call it.
Oh, wrench. Now you're making sense. Okay. No, there's just no room to get in there for that. It's on a mower.
Brute force and ignorance, bro. Break it and buy another one.
Okay.
Sue the grease gun company for failure of product.
Well, how annoying. So why can't the Earth be a polyhedron? Why does it have to be flat?
Earth, a polyhedron. That would imply edges.
It could be very imperceptible edges, though. But edges, yeah, there would be edges.
Ergo, geometric horizon, a point that you couldn't see beyond.
Yeah. I would maintain that to be the case, yeah.
That's not what we observe. We don't observe that.
Well, we do observe that we can only see up to a certain distance, right? You can't see all the way across the world, right? Right? You observe that there's a limit?
Limitations of vision, no doubt.
Yeah, so we do observe that there's a limitation of vision, so we can't say that.
Yeah, but it's not a geometric limitation.
Well, you don't know that, right?
Yeah, we do know that.
How do you know that?
Because it changes.
Well, it could change and there could still be a limitation despite changes, right?
Well, it can't be geometric.
Well, yeah, it can, right? Why couldn't it be?
Well, because then that geometric form would have to be getting bigger and smaller.
Oh, no. The geometric limitation could stay constant. There could be other things that are causing, limitations for other reasons that are changing while still being a geometric limitation at the same time. That's beyond that.
So now you're conceding your original hypothetical.
Well, no, I didn't concede anything. I didn't concede anything, first of all.
Because your original thing you can't see forever, right?
I maintain that. I'm not conceding anything about that. I'm maintaining that to be the case.
You just conceded that is.
No, I didn't concede anything. But if you want to make a point, I'll discuss it with you. Don't just jump straight to saying I've conceded before you've even had a discussion with me.
Okay. You did concede it because
I didn't concede it, but you're welcome to make a point, and I'll entertain the point, and maybe I would concede it.
Interrupting me isn't going to fix your problem.
Well, just saying I've conceded doesn't mean that I have.
Well,
make your point without just.
I was going to tell you how you conceded.
You don't need to tell me how I've conceded. Make your point, and maybe I will concede. Conceding doesn't work to where you just tell someone how they've conceded. That's not how conceding works.
Okay, yapper. You're just yapping. Okay.
Yeah, you're just saying I've conceded when I haven't.
How come every time I talk, you start talking?
Because you keep trying to start with me conceding already when you haven't even made a point yet.
What's the word count right now? Your word count to my word count. What do you got? You at 200, I'm at 10?
Well, try not starting with you've conceded.
Okay. Did you say that there's factors other than geometry which limit how far you can see?
I said there can be, yeah. And I would say there are, yeah.
Okay. You conceded.
No, that's not a concession. That's my position from the beginning. My position hasn't changed. There's no concession there.
Your original position was, okay, Dandelion said, if it was this shape, right, then there'd be this geometric limitation.
I maintain there is.
Said, and you said there is, but now you're saying there's not.
No, I never said there's not. That's the thing. You're just asserting that I've conceded, and I haven't. I maintain that there is.
If it can be accounted by other factors, which you did admit, then that is not proof of it.
No.
I asked for proof that there's not a geometric limitation. Me accepting that there could be other limitations is not a concession that there's not also geometric limitations. That's just like a breakdown in reasoning to conclude that one precludes the other. One doesn't preclude the other. So that's not a concession at all.
So there's an imperceptible geometric limitation.
I don't know that it's imperceptible. I never said it was imperceptible.
Well, then how do you know it's there?
No, I'm asking for proof that it's not there.
Okay, the horizon, which would be the geometric limitation, moves around.
Okay, no. Okay, I feel like you're not really following what I'm saying here.
I am following. You asked for proof it's not geometric, so the only indication of this geometric form, a ball, would be that the horizon is the limit of your vision, the edge of the ball, where you can't see behind, where it starts curving down, boats go behind, sun sets behind, all this shit, right? So if that moves around, then the idea that that's the geometry of the earth blocking things is wrong.
Do you agree that it's logically possible that you could have a geometric limitation and a non-geometric limitation? Do you agree that that's possible?
Wow. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so if you agree that that's possible, do you also agree that it's possible that you could see the non-geometric limitation moving around while a geometric limitation remains? Is that possible?
Okay. I mean, no, because the listen, it depends. It depends.
It doesn't depend. It's a very simple. It's a very simple answer. There's no.
Let him finish. Let him finish his statement.
Okay, you're right. That's fair. I should not have interrupted. So I will let you finish.
Yeah. So it would depend on how geometric limitation would be completely in your head. You wouldn't know it was there or not, right? You'd see the horizon moving around.
I'm asking if it's possible, not whether
there is one
you could know.
Yeah. Yeah, in a certain situation it could be possible, but in others it can't be.
Okay, so if it is possible.
For instance, I'm going to give you for instance, the horizon is too close, it appears too close, that means there would be no geometric limitation.
Okay, but it's possible that there could be, right? The circumstance I'm giving you where you have
the horizon was. Yeah, so
okay, possible doesn't mean it's possible in all cases. It just means it's possible in some.
I'm going to answer it. You ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. So,
okay,
if the horizon was at the geometric limitation, say it's supposed to be a mile, and you see either a mile or further than a mile, yes, it could be both there at the same time. But if you saw a horizon before that 1 mile horizon, that wouldn't be possible.
Okay, but that's just a longer way of saying that it is possible, just not possible in all circumstances, which is fine. That's fine.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said depends.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that's fine. But in that case, my position, there would be no concession entailed by my position. Then, if anything, there's a concession entailed by yours, because you do accept that it's possible that we have a non-geometric limitation that's preventing us from seeing the geometric limitation.
Well, you're the one who brought up the example, right?
Well, yeah, I like the example. It's a good example because it shows that just because you have cases of a moving of the limitation moving doesn't preclude a geometric limitation. It just means that you're seeing the non-geometric limitation move. That's the only entailment that would be there.
Yeah, you're missing the point. Is that
no, I'm not missing the point.
You initially said, you gave an example, right, of what a geometric limitation would entail. That you'd be able to, that your vision, you wouldn't be able to see forever, right?
Right.
Okay, so that was you saying that.
Right,
but
I'm
then
maintaining that.
Okay, and then you said, well, there's other factors other than that, right?
Yeah, those don't contradict each other. Those can both be possible or true at the same time.
No, they do, because you first claimed that you first claimed that as your demonstration.
No. His position is already that it's possible that you have both. He already acknowledged that it's possible that you have both limitations. That's possible, at least in theory. So no, they don't contradict each other because
just
if
show
they
the geometric limitation in reality.
if they
That's all
did
you
contradict each other, if they did contradict each other, then it would not be possible.
Yeah, but it was
So
your
they don't.
example. Your example doesn't support what you said.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It does, but I mean, maybe we're not going to get anywhere here if y'all just treat
Then
things
just
as
go ahead and show us the geometric limitation in reality.
You said I can go out and if I don't see something, it's geometry. Then if I don't see something,
that's not what I said.
Geometry.
That's not what I said. Not what I said.
Okay, it's not verbatim what you said, but that's the meaning.
No, it's not the meaning. I've already explained the difference.
You said, how do you know there's geometry there blocking things? Because you can't see forever, right? That was the gist of what you said, right?
No.
Why can't you see forever? I'm pretty sure that's what you said. We can go back and check the tape later, but
Yeah, go back and check the tape then. Do we need to check the tape now? Because I can just tell y'all my position and y'all can keep pretending I have some other position. Or
let's go back to your dodecahedron or your polyhedron.
Okay.
How would you know you're in a polyhedron?
No, I'm asking how we would know we're not.
Yeah, no. Initially, you were asked, okay, how you would know you're on a polyhedron. Dandelion said, we know we're not because the limitation of this polyhedron doesn't exist.
Right, and I asked, how do we know it doesn't exist?
No, you said something about not seeing too powerful.
No.
Right?
I said, how do we know it doesn't? No. I'll tell y'all since y'all are not tracking. I said, how do we know it doesn't exist?
No, you're projecting.
Okay, so y'all don't want to engage with the actual position. Y'all only want to argue with the position I'm just overtly telling you is the wrong. I have a position. Y'all are not engaging.
You're not standing up.
You're not engaging with my position. You only want to engage with the straw man.
No, we are engaging with your position.
No, you're not. You're not because I'm telling you my position, and you're trying to tell me, no, that's not your position. Your position is this, and I'm going to argue against the thing I say it is. It's like, well, no, how about you just engage with what I'm saying my position is instead of you telling me what it is?
Yeah, okay. But what you initially said.
No, you don't know what I initially said. We've already established you don't know what I initially said, and I keep trying to tell you what my position actually is, so that you can engage with it, and you don't want me to. Yeah, see, he doesn't want to hear it either. Y'all don't want to engage with an actual position. You want to engage with straw men.
It don't. Okay, well, it don't help. We do know what your initial position is because you said it.
You don't.
Okay, then say what you said originally.
I've been trying to. And every time I do, y'all go, no, that's not your position. That's not your position.
Repeat what you said to Mary Mom then. Repeat what you said.
Yeah, so I said, how do we know there's not this geometric limitation?
No. You made a claim. You didn't. It wasn't a question. You made a claim. Okay. Repeat the Mary.
No. See, you literally will not engage with the position. You want to keep telling me. You just want to tell me what my position is.
What you said.
I'm trying to tell you, and every time I try to tell you what I said, someone cuts in and goes, no, that's not what your position is. That's not your position.
How about that?
You didn't ask a question. You didn't ask Mary Mom.
So you don't want to engage with my position.
You didn't ask Mary Mom a question. I want to know what you said to Mary Mom.
No, it's fine. Y'all don't want to engage with the position.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm willing to deafen myself and go back and find it. And if you guys want to go
back and find it,
So why don't you say what your current position is, even if it's not the same as it was 10 minutes ago?
Whether
it is or is not can be determined at a future time. So why don't you tell us what your current claim is about the Earth, then we can discuss that.
Yeah. Okay. So I said, how do we know we're not on a polyhedron? And then it was asked, well, we can't be because we would have limitations on would have visual limitations, a geometric limitation if we did. And I said, okay, well, how do we know we don't? And then it was said, well, we know we don't because the limitation moves, to which I pointed out, you could have a limitation that's geometric while also having other limitations that move. So the fact that the limitation,
I asked you to tell. No, I didn't ask you to read. No, I'm sorry. You didn't do what I asked you to do. Hold on.
I did.
Nope. I am going to go back and determine what was actually said. So you don't get to recap the conversation again. I just muted you briefly. Reset. Pretend you just came in here. What is your claim about the Earth where you live? Lego.
Polyhedron.
He's a troll.
Oh, so you can't engage with the position, therefore I'm a troll. Okay.
You don't have
You guys
the
don't want
geometric.
to. You guys
you don't
don't
have the
want to
geometric.
critically think about your position.
You're not willing to stand on that there being a geometric.
You're not willing to think about your position critically.
You're not willing to stand on there.
You're not willing to think about your position critically.
How many sides on your polyhedron? How many sides?
I'll ask my question, and I'll mute myself, and I'll give you all the opportunity to answer it or ignore it. I'm sure you'll ignore it. How do we know we're not on a polyhedron?
Your questions.
How do you know we don't have? How do you know we don't have a geometric horizon?
No, you don't understand.
Hello. Okay, guys, unmute.
Hold on, Cosmo. We'll get to you.
Kid Slayer.
How do you know there are no invisible unicorns?
If there were a geometric horizon, you would be able to stand on that, both literally and figuratively.
Okay.
But you're not willing to do that, perhaps because there isn't one. If there was one, maybe you just put it forward instead of this tap dancing that you're doing right now.
So you don't have an argument against us being on a
You don't have a geometric
At least not
horizon.
one that follows. Okay.
You don't have a geometric horizon. That's it. That's all.
How do you know we don't have a geometric horizon?
You don't have the ability to provide any, nor does anyone else. It
And you don't
doesn't
have the
exist.
ability to provide some flat Earth.
If
proof
there
of a flat
was
Earth.
one, oh, now it's about flat Earth. That's funny. If there was a geometric horizon, you would just put it forward and it would be over instead of all this tap dancing that you're
All
doing.
right, so you don't have any proof. Okay.
We hear the clickety clack of your tap dancing shoes right now. There's no geometric horizon.
No, I get it. You don't want to engage with the position. You just want to cling to
You're
yours
getting
and your
cooked.
delusions.
You're
Cling to
getting
your
cooked.
delusions.
There's no geometric horizon.
Nah, I'm not getting cooked.
Prove me
You have
wrong.
no proof of a flat Earth.
Oh, you're beyond cooked. You're already
The fact that
fried.
there's no geometric horizon is there a flat
I'm
Earth?
satisfied with you not having proof of a flat
try,
Earth.
though.
You can assert it.
That is
you can
the flat
assert it.
Earth. The
No,
lack
you're
of
just
a geometric
asserting a flat
horizon.
Earth. You're asserting a flat Earth.
You're a pathetic
There's no
child.
need. There's just no geometric horizon. Notice how you're not even willing to stand on that. literally.
Notice how you're just asserting that there's no geometric horizon.
Where is it? Where is it?
It's all. What do you mean? Where is it? It's going to be
well, go
relative
ahead.
to where you're at.
Finish
There's
that
not just
sentence.
one. I'm not asserting
Finish
that
that
there's just
sentence.
one.
Okay, where is it?
Asserting. You don't
They're
even know
all
what the
over.
word asserting means.
I do. You guys have a very limited
Is it in the room
vocabulary,
with
so
you?
perhaps
Is it
that
in the
word
room
is
with
like
you right now?
seems like strange to you, but it's
That's
a
why you're
very
in
normal
your
word.
person nonsense and you're just
Is it
flipping
in
out
the
over
room
your
with
cartoon
you?
bullshit.
Is the horizon in the room with you right now? He's gone.
I see
It's
you'll
all
mute people
around.
when your delusions are challenged. Mute him.
It's all
Quick, he's going
over.
to challenge our delusions. He's going to.
Where's you're
He's gonna
saying it's all
dispel 'em.
over? Hello. The fact
Yeah,
you're not willing to stand on it is all we need.
Oh, no, I get it. You'll have to mute people because your delusions are very weak. You have no
Your
arguments
behavior
for
is
them.
causing you to be muted.
No,
we
you
mute
still like
idiots
that.
like
Your
you because
delusions.
you can't shut up and you just make up a bunch of
no,
bullshit.
you just mute people
They're
because
always
you're
remains
delusional.
horizontal regardless of what you think about it. That's an observation, you retard.
You're willing to not be delusional if you can put forward this geometric horizon. That's all you need to do.
No,
You're
you're
saying
going to
it's
cling
all
to your
over
delusions. You're not going to
everywhere.
engage with the position.
You are projecting so hard right now, Lego.
Oh,
It's
I mean, you're
hilarious.
doing it. That's
No, you're projecting so fucking hard. It's hilarious. I love it.
Just give us the geometric horizon. That's all you need to do instead of whatever you're doing right now.
That's why you stay in this echo chamber.
And you provide. You're here right now, dude. So, do you have a geometric horizon or no?
How many?
Yeah,
like,
no,
is
I'm
there
here.
like
I'm here and I'm getting
1,000
muted because I-
sides? Is there
Yes.
3,000 sides? Is there 50 sides? How many sides?
We need a number.
I'm being muted to maintain your.
Yes, you're being muted because you're tap dancing. We'd like you to answer the question. You're saying there's a geometric horizon. It's all over. It's everywhere. You sound like you have imaginary friends. What's the question again, Radwin? How many sides does your polyhedron have?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and answer the question. We need to answer in numerical form. Go.
This is an echo chamber.
Okay. Well, what use are you here if you're not willing to provide a conversation? You're saying there's a geometric horizon. You're not able to stand on that. You don't have any
Let him
proof
try
of
to
that.
get it out. Let him try to get it out. He can answer my question.
Set a
He thinks he
timer.
has a burden to auto-believe his claim. That's the problem.
I'll start a timer. Go ahead, buddy. Let's see how
This
long
is
it
an
takes
echo
to get to
chamber.
the
That's
geometric
why I keep
horizon.
getting muted, and that's exactly why no one in this entire server will go outside of this echo chamber to discuss the topic. Because without the ability to mute
talk about
people,
this in person
your
all the
position
time, you
crumbles immediately.
Yeah,
so y'all can live
I talk
stream,
about this all the
and
time
everybody
with
can
people in
see.
person.
Oh,
All right.
they only stay in the echo chamber. You refuse to come and have a discussion where you can't mute people
I'm
because your
trying to have a
delusions are
discussion with you.
indefensible. You're not. I'm going to be muted as soon as I start trying to give an argument.
To have a discussion.
I'm going to be straw man because flat Earth is an incredibly weak position that relies on muting people, fallacy.
I agree. His position's really weak and it relies on muting people. That's why they censor flat Earth so much. I agree with Lego. His position is so weak that they have to mute us and they have to censor us all the time. I agree.
Let him get it out.
Lego. That's how weak your position is.
Okay.
Ethergus, let him get it out. It's only been 1 minute and we're still not getting any answers. So he wants to cry first. So let him get it all out and then maybe we'll get an answer. This is 1 minute and 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds.
Yeah, finish it up.
Sure. Answer my question that I started with that was ignored. Why should we accept that we're on a flat Earth?
You were going to give us an answer. Hold on.
Why should we accept that we're on a flat Earth?
No, you said you were going to give us an answer.
See, you can't engage. You can't engage.
Hold on, we went back to listen to the stream where you said you were going to give us an answer. It's been 1 minute and 30 seconds.
So tell me why we should accept that we're on a flat Earth. This is your moment.
This is your time to speak.
Lego, because that's what you experienced. But I went back, I clipped the stream, and what you said was, there's a point which we will not be able to see beyond. A point. And then you tried to bait and switch, like all you debate bros do. You go in and you say something in the beginning, and then switch it.
Can you put the clip in the chat?
I just went back and deafened myself and listened to the whole thing. That is exactly what happened. He presented that as evidence of his claim of a geometric horizon. And then as soon as he was called to the carpet on that and admitted there were other explanations for it, and you said he conceded, then he started freaking out about that and trying to change what he said, even though he knew we could go back. I mean, yeah, I've got it all queued up right here. Did you guys already listen to it?
Can someone play it into the speaker? Because he's probably not going to listen to it. Someone play it through their mic.
I got it. Tell me if you can't hear it.
No, I don't hear anything. You might need two devices.
It hasn't started yet. Hold on.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
There's a little bit of silence.
Did he leave?
No, he's still here.
Oh,
hold on. I got to figure out why it's not coming out of this thing.
Said, I'll give you an answer, but you've muted me.
Yeah, it's not working for some reason. I don't know why.
You have two devices? You have like a phone?
Yeah, I got the phone here. It's working for me before when I tried just like holding the speaker up to the thing. I don't know why it's not working out. Hold on. Maybe if I just turn up the volume.
Because I gotta hear this. I'm also still counting. It's 3 minutes and 30 seconds. We still have an answer. He wants to flip it on. Well, let me ask you a question. I would give you an answer, but you've muted me. Let me speak, and I'll give you an answer. Okay, 3 minutes later. No, never mind my answer. I'm gonna ask you questions now. This is cute, dude. I hear the clickety clack.
I got it now. I finally figured out. It's because I still had like the Discord mic on or something. Let me see what that.
Geometric limitation move.
Mechanism in the end of your grease gun is failed. There's a lot of springs are out of line holding any of the 4 plates squint, and it's jammed on the nipple.
Yeah.
Can you get an 8mm spanner and shave it down, remove the nipple, and replace it with a new one? Because it's more than liable it's going to shatter. You need a
I definitely do not want to do all that. So I need to know how to remove this without cutting the nipple off.
Standard even pressure in the spreader device.
There's no, I can't get in there to like physically spread it. You're saying that like manually open the connector?
No, you need something to drive it off on an equidistant pressure.
Oh yeah, there's no room to do that.
See if down the 10mm spanner, the open end of a 10mm ratchet head wrench. You guys told.
Is this the right clip?
Yeah, we're almost to it. There's a slight like 3-second pause after they do the grease gun. We're almost to it.
Force an ignorance, bro. Break it and buy another one. Sue the grease gun company for failure of product.
What's
Oh, annoying.
He's about to ask his question.
Why can't there be a polyhedrons? Why does it have to be flat?
Yes, a polyhedron. That would imply edges.
It can be very imperceptible edges, though. But edges, yeah, there would be edges.
Ergo, geometric horizon, a point that you couldn't see beyond.
Yeah. I would maintain that to be the case, yeah.
That's not what we observe. We don't observe that.
Well, we do observe that we can only see up to a certain distance, right? You can't see all the way across the world, right? You observe that there's a limit?
Limitations of vision, no doubt.
Yeah, I don't know if you want me to keep going with it. I mean, that was your claim. So you guys want me to keep playing it? I feel like we've disproved his claim that he didn't claim that, which is what we were trying to do, right?
Should we let him respond?
He said a point we cannot see beyond.
That's why we can't see across the whole world. There's a geometric limitation. Yes, I would maintain that position. That's what I heard. Right? What's your response? You stand on that, or you're gonna run away from that? Like,
am I not muted? I love how I was muted.
Yes, you're not muted.
Yeah, don't matter.
Yeah, I love how y'all have to rely on muting people.
Yep, we'll do it again. So either you agree with what you said, or you disagree with what you said, because we just heard it on the recording. So what's your stance, bud?
I maintain the same position. There's no contradiction there.
Great.
Right.
So
y'all just don't
where's the
understand
geometric limitation? Hold on, we understand. Just
you said there'd be a
Chinese.
point.
No.
Yeah,
I was asking.
A point we can't see beyond. Right? There's a point we can't see beyond. Those are your words.
Yeah. So where would that point be? Can you determine this?
Oh, I see. You keep muting me.
Yes. That's not a problem. The problem is you're not answering the question. You can control yourself. We'll let you speak. So where's the geometric limitation?
Yeah, you keep relying on muting me?
Yes, of course. But maybe just answer the question.
Maybe stop muting me.
Answer the question.
But can you stop muting me?
Just answer the question.
No. Do you have to rely the whole time?
Yes.
You're going to answer his question. That's all that's going to happen here.
So let him answer the question
Just answer the question.
Yeah, when you stop muting me, I might maybe answer some questions. But if you can't stop muting me, there's no point in me taking you seriously.
You're using your mic time to complain about being muted. So when you're unmuted, just give us the answer. Or you will come to maybe possibly. So give us
or you can just stop muting me. That's a simple solution, right?
You're using your mic time to complain about being muted. Go ahead.
Yeah,
if you can stop muting me, I'll stop doing that. No, I don't need to run away. I don't need to run away. I already said
from the
I don't need to run away. I already said I maintain the same position.
Then I'm going to mute you. We'll just take turns. You're running away from what you originally, the tactics that you originally tried to use when Indio used the word concession, because you did concede there were other explanations besides a geometric horizon to your original claim. And instead of conceding that claim, you argued the format, even though we had the tape. Then when we went back and gave you the receipts and played the tape, now you're onto this muting game, because you can't even at the beginning of this conversation, you couldn't even let somebody who was acting in good faith get to the end of their sentence without interrupting them.
Saying that someone's conceded when they haven't isn't good faith.
Listen, if you say the requirement is there's a point from which you can't see beyond, right? And that's the necessary condition. And then you 5 seconds later say, well, there's other factors. You conceded that your first point is not correct, dude.
No, I haven't, because my first point doesn't rely on there being no other variables at play. And it's not implied. That's just you failing
to... It's a necessary condition.
No, it's not. It's not a necessary condition. It's not. That's just false. No, it's not. That's just you failing at basic reason.
Our position is that there are other variables, and your variable is the only variable.
I never said there wasn't. I never said there wasn't. So there's no concession.
Here's the problem: the variable you're introducing is the only variable that matters in this conversation.
Oh, it's not the only one that matters, because you're bringing up other ones. What are you talking about?
It's a point, though. There are other variables, and the one you're talking about doesn't
nobody's
exist.
saying there's not. Nobody's saying there's not other variables.
The variable that you need to worry about is the geometric horizon that you don't have.
No, that there are other variables is not a concession, because my position doesn't entail that there not be other variables.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You feel like basic reasoning.
You can't see beyond.
You were putting that. I said that's not what we observe, and then you were giving your observation as proof of your claim. It's not variables we're talking about. It's about you claiming that supported your position.
Did you not say that that part of this geometric shape, there'd be a point you can't see beyond?
That doesn't contradict. That doesn't contradict with there being other variables that can create a limitation.
So there would be a point.
There's no contradiction there.
So there wouldn't be a point you can't see beyond.
There's no contradiction there.
So there wouldn't be a point you can't see beyond.
No, that's not entailed by the answer I just gave you. Like, you keep jumping to things that are like the opposite of what I'm saying.
Okay. If it's not a kind, both of these can't be true at the same time.
Yes, both of my things can be true at the same time. Both of your misunderstandings can't be true at the same time.
Okay, so every time I talk, you talk for some reason. So there's a point you can't see beyond, or there is not a point you can't see beyond. Which is it?
I've maintained since the very beginning there is a point. I've maintained from the very beginning that there is a point you cannot see.
Answered all my questions, and I respect that you did it so nicely. Thank you. Can I just get a holistic perspective here? So are you guys in pursuit of truth? Because I'm sure believing that the Earth has gravity, this and that, wouldn't make any difference in living in a delusion. Are you like in pursuit of truth? Is this what this is?
Yeah, this is empirical truth.
Empirical truth?
Yeah, it's demonstrated to be true.
Hey. It's demonstrated to be true?
Yeah, for example, if I want to know my height, I'm going to use a standard of measure, let's call it feet. And I'm going to use that standard of measure to demonstrate my height. Let's say I'm 6 foot tall. After I've measured myself with that standard of measure, that is an empirical measurement. I am 6 foot tall. Everybody agrees to the standard of measurement, so everybody agrees I'm 6 foot tall. So if I want to measure the surface of the Earth and I measure it to be horizontal, then everybody will agree that the measurement is true. That's empirical knowledge. The Earth is measured to be flat.
Okay. Even if you believed in the delusion, would it make your life any different? If so, why? So, and if so, how?
What?
If you believed in the delusion of like the spherical Earth, how would it impact your life now? What is the difference?
So if I believed in the globe Earth, what's the difference to believing in a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll ask you this question. How did the globe Earth get here? Where does the Earth, the Sun, Moon, the universe, the galaxies within come from?
Sorry, come again?
Where does the Earth, Sun, Moon and stars, galaxies and the universe come from?
Are you arguing? Do you want me to give a personal answer, an atheistic answer, a religious?
An honest answer.
Personally. What was the question? Personally.
Give your answer.
You could give both. You could give your personal view and what you're expected to accept as being true by mainstream.
I feel like mainstream Western nowadays is more atheistic and like evolutionary based and all that, Big Bang and all that. I believe that God made the universe.
Okay, so giving us a globe Earth to believe in places us firmly within this dichotomy. One, you can still have a God that created the ball Earth apparently, or you could have within the dichotomy nature creating itself. The thing is, when you go back and ask the question from a flat Earth perspective, how did the Earth, Sun, Moon, and stars get here? Then we lean more to, well, it was intelligently created. Not necessarily leaning towards a religion, but just answering that one question: how everything was created. So that leans a little bit back into the why would they lie. It's nice to manipulate who you are, how you got here, why you're here, and where you come from.
And if you were a Glober and you're delusional, like you said, I guarantee you I could sell you meteorite insurance.
Timeshares on Mars.
Oh, and there's hotel space opening up on the moon when they build it. You can buy into that now.
Okay, wait. Yeah, okay. What about that? What about what's happening with that? All that space stuff.
Oh, if you were a Glober, if you'd like to believe in that, I'll sell you that stuff right now.
No. Okay, that's not what I. Well, I don't know why you're taking a combative.
It's not true.
I'm trying to figure out where you're coming from.
No, you're not. You're taking a combative turn. No one else in this call has done this except for you. Just relax.
You said, let's talk about that. What, hotels on the moon?
No, like Katy Perry getting sent up and being called an astronaut.
That was a video. That didn't happen.
I mean, I've seen no material of it. I'm just asking about the idea of it happening. What's your guys' take on it? Do you think this is actually happening, or?
Yeah, if they made her go to Narnia or in Lord of the Rings and she appeared in there, did she now go to the Lord of the Rings?
No, that's no. I'm saying they're proposing.
What's she supposed to have done?
Sorry?
Smiled? She smiled?
Yeah. Apart from, where did she take the daisy? What's she supposed to have done?
I have no idea what you're referring to by Daisy.
What did Katy Perry do that's so amazing?
I don't fucking know. I didn't even see the video. I didn't see anything.
So I'll tell you. So she's purported to have gone up into space for about, 11 minutes or so. Go up into the sky and then come back again. Now, it's not hard to go up into the sky and then come back again. That doesn't mean that the Earth is a ball. The story that she's trying to sell you, though, that you can go to this place called space, where astronauts have gone and they've gone to the moon and there's remote control cars on Mars, all of that's bullshit. That can't exist. You can't have gas pressure without a container. If we didn't have a container, the gas that we breathe would expand into the vacuum of space. We'd all be dead. So the story of the vacuum of space where they send remote control cars to Mars cannot be true. Katy Perry is trying to say a story, but she only went up in the sky and came back down again.
I'm not sure if she actually went up since they had to use AI. I mean, they analyzed the video, her face, everything's AI.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep.
Sorry, my mic is disconnected. So are you saying that this place that people are selling is space, if it is actually they're getting sent up, is this are you arguing that they didn't get sent up, period, or that they got sent up but it's not space what they're actually seeing?
Okay, so I'll let you have Katy Perry. She went up into the sky, but she didn't go to space. Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, who went to the moon, no, that never happened. They couldn't have gone to the moon that resides within the vacuum of space, because the vacuum of space can't be real. I'll explain why.
Okay. No, you've told me why about the.
Okay, cool.
You've told me why about the vacuum. Yeah, I understand that. I'm not.
Cool.
Certain stuff you can tell me without having to sit here for an hour and teaching me the concept. Like, I briefly understand what you're trying to say about the vacuum. And I'm saying, okay, even if they got the idea of the vacuum of space wrong, what I'm trying to get at is this idea that they're selling. If I go and, say, pay $150,000, they send me up or whatever the fuck it is, and I go and see black and stars closer and I see the moon closer and everything. Is this like for space? Yes, this is space. You feel like the zero normal force and all that.
But you've got a misconception. They only went 63 miles or 70 miles, maybe at the most. And at that altitude, you don't experience a significant difference in the gravitational field. that doesn't exist, by the way. But you don't have a sensation of floating just simply because you've gone very, very high away from the surface. No.
Okay,
No,
so it's so they actually documented it as, or this is your assumption? They documented.
No. This is what they're saying. They tell you that's how high they went.
I've
Yeah.
seen some other stuff then about what is it? Basically, go up. I don't know. I've seen an advertisement or someone showed me as like oh, look what they're doing. Where you get sent up and it's kind of like you sit there with a bunch of people, like in a little capsule, and it's like in space or some shit. Is this? Am I? I can search it up if you guys know what I'm talking about.
It's called a 0G flight.
Okay, so
you go on a plane. Everybody sits in the back, and they don't have any seats, and it's just a big tube, and the plane dives down.
I'm not talking about that.
That's what they did. That's what they do. That's how those flights work, where you see people floating around. That's how they work.
Wait, who did?
That's how people floating around in videos happen, unless it's just purely CGI.
Oh, okay. No. Okay, yeah, no, I know what that is. I learned about that in physics, which somehow is going to have a relationship with what you're doing. Like when they go on an airplane and then they go like a loop, I think it is, or something. Some sort of curve in the airplane where they change their flight and everyone floats.
Yeah, it's a 0G flight. They go up and then they plane.
So this idea is purely bullshit.
Plane takes a dive. All right, whatever. Plane takes a dive and you start falling with the plane, so you float with the plane down. You're not seat belted in. That's why you have to wear seat belts.
You have to wear seatbelts because you will float if you don't?
Yeah, if a plane takes a dive. Have you ever been in an airplane before?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever experienced turbulence?
I don't know what that is. I know I've heard of it, but I don't know what it is specifically.
Oh, well, when you experience it, you'll realize why you need to wear seatbelts. So your head don't hit the ceiling when the plane drops 10 feet for no reason and you're just standing there, your head you'll break your neck.
I'm assuming there's a reason why you have to wear a fucking seatbelt.
Yeah,
so,
if you get on the reason why. I told you the reason why.
Yeah, you told me turbulence, and you told me
a 5-hour flight and 2 hours.
I just asked you. I just
2 hours flight, the light will go ding. Put your seatbelts on. The pilot will say, "We're going to experience some turbulence here for about the next 15 minutes, folks."
Is that the real Jordan Peterson?
And then all of a sudden, this plane will shake like crazy. That's turbulence.
Is that the real Jordan Peterson in the server? We see. Is that the real Jordan Peterson?
Just feel free to come in and make some noise, mate.
Yeah, he's not right now. Hard enough to talk through this other guy that wants to talk through me when I'm telling him what the shit's going on.
Hey, I was trying to. I told you. You tell me about turbulence. I told you I don't know what it is, and you're like, okay, when you feel it, you'll know. That doesn't help.
I just told you what it is. It's wind, going in different directions than what they're predicting.
Okay. You said that before? Sorry, I missed it.
That's why you wear seatbelts, so you don't fly around when the plane shifts.
It's when you crash. You gotta make sure you don't die.
Believe me, a seatbelt's not gonna help you when the plane hits the ground.
I'm just scared because whoever's driving the airplane is probably part of this conspiracy thing.
No, it's all good, man. So yeah, so they're called suborbital flights, I think.
It's a parabolic.
Bezos's rocket. I mean,
I was not talking about that. I was not talking about that.
I know.
By the way,
but yeah, it would because you're talking about because you can go and you can pay for a ticket on this jet, right? And it'll take you up and to a fairly high altitude, and then start doing these really steep dives, these really sharp parabolic arcs, right? And so you get to free fall for about 2 minutes, right, with the plane. So while you're inside the plane with the plane falling, basically it's falling. It's rocketing towards the ground, right? And you're falling with it, so you get the sensation that you're in the zero G environment. So you get to like float around and stuff. But
let's see how this relates to the space experience.
Oh, that's just showing you that that's what's happening with the Bezos rocket. It goes up and then reaches its peak altitude that it can achieve, and it starts to fall back down. It doesn't float in space or go around the Earth in an orbit or anything like that. Nothing like that.
Yeah, I don't know who thought that.
So when they're coming back down, they're in free fall. So you can get out of your seat and you can like float around inside the cabin, right? Just like you can with a vomit rocket, like the airplane that does the dives, the parabolic arcs. So it's an experience of microgravity due to free fall. It's not because they're in space or anything like that. So that's just we're just addressing the misconception of going really high and being in space, and that's the reason you float around, because there's no gravity up there and all that. That's not true. Not even within the.
That's what you're saying. So you're saying the people who. So what you're trying to say is the people who go up there, which I don't really understand. Okay, yeah, I understand that, but anyway, so the people who go up there, they're assuming they're in space because they have they're in a airplane that's following a parabolic path, diving down.
Oh no, that probably gets explained to them why they have that sensation. They wouldn't be that stupid that they wouldn't tell them that's why they. It's just the way the media presents it to everybody. Like that gives it the impression that it's sensationalizing it.
Anyway, I posted a flight for you at 16 minutes after the hour, and if you look real close in the one shot, you'll see the green screens up on the side. That's so you can float in space too. They have cameras over there on this flight. There's a little green box. You can be in front of that and float around. There's even netting so you don't, in case something happens, shit don't fly around. There you go, green screen in that flight. So you can make your own videos. Isn't that neat? And you can pretend you're floating in space. Yeah. Why would they do stuff like that?
Probably because they're making videos while doing the thing, while on the flight.
Yeah, so making people think that they're floating in space then?
Yeah. Maybe.
Oh, that's just to deceive you? Trick you? That's okay.
Yeah.
Do you believe that we're the only planet in the system, on the solar system? I say solar system, but what I mean is just like in the universe.
We don't live on a planet.
Okay. Oh,
I don't know if you realize you keep resetting like every 5 minutes or so. You keep resetting back to ball planet for you.
Yeah, what you're doing, dude, is you're adding in stuff. Don't do that. What do you observe the Earth as? Is the Earth, the surface of the Earth, is it a planet in space? Is that how you observe it?
Sorry, come again?
How do you observe the Earth when you take a little look? What does the surface of the Earth look like?
I'm sitting in my bed right now, so not flat.
So a planet in space, then?
Okay, go on. Yeah, I observe it as flat. We've already gone over this.
Okay, so how are you adding in a massive, endless, heliocentric model with dark forces causing things to move in perpetual motion in a ballerina for all of
as
the
a Christian,
history?
I haven't analyzed historical evidence for Jesus Christ's crucifixion, but I still believe there's some people who've actually researched it and all this stuff, even though I haven't looked at it myself, which is probably pretty immature. I did the same thing with this whole science thing. I was just like, okay, people told me it, this and that. I'm gonna, based on their intelligence or the fact that they've dedicated their whole life to it, I'm just gonna assume that they're just being honest about it. It's probably a dumb way to look at it.
No, I mean, if that's what you want to do, go do it. Go do it.
Can somebody please post in here somebody's name who dedicated their whole life to the Earth ball Earth? Because I want to meet these people. There's nobody that I know that's dedicated their whole life to ball Earth.
So what about physicists?
Nope, that's not ball Earth related.
I'm sure there's people who have done it specifically. Anyway, that's beside the point. What I'm trying to say is people who've actually looked into it.
What
scientists?
I haven't looked into it.
Just look into it. That's your whole life.
Yeah, us. We looked into it.
That's our whole life now. We looked into the globe. So making blanket statements like that is kind of silly, don't you think?
Yeah, it's not curved. I checked.
More silly. I think it's more silly to continuously use my words when you know what I'm not insinuating that at all. That's not what I meant. I was just trying to say, as a person who hasn't looked into it, compared to somebody who, I'm using emphasis by saying uses their whole life. They've used their whole life to research into it. It's emphasis. Because in contrast to me, they've done a lot more. I don't know why you're picking at every single word I'm doing to try to win an argument. This is why I said you're trying to be combative. I'm just trying to have a conversation and learn, and you're just trying to make it seem like it's an argument.
Nobody has committed any part of their life to the ball Earth. Only television people make movies about it. That's it. It's the only time you ever see it. They're committed to it. And they don't do anything but make movies. Special effects. That's it. Those are the guys that make the money.
I'll just tell you, that the universe is not as you've been taught. That's all. Earth's not a planet, right? Planets aren't what you think they are. The universe is not. We're not inside this big, giant, ever-expanding bubble of a void. With, Earth isn't like this one world, and then out there you could go to this other world, right? That's different. Nothing like that. We're not in that system. That's not what it is. It's an interpretation of what we see. You don't look out there and see that, like Crit was trying to point out to you. You don't go outside and look out and see that vision, that world, that universe that they're trying to show you in cartoons, and on movies and all that. It doesn't exist.
A lot of the day and night, I'm guessing, is like a mystery to you too.
No.
Day and night.
No, day and night were explained long before.
You'll be surprised to know that the day and night cycle is dependent upon where the sun is. When the sun's up in your location, it's daytime. Where it isn't anymore because it's left that region of the Earth, it's dark. Nighttime. The sun does that.
Isn't that what we all believe?
Yeah, but you believe that the Earth is rotating underneath the sun. I'm telling you, the sun is moving across the sky.
Okay, so you think the Earth is the central part of the universe, that everything is rotating around?
The Earth is the floor, like I said, and the sun, moon, and stars move across the Earth.
So what is responsible for the motion of the sun?
I have no idea what makes the sun move.
What do you observe that makes things move in our day and age, or in our reality?
It would depend on what it was.
If I put my phone on my bed right here in front of me and it's gonna stay stationary, is it not?
Yep.
And then I put a force on it and then it's gonna move, right? And then it gets motion.
Yep. Yep.
What is the cause of the motion of the sun then? If what you observe
I don't know
cause
because I
motion
don't know
now,
what the sun is.
what you
I
see
don't know what
though,
the sun
what you
is.
see now.
It's
You
a
don't know
sun.
what the sun is.
No, I don't know I don't know its material or its makeup, and I definitely don't know the mechanics that drive the sun. Do you?
No, I was just saying I would assume there's a force that's being applied to it to cause its motion because that's what I observe
guess.
in my everyday.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to.
I guess. I guess there's a mechanism that drives the sun. Awesome.
Same one that drives the globe Earth around the sun in their fantasy world. Same force. Just the ball around
Isn't
the
that gravity?
sun. Gravity doesn't push balls around the sun.
What does?
Perpetual motion machine that's out there, the magical one that creates the universe and
So
gas balls in a vacuum.
If you're here to be satirical, you can just mute your mic.
That's what you guys think. That's how Globers think. Don't you understand that? You don't think the sun is a gas ball in a vacuum? Hydrogen gas?
Yeah.
Okay, gas balls cannot exist in a vacuum.
No. You're asking me what I'm meant to believe as a glober?
No.
I just told you I didn't have that extended knowledge, so I'm meant to know how gas works in a vacuum. Assumed it was gravity of the mass.
I know, and I'm telling you that's not what it is. And then you tell me I'm being sarcastic. That's not how it works.
I didn't say sarcastic, I said satirical, and you were being satirical before.
You don't want anybody to go into detail with you. You said you understand everything. No details, so it's hard to
you tell me, okay, you know what? How about this? I'll mute myself, and I'll look into gas within a vacuum, and then I'll get back to you.
Right.
Yeah, around here, what we call that is come back when you're smarter, kid.
Very valuable point. Thanks, bro.
Because if you're not prepared to have the conversation, mentally, physically, or spiritually, it's really frustrating for other people to try to drag you along. You ever like?
I just signposted that emotion before having a conversation with me, saying only.
Yeah. Do you ever work on the farm? You ever been around farm animals?
Regarding what I'm saying, how about you stop being so frustrating to talk to and actually consider what I'm saying?
Yeah, I have. And I said, I've considered that you need to come back when you're smarter, kid. The same answer
I just told you. You disregarded when I said you should have prefaced that before having a conversation with me instead of crying about it after an hour conversation. It's a bit unreasonable, don't you think?
Very reasonable to think that someone should have some kind of knowledge about the topic before they join the channel and try to dominate the VC about the topic. You should have some kind
of VC.
That's all you're doing. You won't even shut up.
You guys are educating me because I'm asking the questions. I'm here entertaining your whole fucking lifestyle.
If you get into details, you don't want to hear about it. We get into details, you don't. It's too long, too detailed. You don't want to hear about it.
I want to learn about it, but when you throw very big words at me constantly, there's no point in me sitting here being a catalyst for you guys to get.
All right, fuck off
by
then.
just spewing random words at me.
You fuck
I don't want to fuck off. I want to understand.
What level words do you want us to go down to? You have to tell us that. You just assume people understand things.
Yeah, the same way you assumed that I knew that you guys didn't want to have a conversation with me because I didn't have and crazy set of knowledge.
Nobody ever said that.
Are you familiar with entropy or the second law of thermodynamics?
No, not deeply.
Okay, so it'll dictate the way matter and energy distributes itself, right? And so these are natural laws, right? There's a natural law that dictates how energy is displaced, right? And it will dictate that gas, which moves randomly, erratically in all directions, and colliding with each other, the gas molecules colliding with each other and other surfaces, right, that they encounter. Right, as long as they have available space, they'll continue to do that. Right. So, have you heard of high pressure goes to low pressure?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Yeah, hot goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure. Right. That's basically the second law of thermodynamics, which dictates that must happen. Right. So entropy will increase. Right. So as long as there's available space for gas, when it's gas when it's expanding, it's trying to fill an available volume, right? And while there's an available volume for it to fill it, it will just continue to do that until it is restricted in the volume which it's able to move around in through physical containment, right? So if the sky was an infinite vacuum, right, or an ever-expanding available volume for the gas that we breathe to fill, then it would fill it.
Yeah,
it wouldn't
I get that.
Sit snug next to the Earth. Well, yeah, okay, yeah, right.
I'm sure there's another. I'm sure there's another variable though that's at play, rather than just considering the space in which the gas has to, as the huge volume of the space for it to just spew out into. I'm sure there's other variables.
T, temperature, the molecular mass, all of the things that go into PV equals nRT. It's the ideal gas formula. It explains to us through formula and has experimented and demonstrated what happens to gas under extreme pressures and temperatures. The pressure is caused by the fixed volume and the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, and the kinetic energy is given to it by T. You can have different densities at different temperatures, for example, but it's all resided within PV equals nRT. To have gas pressure, you need a container. No container, the gas fucks off.
Okay. So the container for the sun doesn't exist, so the sun doesn't exist?
No, let's put it like this. You see Jupiter, a giant ball of uncontained gas? That's a violation of the law. You can't have uncontained balls of gas. If you want a sphere of gas, you need a container that's a sphere, because gases have no inherent shapes. They take the shape of their container. If there's an available volume, space to fill, the gas will increase in entropy and disperse into that space. So you can't have Jupiter, an uncontained ball of gas. You can't have the sun, if it's made of gas and uncontained. You can't have the Earth's atmosphere, in quotation marks, being a sphere without a container.
Okay. But if there's a center of mass pulling it inward, all directions going into the center, isn't that what's keeping the gas there and makes obviously I don't know, an atmosphere? Okay, so what do you mean no? So is this the wrong perspective that I'm meant to be giving?
We don't have the observation of your we don't have the observation of your claim.
But he is correct that that's the claim, right? Within the narrative, yeah.
Okay, so I'm correct in saying gravity is what's keeping it there, right?
Within the paradigm of the globe Earth.
Worldview is correct. Okay.
But within that paradigm, to say that gas, let me explain it like this, to say that gas doesn't expand to fill the volume is a violation of the law, when the law, it quite explicitly describes gas expansion into a vacuum. The law says it does one thing, you're saying, no, I don't.
You're disregarding gravity, are you not?
No, let me try and explain it again. This is a law of nature that applies always, at all times, in all spaces. Right? It happens without exception. You're saying there's an exception. That would be a violation of the law to say there's an exception. That would invalidate the law. The law wouldn't be the law.
You're probably just misinterpreting the law.
Then show me gravity within the law.
Yeah, where's the G? There's no G in P V equals nRT.
The thing that causes pressure is the container. The amount of pressure is going to depend on what gas it is, what the volume is, how hot it is.
I legit just searched it up. So, just searched it up, and it's just gravity. It's this.
We know the claim. Yeah. We know the claim.
You're just. Oh yeah. Okay. So what are you going against? As if that it's like something that doesn't align.
Let me do it like this, because we're going to have to. What's gravity?
The force that is. It's the force that is being applied to a object in a gravitational field.
Are you saying that mass attracts mass? You said it was a force.
Yeah, mass attracts mass, yeah.
Okay, alright. So it hasn't actually been a force since 1915. Mass attracts mass, that's a Newtonian idea. It hasn't been a force since 1915. It violates special relativity. You know, Einstein with his idea of gravity, that
isn't
it's...
at a certain speed?
Pardon?
At a certain... Like, Newtonian physics still works under a certain speed. It's not like it doesn't work. It's not like it doesn't
Are you thinking of E equals mc squared?
No. I'm saying what I'm being taught in school is Newtonian physics still works. It doesn't work under exceptions of like velocity, when something's moving at a certain speed and above it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry, yeah.
So I'll try and do this as quickly as I can. So, cut a long story short.
Let me just save you some time. So I gotta go to bed. It's really late. I just want to say, I know this is kind of dog because you're mid-argument. I just want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone who's been respectful in this conversation. Helped some things up, and yeah, like last time, proved my that I don't actually know anything that I believe. And the thing is, I'm okay with that, and I'm happy to learn. Just it kind of doesn't help when people are satirical and just making a joke out of things all the time. Just thanks for the information. Take care.
Take care, man. Welcome back anytime.
Just a bit soft. He'll toughen up.
What a sook.
Slap him around.
What a fucking sook.
Just need some roughing.
Teaspoon of concrete powder will sort him out. He'll harden up.
Oh, you guys are going to love this. I've decided for my lunch today I'm going to have fish and chips. That'll probably be the first time I've had fish and chips in about 5 years. But I'm going to have it today because I'm English.
Like wrapped up in the newspaper and the whole thing, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, man, for sure. They don't do it in newspaper anymore because of, I don't know, ink or lead poisoning or something. But yeah, it'll be wrapped in paper.
Yeah, we can't wrap fish and chips in newspaper because of ink poisoning. Says the guy with 9 million tattoos down his arm and across his back and down his legs.
Yeah, I went to when I was I tried to travel to Europe not too long ago, and there was like a fish and chips place. Is in Portugal, so they have a lot of English stuff, and they had like the paper. It was like wax paper, but it was like it was printed to make it look like it was newspaper.
Yeah, I've seen that before. I'm old enough to remember it being served in fish and chip shops in the daily newspaper.
Yeah, the actual paper.
Exciting.
Yeah.
It was always exciting when you got the Sun because we used to have topless page 3 models in the UK in certain newspapers. It was always an adventure when you got.
Damn, chips and titties! What a combination!
Good days, mate. Good days.
Do you like a bit of vinegar on them too?
What, my tits or my chips? Yes, man, for sure. Lots of salt, lots of vinegar.
Yeah. There's actually a little shop in town here that is one of the last remaining shops in Australia that will give you a decent serve of fish and chips for a reasonable price. Because you go anywhere else and you get this freaking, I don't know, it looks like a sardine that they've served up to you battered, right? And your chips are about a fistful, right? Now you go to this place. Yeah, you go to this other place and you spend $10 Australian dollars, and you get 3 really long pieces of like a nice fillet. I don't know what sort of fish it is, but it's nice. And it's you can't eat it all. I can't eat it all. When I get it, I can't eat it all. And you get a huge serving of chips with it. So yeah, but other places, fucking stingy as shit, man.
Takeaway shop just up the road from me, T-Dub. If you got 3 pieces of fish, and they're not too bad size-wise, you got 3 of those and a serve of chips, you won't get much change out of $30.
Fucking hell.
Holy shit. I don't know how these guys are doing it, but yeah, they're a good little shop. I want to go there and have a nice big mixed grill or something one day because it's reasonably cheap, like $25 or something. It's reasonably cheap for these days.
Years ago, I was travelling from Newcastle down to Roxby Downs, so across the middle of New South Wales, hit Broken Hill, camped there overnight, and then travelled down. Anyways, I've gone to the RSL club. That's where you get good feeds. And asked for a mixed grill. Come out, and it was bloody beautiful. One of the best mixed grills I've ever had. And I've got a few mates that are chefs, and they hate it when people just whinge and bitch about their foods. You never ever get positive feedback. It's always just, this is shit, this wasn't cooked properly, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, young girl comes over after I finish stuffing me guts. How's your food? Love, go and get the chef for me. And she goes, go and get him. That's it. Don't be scared. I'm not going to bite you. She goes and gets the chef, and this reasonably large dude comes out, sort of fluffs himself up as if to say, yep, here we go, it's going to be on air. He gets over, drop me schooner glass down. Mate, I'll tell you something now, that's probably one of the best bloody mixed grills I've had in friggin' ages. And this guy nearly knelt down and cried. He thought I was going to rip him a new one. And I said, I'll tell you what, I'll shout you a beer. What do you drink? I grabbed him a schooner, and he sat and had a beer with him. And he said the same thing that all my chef mates say. He said, I'll tell you something now. When the girl come in and said, the customer wants to see you. I thought, here we bloody go. I've just been busting me guts cooking this bastard's food, and now someone's going to have a sook about it, and I'm going to want to throw something at him. He said, I come out here ready to have an argument, because he said there was nothing wrong with that food. And I was, well, that's what I'm telling you, mate. It was bloody beautiful.
Cheeky bugger.
Well, they appreciate... Who put that up? They appreciate getting told when things have gone right, so...
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
What's that dude's malfunction? Every time he chucks that same stupid dino meme up. Like, how many times do I have to witness it? Righty, Crit. What's today's science news? Or haven't you done it yet?
my young fella's watching the Final Destinations movies. He's doing a marathon, I think. He hasn't seen them before. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, he sounds like he's enjoyed it. He's like, oh, holy shit.
I'm a fatard and I'm retarded.
Yeah, how's it going, man? Welcome in.
Yeah, go and be retarded for 45 minutes somewhere else, Leon.
Who else we got? Kingsley? Is it? So who else joined? Welcome in. Kingsley sent. Oh shit! Send me a friend request. There we go. Sorry about that. Didn't realise. Oh, we must know each other already. I'm sorry. I'm terrible with names. Was that him just come back again to see if his mute was off? What the fuck? Hey, hang on a second. I thought you. Oh, right. No, you just gave him the mute. Yeah, right. Bloody idiot. Who be that? Hello. Oh, it's him again. Bro, what's your problem, man?
Hey, I'm a fatard and I'm.
God dang. He just doesn't have it in him. Unless, like, who fucking hurt him? Someone showed him up or something.
Looks like Flat Lloyd's live stream was down, and Helio's live stream is playing a rerun.
Oh, so the bot we got in here is not doing anything for us right now.
It wasn't last I checked. It also looks like that there was pretty low activity throughout the night, at least the night from my part of the world.
Okay. Yeah, never mind. We can still carry on.
Hello.
Sure, hello. Who do we have here?
It's Emily.
Testing.
Yep, you're good, Crit.
Okay. Was there someone just here, like, asking some questions?
No. Emily just said hello.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got a DM that said I was talking, but no one responded.
Really?
Yeah, was it Wimpy Duck?
I didn't notice anybody in here.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, they may have been trying to talk, but yeah, you might not have heard. You could tell him to try again.
Yeah, I did. I sent him a message. Oh, he's in a different server. Oh, okay, he's on PNR. Okay.
Oh, there's the problem.
Yeah. Because I just have a device attached there, or connected there.
Welcome, Wimpy Duck.
Yo, Crit.
Hey, what's up?
I was wondering, so wait, there are 2 servers?
Yeah, there's more than 2. There's like millions of servers.
No, I know that, but I'm saying in the sense that how are you connected to both at the same time? Is one on the phone and?
Well, it's like a magic trick, and if I reveal it, it won't be cool anymore.
Well, reveal it because it will be cool either way. Either way, you asked about that thing. You talked about that random thing about Lex, right? I searched it up.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't seem. I mean, it doesn't seem probable. Sure, it could. Who knows? No one really knows anything at this point. But based on the fucking age of the universe, the fact that we have like gotten only this far, and for a celestial entity to just form like that is pretty hard. You get what I mean? Like the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, and it could be all. I mean, there's so much possibility. This is one thing why no.
Somehow this being, right? Because this being could either, if it did exist, who knows? It would have to somehow be able to survive in space by just absorbing something, probably burning fuel in its body, hydrogen or whatever, or some like other gas that it exists, around it, right? 2. It would also have to somehow naturally be of giant mass, and our whales, right? They took a very, very long time, an incredibly long time, millions of years to get to the size they are, right? And 3, they're plants, which, I mean, you wouldn't really we don't even know what the fuck they are, but you get what I'm trying to say. The issues that arise because those processes for them to like specifically find something like a source of food out of their path out of their path this much is pretty improbable. The chances would be astronomical.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying why I know the Earth is flat, because in this heliocentric model there would be endless possibilities. Endless. Just imagine, the only limit is your own imagination.
I mean, the limit is the laws of physics. There really isn't anything else.
Well, even that would be up for debate. Like, how do you know that once you leave the solar system, or once you leave some sort of, galaxy, it could be bound, like in Warhammer 40k. Like, it could be in Materium.
I mean, Warhammer does see the Earth as a globe, doesn't it?
Yeah, but the other problem is, like, when you say these physics.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, you're right about that. But listen, sometimes a lot of these laws that we have found or whatever, right? They have kind of helped us go forward in technology and a lot of things, medically. So we can kind of say they are true. Maybe they do break down, maybe they don't. But that's all we really need to know. Does that kind of make sense? For example, we have gas pressure, gas volume, and pressure laws and stuff like that. Where it shows that pressure is proportional to temperature, and it's inversely proportional to volume. We're not talking about that. We're talking about just generally laws of physics. That's what I'm talking about.
So none of the laws of physics that we know and use are invalidated by flat Earth.
Yeah, but they're also not invalidated by. Listen, I'm here. I'm here just because Crit messaged me about something, and I just wanted to respond to it.
I know, but the globe does contradict the laws of physics, because the globe says that pressure is created by gas. Pressure is created by gravity.
Actually, gravity is has got based on the laws of physics, right? What we know. The Earth is at a constant it's just at equilibrium with gravitational pressure. If it wasn't, it would just collapse on itself and blow up. But
how do you know that's the case? Like, that's just a baseless assertion.
I mean, we kind of guessed that based on stars and the fact that supernovas exist.
No, you don't even know what stars are. You don't even know that the age of the universe is real. Like you asserted in the very beginning when you came in here.
I mean, we do know there's something called cosmic background microwave radiation, which basically is uniform, static, and from all directions. And if it is like that, that means if it's all uniform, that means there must be a point where it started. And the fact that it's microwave radiation,
it started here, and it's above the flat Earth.
I mean, the universe didn't have a specific point because there is no point.
Right, it's every point.
Yeah, but
every point is you. It's observer dependent.
What? No,
yeah,
it's
every point that you can go of observation on flat Earth produces the same cosmic microwave background image above flat Earth.
No, but I think you misunderstood what observable from it just means that it's uniform all the way around. It doesn't mean it's based on the observer. That's
yeah, I know this actually invokes higher dimensional geometry for spatial dimensions.
What?
Yeah, it's called the world universe model that you're invoking, which you can simply do a coordinate transform and work.
No, I'm talking about the cosmological principle.
I know you are. I am too, and I invoke you to look at the world universe model. Because that's kind of what you're. That's what you're describing.
Bro, what direction is it? Yeah, my man, I didn't come here to talk about flat Earth or globe Earth. I don't even care in the slightest.
Well, you came and you started preaching a cosmology, dude.
No, it's because Crit asked me. Man, Chris,
Wait,
Chris
what?
just.
You're not here to talk about what we want to talk about? What the heck?
No, because I just wanted to talk with Crit quickly. That's really it. And he invited me to the server just so I could give my view on what he messaged me on something, and I just wanted to answer him. You know, that's it.
Yeah. Generally, what he's talking about is if globetard, how is it possible, given that the Earth is unremarkable, the Sun is unremarkable, the solar system is unremarkable, the position in the galaxy is unremarkable, the galaxy itself is unremarkable. Based on all that, there should be millions, billions of civilizations out there. The whole universe should be teeming with life. But yet,
it should be. Yeah, it should be, but there are a lot. We can't really see it because we know that the speed of light. It's a limitation, isn't it?
But you got a universe that's billions of years old.
No, yeah, you're right about that. But if let's say the civilization is far away enough, right? The light may just have not. There's a lag. Does that kind of make sense? It may right now be thriving, but we really can't know because it's too far away from us, and the light hasn't reached us yet. Does that make sense? We might be able to get hints of life starting on that planet at some point, but guess what? Let's say somehow some guy travels there. It might just be 3 million years into the future, and we actually got a hint of the past.
Okay, Captain Picard, calm down.
No, it's just because I just told him all the options in DMs, and he's talking about that one.
You know how you square the paradox?
How?
The Earth is flat, stationary. There's no universe. It's just lights in the sky that don't have planets and gas giants, and none of that stuff exists. There's just been a mess-filled symposium about the sky.
I mean, it would be. I don't know how probable that would be, but hey, whatever.
100%. I guarantee. That's how when you got all these paradoxes that form because of meth-fueled symposium. They all square, and you fix every one of these paradoxes by just observing the Earth as flat and stationary, just like it appears to be.
I mean, wait, so you're saying that we may just be the only life forms, right?
No, this is it. The whole universe is the Earth. There's nothing else. There's nothing else after that. There's no place. Basically, what was it? Bill Nye. Bill Nye said it best.
I mean, Isn't he against flat Earth? I'm not to the. It's not that I deny it. It's just, isn't he against it, Bill Nye?
Yeah, and you ask him what it is. Hey, what is that? Doesn't know. He's against something he can't even define inside a worldview where anything is possible. It's a contradiction. It's a paradox. Somewhere the universe is so large that there would be a
possible if there are constants,
oh, it is.
Right?
No,
I mean,
anything. Yeah, anything is possible. Inside the heliocentric model, it's so large, it's so endless that the only limitation is your own imagination. And he can't even imagine himself as somebody who can define what the word flat means. And he's supposed to be some sort of like bachelor of
Doesn't flat just mean like a flat plane? That's really it?
Yeah, it's basically an adjective.
It just means like completely horizontal. That's really it. There is no height. There is no height. There is no. It's just flat.
No, there is height. It's
height. I mean, yeah, and that's why I don't mean that. I mean in the sense that, like, by definition, it just means that horizontal.
Yeah, what's missing is a rotational vector around a radius.
I mean, the only thing that I would deny in that thing with the anything is possible thing is that, I mean, if aside from gravity, which you guys do, it doesn't matter if you believe in or whatever, the other laws, right? The other things that we can observe, the fact that they have constants, kind of, and don't constantly change, kind of shows that there is a limit, and there is it is your limit. The limit isn't your imagination; it's something else. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we accept all natural laws here. We defend them rigorously every day.
Yeah, so it isn't that anything is possible. There is, of course, a limit, no matter how, like that. Like I don't deny the flat Earth stuff, but the moment you say anything is possible, whoa, there are a lot of things
I agree. Natural laws exclude things like there being a globe in a universe of an outer space vacuum.
Yeah, that's how you get back to flat Earth. See, that's how you know the difference between the two models. In the globe Earth, when they went to space, or they told you they went to space, it caused a revolution.
I mean, who else are you going to trust? Sometimes you got to trust someone.
Yeah, hold on. Okay. In the 1960s and 70s, they went to space, and they took a photograph. And they said, this is where you live. It caused all kinds of social movements. It caused peace movements, nuclear disarmament, the hippies, environmentalism, the Earth Day. All that stuff is gone by the 1980s. It didn't even last a decade. Because the main talking point they had was...
Actually, nuclear disarmament is still active.
Nuclear proliferation has happened.
Oh, that's... Yeah.
Not disarmament. I don't know if you've opened the news lately. Trump says we need to build a golden dome because nuclear war is imminent. The nuclear regulatory body, they have a doomsday clock, and it's been the closest to midnight it's ever been. Mere seconds away from midnight. So, if you were to think that the space age was going to bring about some sort of revolution...
I never said that because I wasn't alive.
No, they told you that. They said, this is a giant leap forward for humanity. They told you that. They said, check this out. What we did here will change everything. It's going to be... the people at the time, like Brian Cox, said he wanted to update the calendar... kind of like before your BC AD, he wanted to do a BA, like AA, before Apollo and after Apollo.
Gang, all I've understood I understood that part, but I think the main idea is that people killing each other is the most stupid thing that exists, or like it is a very stupid thing. That's all I got from that.
Space failed to prevent that, and the overview effect was fake. And because it was
we're not talking about that. We're talking about the fact that we kind of, the fact that Crit was talking about it as if it's a normal thing that we as like living individuals kill each other for war, something that is completely illogical. Sure, we can say that our biology wants it. It's an instinct to survive and stuff, right? However, it is the fact that we have the capacity to understand that war is wrong, and yet we still go towards it. It proves that something is wrong with us.
Yeah, that's what they said, that science was going to save humanity. Because now, all disagreements, instead of being handled with psychopathic levels of government violence, was going to be replaced with experiment. You got a claim, I got a claim. We conduct an experiment and then debate the results.
I mean,
instead, what you got is people using the word science as a weapon itself. The scientists said, eat Cocoa Puffs for breakfast. Smoke Lucky Strikes. Spray DDT. All these crazy things, these batshit crazy things, all happened after the Apollo program.
I mean, more batshit crazy stuff has happened in the past than today. I'm gonna be honest.
No, it's gotten worse. Yeah, I think you're missing it. It's gotten worse.
Have you heard of Genghis Khan? That guy has done horrible things.
Yeah, but his idea wasn't that he's going to revolutionize humanity with a new way of thinking.
No, he wasn't revolutionizing humanity. He was trying to revolutionize his own nation. That's a...
So, yeah. The scientists, they'll tell you they've got the inside track on the best way to do things. Meanwhile, they're just like Genghis Khan. They're just using verbal judo.
I think all I wanted to say is that it wouldn't really make sense that it's right after Apollo and stuff like that. More horrible things in the past have happened. It's not like an exception. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like
I think
that happened was an exception.
Carl Sagan said it best. The Apollo program was the most ironic token of all of human history. His study of human history, he couldn't find a better showcase of the word irony than the Apollo program. And I go on, I quote, "We congratulate ourselves on our humanity that we would do no harm to a lifeless rock as we systematically carpet bombed countries in Southeast Asia." I think I messed it up, actually. That's a paraphrase, not a direct quote. But
it's sporadic. How is behavioral science a pseudoscience? That's just how it's just how our brain works. It's statistics, isn't it?
Yeah, statistics is not science.
Statistics is math. So I mean, it isn't disprovable, and our brains work on math, honestly. So what are you gonna say about that?
Well, it's not science.
Yeah, I mean, it's the reason why they call it science is because it. How would I say it? It's because it's just because it involves our brain and our minds. That's really it. You could say that it's behavioral statistics, right? But then some guy said, but it's our brain, so it kind of connected to medical science. So let's say it's behavioral science. It's a weird thing. It isn't really called. It's kind of like. Psychology is a science, but it really isn't. But yet we still call it a science, don't we?
Yeah, it's a big problem.
Not really. We know the difference between psychology and normal sciences, so...
No, you don't.
Yeah, okay, psychology is just something we start like human psychology, just behaviors, like say behavioral science. However, any other science, like physics, chemistry, biology, that is physical science. That is
right. Those are real, actual science. How do you tell the difference between pseudoscience and real science?
I mean, isn't pseudoscience literally just all assumed, all like made up to some degree?
Yeah, like you can make anything up with statistics to a great degree.
But statistics isn't a science; it's maths, and our brains work on math.
Yeah, math is also not science.
Have you ever heard of that thing where if a guy, let's say a guy tells you 2 of these doors have goats and one, or like a random thing, right? And one door has $1 million, right? It's not a lot.
That's probability.
Yeah, that's a statistic. They tested it. They opened one door, it didn't have the money, and then he's like, okay, you have 2 more doors to open. If you guess the one with the goat, let's say, right, you get the $1 million or whatever. But guess what? When you make the choice, right? Then the guy asks you, "Are you sure?" But guess what? Now the chances are actually 2/3 that it's the other door, but your brain doesn't know that. It automatically picks that. Does that?
I get it. You can't prove things with correlative studies.
You can. That's why we have chi-squared tables. That's why we have correlation coefficients.
That's still probability and subject to interpretation, including the variable inputs that go in. Listen, the difference between science and pseudoscience. Science is the study of natural causes.
The physical world, yes.
Yeah, and of things that you observe happening naturally.
You're right. It's wrong that we call psychology and stuff a science. Sure, it isn't a science, but again, it's not fake. But it's not fake.
But it's not science, right? So it's not natural science.
But it's not pseudo as well.
Well, no, pseudoscience masquerades as actual science. And if you agree with me that it's not actually science, then it's a pseudoscience. I'm old enough to remember when psychology was considered pseudoscience, and that was not insulting.
I mean, it isn't an insult.
The definition between science and pseudoscience got blurred after Karl Popper came in and created the demarcation problem where it didn't exist in the first place. We had a very clear way to define the difference between natural philosophy and these other things that employ the means and methods of natural philosophy, of scientific experimentation, but aren't actually conducting natural philosophy. So just because I can take statistical methods from a natural science and apply it to something else doesn't make that new thing science.
You're right, but biology is by that logic, we did that with physics and then connected it to biology, didn't we?
Biology has you can do actual science in biology and in
you're right,
and in physics, and in chemistry.
I mean, but isn't chemistry and biology based on physics?
Yeah. I mean, you can conduct scientific experiments completely fine within these realms.
And physics is based on math, isn't it?
Yeah, but math isn't science.
Yeah, it isn't, but that's
so what's your point? I'll tell you what's not science is astrophysics.
The thing you said that if you just get like a measurement or a statistic and then apply it to something, it really isn't considered a science. But when we didn't know of biology, that's what we did. We knew physics before biology, and then we moved it on to then we created biology to some degree. But it is a science. I get what you mean, but
yeah, I'll give you a quick way to delineate science from pseudoscience. It's the experimenter's ability to actually manipulate the independent variable in an experiment to test a hypothesis. The manipulation of the independent variable is the key to unlocking the difference between a science and pseudoscience.
They do that with psychology, don't they? They'll they put multiple people in rooms and whatever, and they give different variables, different situations. The situations are the variables.
They can't force the behavior of people.
Oh yeah, no, actually, it's been kind of proven that we can force the behavior of people to some extent, not the maximum extent.
You can't prove that you've actually done it. There's an element of free will that's always the causal agent behind all things.
I mean, free will is just a random variable, isn't it? An emergent property.
Human behavior is also not something that is naturally occurring either.
Yeah, it's emergent.
So, it's pseudoscience.
Well, it's just studying the mind, isn't it?
It's not very predictable. I mean, like, because you're going to get different outcomes every time.
Of course, yes, but there's gonna be a very like thing that matches. They will have different responses, but matching ideology.
So it's not
possibly.
physics, right? So,
It isn't.
So in physics, but so in physics and natural science, right, you'll have one of two outcomes in an experiment through manipulation of the independent variable.
I mean, it does make sense why psychology isn't really called behavioral science. It's just called psychology. They don't call it that in school, do they? Neither.
Yeah. So the manipulation of a supposed cause is what grants you the ability to be able to, the opportunity of falsification, right? You're setting up the falsification factor within your experiment. Either X will cause Y or X won't cause Y. You can't get anything else from it.
TW, can I ask something? You are a flat Earth believer, right? Oh, wait, not believer. You know there is a flat Earth, right? Well, wouldn't the idea, the fact that there's two sides, the people who believe in a globe and those that believe in a flat Earth, show that psychology does work, and it is to some degree a variable that can. There is a variable that changes people's opinions.
I'm not saying, right, that we can't learn. There aren't other methods of learning. So we can find out about behavior, the way people think, patterns, within, human characteristics, right? We can understand those things, but it hasn't necessarily come about by use of the scientific method, right?
I mean, then how are there so many globe believers? So they have been fed a variable. I'm not following. No, I mean, I'm trying to say that who mentioned it? That there needs to be an independent variable. There's an independent variable that affects that needs to be had, like for it to be a science. There has to be a variable that can be measured and changed. Like how can I? Oh my god, it's hard to I forgot what he said exactly, but yeah, that's.
Yeah, well, in the case of figuring out the geometric properties of an object, you wouldn't apply that, so that's miscategorization. So you just simply wouldn't use science for that. Just like you wouldn't use science to work out the psychology of a group or an individual. Different methods of learning. Did I say something wrong?
No.
Hello. I'm a fatard and I'm retarded.
Well, you said it. You said what you are. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take you for your word. You said exactly what you are. Was it a squawk and run? He didn't even stick around.
Yeah, it's the same guy. I did it like 3 times.
Was it Samuel Harem or who was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, dude's got me blocked. He got really worked up over that NASA scrubbing all LGBTQ references from their website. Apparently, I'm a fake flat-tard.
Did Wimpy Duck have enough?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. He just kind of went radio silent. I think he mostly wanted to talk about alien life forms or something, and
yeah,
or just like, how come there's no aliens out there? Because Earth is flat. That's why.
It's true. As soon as we brought the discussion back down to earth to talk about real things, you could hear his deflation in his voice. He was getting very empathetic, and his tone and register lifted up whenever he was talking about space and aliens and how cool the universe is. And then we talk about gas pressure, and he's deflated.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's like I think they have this fantasy out there that aliens are going to save humanity from themselves. Even if possible, no, that's not going to happen.
Right, it's like the last hope of a dying world. It's some benevolent external. It's no different than the myths of ancient past. You just change the setting, but keep the plot. Change the characters, but keep the plot. Something from outside of this reality has come in to save us because we are dumb and we're evil. And I think he was self-aware enough to pick up on his own cognitive dissonance. He agreed with us that these things we call science aren't actually science, but he still wanted to justify calling them science because they use math and statistics. I don't know how clearer any of us could have been with trying to describe the difference to him. I tried, and I don't think I got through to him. And then T-Dub tried, and you tried, and he just didn't want to accept it. But it is true that there is a very clear demarcation between what is natural science, i.e. natural philosophy, and what is not. And It's just very unfortunate that this postmodern age of relativism, everything is relative, that they've blurred the lines of distinction so much, and they've justified it so well that they've convinced themselves that it's hard to justify a distinction between the two. It's so irrational. It kind of just makes your head spin. He almost seemed further confused when T-Dub told him that the geometric figure of Earth is not a scientific endeavor.
Yeah, then he just vanished.
Yeah, I mean, he initially made a claim. He didn't really make it that clearly, but he was clearly thinking this, is that we have all this technology and advancement today thanks to our understanding of the cosmos. And when we kept bringing up the point that the cosmos, space physics, is antithetical and contradictory to what we can actually observe and experiment with naturally here, he just short-circuited.
Right, yeah, he would have been hard pressed to come up with viable hypothesis. Cosmology.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to bring him there. I had to step out for a bit, but I wanted to bring him there and run him through an example where we can use a scientific method to do something in actual science and then try to apply it to something that's pseudoscientific. It's got to be frustrating to be this emotionally invested in something that's always just out of reach, right? The outer space endeavor being this dangling carrot in front of the donkey's nose.
Yeah, and if you look back, not that long ago in history, when we find all these quotes, and we read all these papers, and you can see where they slowly transitioned. Like you've got Fred Hoyle saying, "Look, we're not really as scientists in the sense of we in the lab and messing around with chemicals and independent variables and stuff. We can't peel a star back and like an onion and see how it works." To like in the next decade, they're like saying, "Oh yeah, this is science," right?
Yeah, that's funny. And we have obvious examples, very public examples of Michio Kaku telling everybody, look, this is more philosophical. This is not really science. And everybody agrees. And then they come in here and they disagree.
Right. Yeah. You still get them today saying things like that. Yeah, exactly. I think for the most part, I think that there is a huge misconception. Like, they don't listen either.
It's like cosmology and astrophysics is Greek mystery priesthood stuff, just with statistics. I was thinking, if we had given people like Aristotle and Pythagoras the power of statistics, that entire body of mathematics, the things they could do with it with their observations of the cosmos, it would be no different than what we have today.
Right. You mean like statistical probabilities, things like that?
Yeah, like the ability to observe and make all kinds of fancy predictions or postdictions, to come up with statistical models, statistical mechanics of the motions of the heavens. Like they could have back then construed the kind of things that Galileo and Kepler did. And going onward, they could have done all these extrapolations out of it. They probably would have come up with a Big Bang.
I think they were pretty close, weren't they? Really, I've got a funny feeling they knew about magnification. If they didn't already, they were on the verge of discovering, inventing telescopes, basically. Right.
I've wondered about that too. The kinds of things they were able to notice happening at such tiny angular sizes and perturbations.
Well, they wouldn't have been unfamiliar with glass. Surely one of those great thinkers would have picked up a bit of glass one day and gone, "Oh, look at that! And bring it forward, bring it back. Or we put two of these together. Oh, what do we got going on here?" They would have been trying to mess around with shit. They would have been familiar with being, with transparent material and how it distorts, what you're seeing, changes what you're seeing, affects what you're seeing.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about. They come from a mystery school where they kept secrets, trade secrets. Masonic orders trace their lineage back to them, or try to. Masons have their working tools and their trade secrets. Is it possible that they did have some kind of lensing, and there wouldn't have been that many of these devices, and they probably were only shown to initiates and used under the cover of darkness and secrecy? There are probably all kinds of weird tools like this and the reason why we don't have evidence of them is because they wanted to keep the trade secrets and they didn't produce very many of them, so you don't find them lying around in architectural anthropological studies and sites that they dig. Archaeology, I meant.
Yeah, and there's speculation. Who was it that there's the legend of the one that set the ships on fire from the shore from a distance with some sort of it's speculated that it's some made up story, right? But it involves a person that they think actually existed. Was it Aristotle?
Yeah, was it with the parabolic mirror?
Right.
Archimedes, yeah.
Right. So there's speculation that it was actually a lens, and he was focusing sun's light. Yeah.
Yeah, because could the parabolic mirror itself be used in such a fashion? Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, because I think they've tried replicating it with mirrors and things that they thought would have been material that would have been available to them in that time that they suspect that, they're not granting them anything greater than like polished brass or something. I can't remember now, but like they couldn't do it. They couldn't set something on fire like that with using what they, so they dismissed as, I think they just dismiss it as being an urban legend, right?
Right. Something like that was a trade secret. It could have been a state secret. I kind of subscribe today to the idea that it was what we regard as a simple parabolic mirror today. And they could have had an array of these for different distances. Swap out the shallow one for a more concave one. And if that's the case, and I really think this was the case, then they would have had some other knowledge regarding the behavior of light and lensing to go with that. They really would have. Right.
Just like how they can't figure out how there's no soot on the roofs of tombs in Egypt, right?
Yeah.
But and then they make up. Oh well, they must have used polished brass mirrors to reflect the light down into there, And then they've tried to do it, and they've gone, no, this would not have been sufficient light. And so they're just not giving enough credit to those ancient people. I think that they had more sophisticated tools.
Yeah, I forgot who said this. And it's a quote that I'm going to bash and destroy, but the idea is just because we have electricity and micro architecture, circuitry, computers, and things like this, doesn't mean that we are more advanced. It just means we're on a different technological development path.
Yeah, absolutely. There's all sorts of crazy stories from ancient Greece that they possibly knew about steam power, right? And given enough time, they would have probably utilized it much more efficiently than there's the stories of automation. I mean, like you step on a pressure pad, opens a door.
Oh yeah.
Or opens a trap door. There was a trolley that was could traverse the entire length of a workshop just with a weight, right? So weight and a pulley and a cog, like. So like they were getting there. They were getting there. They were thinking deep, thinking about stuff. They're engineering and all sorts of stuff. Pretty cool gadgets and stuff for their day.
I think we have actual examples of this today, as that goes from the past, before the collapse of Byzantium, which officially took place in the 1450s, although the decline had happened much earlier. From the 900s, there's something called the mechanical throne room of the emperor in Constantinople. And there are descriptions of visitors that are treated to this basically circus show of animals and mechanical people doing all kinds of circus acts, and even servants, mechanical servants, coming up and pouring wine for the guests. And there exist today examples of these in museums that they've recovered.
Wow, yeah. I've even heard of that sort of thing from ancient China, tales from China, such things, mechanical beasts, things that one scared the emperor and ordered that it be destroyed or something because it scared him so much. Then there was that Chinese guy that invented the earthquake detector. They're not. They don't know. Still not quite sure how the internal parts worked, but it sensed vibration of somehow, and a little pebble or a marble would fall out of the dragon's mouth on the side, and that determined from which direction, depending on which marble from which dragon's mouth fell, which direction the quake was coming from. It was pretty ingenious. However, he did it. They still don't know how it actually caused the marble to fall out of the dragon's mouth. And the internal, I think they either have I'm not sure if they made a replica of what was described in the writings or what, but they're not sure about the internal mechanism. This clay pot, but it was a pretty cool little invention. Apparently, it was pretty accurate too. They were getting there. I mean, they accidentally discovered gunpowder trying to turn lead into gold, right?
Yeah, that's true.
They were chemists, basically, right? Imagine if those Greek philosophers and the Chinese philosophers and the Chinese great minds had collaborated. Who knows where they would have gone, right? Possibly to the levels of what you're talking about, coming up with all sorts of strange, weird ideas about cosmos and stuff. Something's akin to what we think, the people think about today.
Yeah, the more I dig into ancient Chinese history and culture, the more I'm seeing a flow of information and knowledge from west of China into China than the other way around, which is kind of what we're taught today.
Okay, still talking about Five Nights at Freddy's?
You got it.
The animatronics?
Yeah. Chuck E. Cheese.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the Emperor's throne room of Byzantium was Chuck E. Cheese.
Did they have a ball pit?
Yeah, if when I say Chuck E. Cheese and you don't immediately think of a dimly lit room that smells like cigarettes and old beer, you never grew up in that era.
Sounds like typical pub in Australia.
It's where you like. It's where you like have an adult birthday party, but you pretend it's for your kids. So it's a place where you have like birthday parties for children, but let's like really the adults just go there to get hammered. Because they have like a little play area, like with like arcade games or like a ball pit and that nonsense. So the adults will be pounding pitchers of beer on one side of the Chuck E. Cheese, and the kids are out of sight somewhere else. You know. I remember one time it was in the summer, and it was like it's a lake where you can like picnic, and it was a kid's birthday party, and the adults had a keg of beer and were just getting fucking hammered. Like it was the most redneck shit I ever saw, man.
Yeah, throw in some lawn darts with a bunch of drunk adults and you got a good time.
Yeah, you call it a kid's, but what offends me is that it's supposed to be a kid's birthday party, but it's really just an excuse for the adults to fucking party.
Yeah.
Lawn darts, dude. Those things are dangerous.
I know. I can't believe we played with them like that.
Like, how did they ever make it to the market? Oh, we're going to make this a freaking spike that you throw into the air, and you're going to give it to drunk people.
Right. Do you have to show ID to buy a dartboard and darts, like at your $2 shops or whatever?
Yeah, those are nothing, man. These lawn darts weighed like 2 pounds.
Ever seen them, T-Dub? Lawn darts?
Lawn darts?
Yeah. Yeah, so it was like a dart, but like you swing it underhand and you try to throw it, and it was like top heavy so that it would always come down and it would stick into the ground. So you had it like a circle, and you tried to throw it and like lob it in so that it's stuck into the circle like a bullseye. But you know, you put them like 25 feet apart or whatever, right? And like everybody's hammered, and they're standing like literally in the way of where people are trying to hit. They would stand like right next to the circle. Dude, it was so free.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
Or then you start getting so wrecked that you're like, hey, I can throw this higher than you.
Oh, yeah. And then when they're on top of a house.
Yeah. And then they just like stick straight up into the roof.
But did you ever hear of any like injuries or any fatalities?
Yeah, well, not fatalities. I know people got like it went into their foot and shit.
Yeah, it's pretty notorious.
But then there's always like kids running around. That's like the other thing is like, there's kids that are running around like they're unaware of like their environment. They'll just run right across the freaking plane where you're playing. They don't care.
Yeah,
go grab the hula hoop that you're throwing a lawn dart into.
It's kind of similar to our firecracker night that we used to have. Like Mum used to take me into this this store would open up once a year, right, just for it basically, and it'd just sell fireworks, right? It'd be run by some Indian guy, Pakistani guy, right? And for like $20 or something, we'd just come out with a huge ass bag full of firecrackers, all sorts of different ones, right? And they were for me. I used to get to ignite them, right? Set them up and light them up and like do the show, right? Like it was my thing, right? On firecracker
Now,
night.
actually do something dangerous, you wouldn't fucking do it.
Fireworks are illegal in Massachusetts, but like the next state over, New Hampshire. So I could drive like 30 miles and be at New Hampshire. So Massachusetts used to be considered a blue state, right? It was like a Puritan state. So like you couldn't buy alcohol on Sunday, right? You couldn't like gambling was illegal, and like in New Hampshire, there's no tax on cigarettes. So on all the roads that went from Massachusetts to New Hampshire, as soon as you cross the border, there'll be a big store that sells all the shit that's illegal in Massachusetts. It's so funny.
Yeah,
so
that's like where I am in Pennsylvania.
Alcohol, cigarettes, no tax cigarettes, right? They just sell all the crap that you can't buy in Massachusetts.
Yeah, people living in New Jersey and Maryland see like the fireworks signs for Pennsylvania on the highway.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's only 1 year do I remember like the Massachusetts State Police. They were like, because there's one particular store. It's in Salem, New Hampshire, where you can be in Massachusetts straight away, so you can see the store from Massachusetts. So they were like any car that came out of that store, they were like pulling over and like searching your car, which is technically illegal, but I don't remember them doing that 1 year on 1/4. Like right the 4th of July, when everybody's trying to get fireworks, they were just like pulling everybody over trying to confiscate fireworks.
I remember once going out to the woods with a couple friends. We had some fireworks. They were really like shitty and old and poor quality control. They had these fuses that were really short, and some of them would burn faster than others, and you didn't know which one you'd get.
Oh,
so we had a system where you'd light it and flick it. Like you'd hold it in your hand and already poised to flick, and you light it, and you better flick your finger as fast as you light it. Otherwise, you'll get your fingers blown off. Yeah, good fun.
We used to like the bottle rocket and like hold it in your hand while the fuse is burning, and then like right before it goes off, you toss it, and then New Hampshire sells some crazy fireworks, dude. You can buy this like straight explosive. Like you can't even call them fireworks. And just like it's like some of them are just straight artillery.
Yeah, the Roman candle's like an incendiary grenade launcher.
They had one that was like a mortar. Like it was like fucking 3 feet high. Of course, this is like years ago. It cost like a couple $100 to buy it, right? Yeah, well, New Hampshire's the live free or die state, so you just got to ride around.
Free staters.
Yeah, you didn't need the You didn't need a motorcycle helmet for like the longest time. There's no property tax, no tax on alcohol, no tax on cigarettes, no, you know. Then all the liberals, right, when it became too expensive to live in Massachusetts, all the libtards moved up there and changed the laws.
Yeah, that's how it goes, man. Doesn't like the New Hampshire legislature meet like only for 5 days or something out of the year, and that's all they get paid for, or something really crazy like that?
I'm not sure. I think they do that in Texas, though, right?
Yeah, there are a few places I've heard like that. I remember hearing about that, New Hampshire.
The one thing I did find out about New Hampshire, which in the New Hampshire Constitution, this is the only state that has this. This is really bizarre. That no family court decision can be reviewed by the appeals court, the appeals court system in the state of New Hampshire.
Whoa.
It's fucking weird, dude. Yeah, that's so weird, man. Like, so if you get your kids taken away or, like, there's something messed up in your divorce and you're totally wrong, you can't even, like, appeal it or anything.
To believe all women, right? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, believe all women. Send the line there.
Looks like Samuel Haram is back to cope.
Hi, I'm a retard fathead. I'm a fathead. I'm retarded. Hi, I'm a fathead and I'm retarded.
Samuel.
I'm a fathead and I'm.
Now I gotta meet because you're just gonna freaking. You're just chanting.
I didn't see that song in the hymnal.
I wonder if we just sat here in silence, how long he'd go for.
Can you do that?
Before he'd just stop.
That's a good question. The thing that, like, it blows my mind, especially for people like that, because if he was serious and we started asking questions, you know he doesn't know everything, right? But he comes in here and correlates flat Earth, thinking the Earth is flat, and correlates that with low intelligence. Like, like that idea blows my mind. Even though I know where it comes from, like I know that's like, you know, the social narrative, it still just blows my mind.
Yeah, I mean, it kept me from looking at it seriously back in 2014 when this blew up in places like Reddit and others at the Nikon P900 super zooms. The social pressure, the manipulation that goes in ahead of time is pretty powerful.
Yeah, it's very, I don't know, it must be weird, dude, because I never even considered any of that crap. It was never even, like, on the radar, like, I don't know, maybe I was naive or something.
I was somewhat professionally and emotionally invested at the time, too. I was at Lockheed Martin.
I was really agnostic about it. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, if you can get somebody to give it a fair shake with their eyes open and set aside their preconditions, and that itself might be like a personal skill that people have to develop to be able to do it, then I think this topic can reach people pretty quickly.
Yeah, I didn't have any of those things like, oh my God, if I think the Earth is flat, I'm a religious tard, or my friends aren't going to like me if I think the Earth is flat, or, you know, but all the space stuff, that means it would have to be fake, and like, you know, none of those things ever entered my mind. I just went like, okay, What do the measurements say? Oh shit, there are no measurements. Where, like, that's. I think that was like the most surprising thing, was the lack of evidence. That was like.
Yeah, that's what got me looking when I kept